Okay.
Funny because the first thing that got me into the flat Earth was the ether discussion. Actually,
Really?
I was like, "What is all this motion like relative to?" You know. No, I mean I'm lying, but it's probably going to get people into it. It'll probably get people interested.
That's pretty fucking funny. I'm lying.
I mean, it was just the most basic things got me into it. Was just that I knew in reality that I have put 2 points of equal elevation in reality, and that people were saying that that wasn't the case. It's probably what got me into it.
Cool. What got me into it was the compound nature of the error between perspective and curvature being the cause for a reduction of things in the distance. Oh yeah. As soon as that video popped up on my feed, I went to my computer, started drawing out some angles, and I was like, "Dang, they're right."
I got to take off for about 15 minutes. Don't talk about anything important shit until I get back, all right?
Tom and you.
All right, so the best wings recipe in the history of mankind. I'm about to tell you what it is.
All right, explain the double slit once again. One
Once
last time.
again.
In 5 minutes, not now.
Dude, there's people that deny that the double slit demonstration even works at all. Like, you literally have to send them a link to somebody doing it live, and they're like, "Dang, I guess I'm dumb."
Are there any archers in here?
Yeah,
archers in here. You should tell your archery stories. You should tell your archery stories while QE's in the can.
That's some bullshit, man. You guys are trolling me. Why would you do that? I should have never said anything and just slipped away.
I mean, I don't know what people deny in regards to the double slit, but I definitely deny that there's any type of sentience involved. I think that's ridiculous.
I'm leaving. I'm going to do my chores. I'll be back.
Bye.
Observer dependency? What is that? That sounds ridiculous.
Man,
Can you flip it?
I heard that shit walking down the hallway. It doesn't have anything to do with an observer. You guys are not going to let me leave here. Doesn't have anything to do with the observer. There is no fucking observer effect. It has to deal with information. Information is the key. Now, I'm going to go do my chores. Damn.
It's going to all be solved by one simple phrase. Can you put me on deafen?
All right, Overlord, explain the double slit, and then when Huey comes back, we'll see what he says about it. Or describe it. My bad.
Well, it is. You know what? I mean, I'm not even saying that AI should do that, but what is like apparent at the moment is that AI is an important member in the discussion, and he's an authority and somebody we can go to for information that's reliable and disseminated properly. That is apparent.
Can you?
Oh man,
describe it?
That's some better.
what was the experiment? Some guys did this and that, put this here.
Yeah. That's. I mean, you were pretty close. You're pretty close. I mean, I could probably, that's probably in a paper somewhere, worded exactly that way. I would imagine.
Because people talk about the meta of it.
The meta of it, the meta of the double slit.
I don't know, like they just kind of like give their opinions about it, but what did they actually did? Like, what was the actual experiment or the whole construct of it?
No, I don't know. I think they just shot a laser beam through a small hole.
The original double slit was just a box with an eye hole, and the two slits above the eye hole, and you just take it outdoors to the sunlight, let the sunlight go through it, look through the eye hole, and you see the pattern. That was the original.
Okay.
And then from there, people were interested in it and they're like, oh, why is this happening? What's this effect? How do we test this out, see what's going on? And then from there, they did a whole bunch of speculation. They did a couple of experiments. Later on, they did the ones where they got the they sent the light down two different paths, and then they found that if you know which path it goes down, you get a different pattern. So in one instance, you get a discrete pattern, and in the other instance, you get a line form pattern. And they figured out that eventually, when you test it out, you only get the one pattern when you know which path the light took. Now, that's a very short version. Because you might ask yourself, well, why did they even think about sending it in two different paths in the first place? Part of it is because the original guys that were looking into it, one of the guys made a explanation of the line pattern by demonstrating balls slapping water. Yes, you heard me right, balls slapping water. And they make ripples, and when the ripples meet each other, if they're in phase with each other, they have constructive interference, which means that they get more amplitude. So the two little waves equal one big wave in water. And they found that if they were opposite, you got destructive interference, which means the wave would cancel. And so he said, if I look here, you see we got ripples. And then here we got no ripples. Here we got ripples. Here we got no ripples. And if I mark that out on a page, that would be line, 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 line. And look what happens with the light. Line, 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 line. Therefore, this is how light works. And he convinced a bunch of dudes to agree with him. And ever since then, the confusion about light being a wave or a particle commenced.
But from gathering the information or the light doing this pattern, they said this is how light works. I mean, just doing kind of like an observation and gathering information from it. Is that giving them the mechanism of light? How it works actually?
Yeah, well, what they really had was they had light goes through two slits. So you have a single light source or whatever going through two slits, which is where they had the sun, right? And then they said, okay, we get this pattern. So we know we have a pattern at the end, and we know we have two slits. And so another guy, modeled, quote unquote, modeled that with some balls and water, and he got a similar pattern. So he said, aha, this must be what's happening. But all he had was the resulting display, right? He wasn't tracking everything from the source through the slits to the end result. So his conclusion, although consistent with the end result, wasn't necessarily a logically sound conclusion. Similar to affirming the consequent, right? So if all these conditions were correct, then this would be a resultant. Therefore, these conditions must be present if I get this resultant, and that's not necessarily true.
He saw the end result, but then he said the end result will give him all the mechanisms before the end result.
Right.
He saw B, or he saw C. Then he's saying, I know B and A,
right?
Because I saw C.
Yeah, and A plus B equals C. B could have an infinite value of, not an infinite value, but an infinite number of things to achieve the value of B, right? So just because you know A and you know C doesn't mean you necessarily know B. Now, somebody who's in math would say, "Oh, yeah, because I could just minus C from A, and then that'll tell me B." Well, that'll just tell you the sum of B. That won't tell you how you achieved B. So, for example, what if I had to get 300 pennies and $5 bills, and then also a two Bitcoin to equal B? There's no way by the final value of B that you could tell me what I conglomerated into the category of B to get B. You just can't. It's not possible.
What if the light we get from the sun is a watered down version of the actual light that comes from the source? Wouldn't you be missing another more variables?
Not really, because the thing about using the sunlight is you're using the sunlight, so you're only dealing with the resultant from the sunlight, and you're just making a claim about how that light is working. So you wouldn't need to know the ultimate source.
Okay.
But by the same token, you couldn't say, but you might not be able to say, okay, I see this pattern coming from the sun, therefore the sun is a giant fish. Like, you couldn't do that either.
Yeah. You're saying that the C could be the result or the observed phenomena. A could be the sun, the source of that phenomena, let's say. But then, I'm sorry, C could be the result, B could be the sun, and A could be the source of the sun. Or the cause of the effect, the original cause. But you're not questioning that on the observer. I don't know. Yeah. You can come to a determination from what the sun is, what it causes it.
Right, but keep in mind that they went on to do these double slits with other light sources.
Other light sources,
right. Yeah. Including, various different light sources, lasers, single pump lasers, which have a very small discharge. So they're not discharging a beam; they're discharging like a short chunk, for lack of a better term. So there's all kinds. There's even a guy who did one. He etched the slits microscopically with chemicals into a plate that goes on a microscope, and then he shoots it into his microscope, and you can actually see the dot pattern populate at microscopic magnification. Like, he just runs it, and you watch. He has his camera right in his microscope, and you watch it happen.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, this pattern that is being observed is always changing, or is it like one or another, or is it always the same?
No, it's either going to be the discrete pattern or the lines. So it's either going to look like those classic lines where they call it a diffraction pattern, basically. So I'm pretty sure the discrete pattern, it just looks like a bunch of random dots, right? So that, there's no linearity or any pattern. There's no real true pattern to it. It's kind of random. But then the other pattern is lines. like vertical, like if your slits are vertical, obviously, vertical lines. So there's a bright line, then a dead zone, a bright line, a dead zone, a bright line, a dead zone.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I got a video saved of a girl doing it live with a laser pointer in her house with a laser pointer and a fog machine, and she gets the line pattern on her wall.
She used a slit of hair even in the end, and the slit of hair caused a different deflection pattern.
Yeah.
Because it would have to go on the left side of the hair or the right side of the hair.
Yeah, so it absolutely is something that occurs, with light naturally. It's not like we're forcing the light to do something that it wouldn't otherwise do. Because you have to consider, like, that's kind of happening in nature everywhere, where light is passing through apertures, passing through small spaces, passing around objects. We just can't really see it readily because the way that most optics work, they're taking in so much other light that type of effect really, you just can't detect it, even though it's happening all around you all the time. Now, the real interesting claim about this is that the destination informs the path that the light took from the source. And the most outlandish of these claims is that, in the distant past, light left a galaxy billions of light years away. It passed by quote-unquote planets floating in quote-unquote space, and it had to decide which path to take. And it doesn't know which path to take until you see it. And then the information goes back through time to tell the light which path to take. So yeah, it definitely leads to some weird claims. Now, part of that temporal problem in, like, how does this play out was also tried to be tested, where they made one of these devices where the sensor is the whole entire apparatus and the sensor is farther away from the actual light path than the speed of light could get to before the experiment is finished. And so, in other words, like, there's no way, according to their ideas, that the information could get to the other location faster. And so they then get the information. They say, okay, we look at it, then we go look at the plate, right? And what we see on the plate, do we see a discrete pattern or do we see the diffraction lines? Which one? Now, I can't remember exactly when they first got the idea that knowledge or even that anything affected it at all, because remember, sometimes it does a discrete pattern, sometimes it does the diffraction lines. And so eventually, which I can't remember, someone got the idea, wait a minute, why is it doing one in one instance and one in the other? Let's isolate some things, get some controls, do an experiment, figure out why this is happening. Like, why is it sometimes discrete and sometimes diffraction? And eventually they evolved their process to where they got it to where they send the light down different paths. They don't know which way it went. And when that happens, you get a certain pattern. And then when you actually put a sensor on it so you know which way the light went, you get a different pattern.
Wow.
And so they concluded that the knowledge of which path causes the different pattern. Which is also known as collapsing the wave function. And so when people hear, oh, the wave function, that must mean light's a wave, because they forgot that wave function is a mathematical term of distribution that has to do with the dot's distribution. So in one instance, they're distributed by a wave function, and in the other, they're distributed in a different way. And so that's why they call it collapsing the wave function. So the term was phrased, knowledge of the which path collapses the wave function. And knowledge is the present of the information of the truth of the situation, which is why the information about which path it took is the key. Not that the experiment itself was observed, because you can set the experiment up, go home for the weekend, come back Monday, and then get the results. You don't have to be there to observe it.
Is the path that it took?
The what?
The path that it took, you're saying?
Yeah, the path that it took. So if you left the machine to record and sense that the light passed through this channel, then you would get a certain pattern. Yeah. And then if you didn't set the machine to do that, you'd get the same pattern that you always get when you don't have that information. And so they said, well, if knowledge and having this available to know, even if it's never going to be open for 5 years, right, means that the light behaves in a different way. So knowledge and information, right, requires minds. So that is where the inference that sentience is involved comes to. Now, it's not necessarily saying that the light is sentient. It's just saying that information and sentience is involved because information only comes from sentient minds. And so if the presence of sentience is changing how things play out in reality, that's entirely congruent with a lot of people's worldviews, especially any of the big three religions, right? They all believe that there is a sentient agent that is responsible for the machinations of the created order, right? Even so much so that sentient agent is ever present, involved in the world, and is required to be ever present in the world for the world to function as it is. So a lot of philosophers latched onto this. One such philosopher was the name of Berkeley, very famous for Berkeley College. He came up with a theory called Berkeleyan idealism, because the connotations of the double slit experiments and all the philosophies that people came out with after that, with how sentience is involved, knowledge, and all of these things, and how reality plays out, came up with the idea that, wait a minute, what if things don't really happen until they're needed to happen, and the information is realized by a local sentient observer? Until then, it's just a state of information. So in other words, similar to a video game, the next level isn't rendered until you get to the next level. All the information for the next level exists. You just don't need it rendered at the moment, so there's no reason to render it. And then that begs the question, well, if there's no agents like humans over here and over there, then how are things actually happening there? To which Berkeley said, well, that's simple. You have a greater mind which grounds reality. He referred to it as the overmind. Any classical theist would refer to it as God. So in other words, in the substrate of reality, there's an ever lingering presence of experiments and machinations that require sentience to exist. And so in other words, you can't have this reality without sentience in the first order. And that's like the conclusion. And so some people will use these types of arguments to say that these scientific experiments logically deduce, after you realize the results, that a God-type being necessarily exists and can be proven. Which is also one of the reasons why there's a lot of contention when it comes to these experiments and philosophies and ideas that came out after they were undergone.
You can
so much so, friends. Oh, go ahead.
You can still have all of this happening in an isolated. How do you say this again? Quantum used the term. Isolated conditional system that all of this is happening, and there could still be an outside agent. There could still be an outside agent.
Right. But the thing is like, and by the way, for anyone listening to me who thinks I'm talking crack smack because they're atheists or evolutionists or whatever, I just would like to inform you that there are very famous evolutionary psychologists, biologists, physicists, etc., that also believe exactly what I'm just telling you right now. And they think that the modern scientific experimentation and research has proven it. So it's not just people who already have a bias towards theism that agree with these concepts, that true science actually proves God, or at least sentience in the first order, is a necessary precondition for the physical, energetic, material, and temporal world.
The rendering of the information, maybe.
Yeah. And they didn't come to it through philosophical ideas. They came, supposedly, these guys who are into evolution, they're into all that stuff. They basically said that science and scientific advancement and the study of ever decreasing temporal and energetic states are proving that the ultimate quote unquote particle of the universe is sentience itself, and you have to have sentience in the first order or you can't get a universe. In other words, that old question, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, did it make a sound? The answer is the tree didn't exist yet. If there's nobody there, then a tree can't exist. And now you might say, well, wait a minute, there's nobody in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. How could the tree exist? Well, you answered the question. There is somebody there. Guess who that somebody is? You guessed it. The big cheese of the universe himself.
This is good stuff.
I gotta answer T-Dub's question about the apparent anachronistic timeline of the knowledge of the witch path affecting previous events. You're assuming a linear time from your perspective. So if you're a non-temporal being, then you're not limited by the flow of time or time in any way, shape, or form. So in other words, for all we know, time actually runs backwards from the greater dimensions in which a being such as a god would or could exist. So if time exists as a subordinate to an atemporal being, right, then that being cannot be limited by time. So information in the future affecting information in the past is a paradox from our point of view, but from its point of view, it doesn't even matter. All temporal moments are available to a being like that simultaneously. So in other words, imagine a big record, right? To you, you think the record is playing and you think events are coming from the future. But from the vantage point of the guy who put the record on the player, he sees the events heading towards you. Now, does that mean that's what is going on in the situation I described earlier? Not necessarily. I'm just saying that when you're thinking about, the fundamental construct of the universe itself being a created order, then by nature, the creator must be greater than, or at least the creation must be lesser than. That means the way in which the creation operates must be functionally of a quality that is lower than the qualities that the creator possesses. So, for example, the great monotheistic religions believe that God created everything and it exists atemporally, right, beyond space and time. So ideas like, chain causation and temporality are irrelevant to such a being.
All right, where are we at?
Double sleep.
We were just talking about Cheez-Its and salt.
Seasoned salt.
I had exactly enough time to take
Cheez-Its covered in salt.
Cheese, you need to fix that damn mic.
Just throw some soap and water on it.
Yeah, just like Jetty did.
Dude, it's actually getting filled with snow.
Notice that Jetty's not here anymore.
I just led him through the history of the double slit all the way up to Berkeleyan idealism and proving the overmind, and the fact that evolutionary, whatever the heck they are, psychologists and physicists must agree based on their own studies, leading to the ultimate conclusion that ascension agent is necessary in the first order for material, temporal, and energetic states to exist. I rest
Glad
my
I
case.
missed it. I'll wait for the movie.
The verbal form of TLDR.
So the only part that was left out, which is a very important part, which you may remember, so we'll ask you, is when did they realize to try to test if the witch path was relevant? Like where was the tipping part? Was like, oh, these two different patterns.
Shut the hell up. When you ask a question, just leave the question out there. Don't keep talking. Friggin' Pogue. That's a hell of a good question. I thought about that myself. When exactly did they figure out, all right, we got a rooster in a hen house here? I don't know the answer to that question. All I know that they figured it out. How about that?
I don't remember ever knowing it. Like, I never remember hearing, okay, this is when they thought of it and then they did this after that. And I don't remember that at all. So now I'm very curious.
Yeah, I don't know what the first one was. What's his name from Princeton? Wheeler was all over this shit. He was. I remember him talking about it way, way back in the day. They just didn't have the equipment at the time to solve the situations. But those questions popped up I probably pretty quickly, dude, because you had some really sharp people back then. You know, you got Heisenberg, you got Born, you got friggin' just a ton of them, man. It had to hit them quick, right? They're not your average friggin' skank and file baltard. Because Bohr was asking these questions, you know, right off the bat. So that's what got me thinking. I said, okay, you're asking that question. That means that you know what the question is. Follow? So, yeah, I haven't pinpointed exactly. All that I know is they knew what their problems were, and the technology just wasn't advanced enough. When that all came to fruition, most of it came to fruition in the early 70s. I'm
willing to make a small gentleman's wager that it involved a screw up, that they did something wrong, and then the next time they looked at it, they're like, why did we get this result? And they're like, oh, we did something wrong here. Why is that relevant? That's just my guess.
Now, I want to know what the first experiment was when they said they had to know at the beginning. Well, I don't know if Thompson would have known. Not Thompson. What's his? Andrew Thomas. Not Andrew Thomas Young. The actual Thomas Young. I don't know if he would have known because I'd have to look at the detector. Right, his original detector. I don't know if he would have known. I don't know. I don't have access to that stuff. So, because as soon as you start firing that stuff through the double slit, you can see. Hold on a second. I remember Shankar talking about this. Professor Shankar at Yale. He was talking about this, and he didn't identify the time or the person, but he said what they did was, and he was talking about debunking Maxwell and Newton. And he said what they did was they took a very, very weak light source and they moved it far away from the double slit, right? So you can figure out he said that you could figure. I don't know how they did it. You could figure out the probability of when a photon is going to go in that direction. Don't ask me how they fucking did that. I have no idea. But it was when it was during that discussion during his lecture when he said that, as soon as one itty bitty piece of light hit that film, he said it was curtains from fucking Maxwell. It was all over. Obviously. But he wasn't specific enough. Go ahead.
He said that it was over like hours and hours.
Yes. Yep. If you ever want to listen to, now, he gets a lot into the mathematics of it. I wasn't all that interested in that, but you have to work through those pieces in his lectures. He's a talented educator, this guy. I mean, I really liked him. I learned a lot from him because he's a good teacher. He cares. You could tell that, right? He'd break it down as far as he could. But I listened to a ton of his lectures back in the day, man. It was that's all I did every day for almost 2 years. So I'd have to go back and take another listen. It would all come back. If I just heard the videos one more time in a row, I'd have it all back again. Follow? But I remember asking myself that same question you ask AI, and obviously he didn't answer that question. So I stepped on somebody. Go ahead.
I was just saying, before the double slit, wasn't there one slit, single slit?
Yeah, but they really the single slit's not that big of a deal. You're still going to get you're still going to get diffraction pattern. But no, I think it was the double slit. I think Thomas Young was the first one that did. Now, listen, I don't even know that. That's what we're told, that he was the first one.
Oh man, Shankar would be a really cool flat earther name.
He's just a good guy, good educator. I could see why they made him the chair of physics there. That's plain to see. It's not that he got everything right, though. I'm not saying that. He didn't. But he had his shit wired tight, no doubt about it. He's got a couple books on those topics too. But it's not only just light. A lot of people get hung up by this. It's not just light. Light is a very small aspect. Now, it with Planck, in the beginning, to a much lesser extent, Einstein, more or less Planck, the photons were the deal. But this happens with everything. Everything. You can send buckyballs. They've been sending proteins through the double slit. They act the same friggin' way. So a lot of people, when they talk about quantum, go, light's away on the compartment. No, they're sending other shit through there. It all acts the same way. Everything acts the same way. And they're not particles. I mean, light's not a part. When they say particle, they mean it's a discrete boundaried chunk. It's not like a fucking pebble. You're not going to empty them out of your friggin' camera. Abject morons. So, and somebody talked about this. Who was it? It was either Heisenberg or Schrodinger, just going off one day and saying, quantum mechanics is difficult to begin with, but it's limited by the language that we use. That's the limiting factor with a lot of things, a lot of confusion. And they even mention it in the literature. You can look through the literature and find it. I found it many times. Right? And they talk about how language is too, our language is too limited to describe it. That's one of the reasons why it breeds a lot of confusion. Like it needed any more confusion to begin with. Right? But that's why we're at where we're at. The whole semiconductor industry is based on quantum mechanics. All of the advanced technology we have today is all of it. Every single last bit of it is based on quantum mechanics. The whole fucking thing. Now, they may not understand it, but they understand it enough. You know what I'm saying? Yeah? Now, the philosophical implications are much, much deeper. That's what I focused on mainly. But you can't get around. You can't get around, the advancement in technology. Where do you think that shit came from? Computers, laptops, cell phones, all the medical imaging, digital photography, everything fucking digital is all about quantum mechanics. No quantum mechanics. If quantum mechanics wasn't discovered, we'd be back in the fucking Stone Age. Still. Telegraph signals. That's what would, maybe not back in the Stone Age, but would be back in telegraph signals. Duh. What do you think? It was some type of magic? Right? So when people say, oh, that's not a fucking particle. Really? They never heard of the photoelectric effect, Compton scattering. Like, all of radiology is based on quantum mechanics. The whole fucking thing. All of it. Photodiodes. It's preposterous to hear somebody say that. And then you got the whole wave particle duality. Let me tell you something. If people weren't as familiar with wave mechanics back at that time, and they took Heisenberg's matrix mechanics, this wave particle duality, you would have never heard of it. It would have never been a thing. But everyone was rarely familiar with wave mechanics, and it was just easier. That's all of Schrodinger's equation. All he did was fucking back engineer all the diffraction patterns and figure out his equation. But if that wasn't adopted, they just went with matrix mechanics from Heisenberg. You'd have never heard this particle wave duality horseshit. None. You'd have never heard of it. I'm telling you. But that's how it goes. And Shankar comes right out and tells you, he goes, everything is really particles. And when I mean particles, I don't mean solids. Okay? Clowns. They say it with confidence. Everything is really particles. But the future, their future is determined by a wave. But that wave is purely mathematical. It's a wave function. The key word, that's why, when they say particle wave duality, that's why it confuses everyone. What if they said particle wave function duality? That's what it is. Because the wave is the wave function. He even told you, he said, you can't, it's purely mathematical. You can't put an instrument on to measure that wave. It's fucking non sequitur. It's a purely mathematical function. And then you got people, well, we get electromagnetic waves. Really? Photons are neither electric nor magnetic. How the fuck can they be electromagnetic waves? Electrodynamics was crucified in the 1920s. People parroting Maxwell, they're fucking morons. Fuck, Shankar tells you. What the fuck did he say? Let me go get it. But no, I still hear Maxwell, this Maxwell equations. Right? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
It's in the vein of just like the press will build someone up just to tear them down.
Yeah, exactly. So let me go track that down. Where do I fucking got that at? Right. Where? Nope. I think it's here. 1 second. All right. Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. All right. So today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Build up Newton, shot down. Build up Maxwell, gonna get shot fucking down. From Quantum Mechanics 1, the key experiments, and here he goes again. He's one of the purveyors of this shit, but that's what people recognize it as. The key experiments and wave-particle duality. This is what he says. So here's what you do to find out what's wrong with electrodynamics. I mean, Maxwell's theory. It all starts with the double-slit experiment. So everything looks good for Maxwell till that's a very important fucking word. By the way, if you want to do a Bible study, type in the word till into a concordance and you'll thank me later. So everything looks good for Maxwell till you start doing the following experiment. He's done. Maxwell's finished. It's over. It was all over back then, but nope. Got to put up with that shit. Because people, they can't see it. They're wiki parroting, Discovery Channel parroting, pretender clowns. They hear a bunch of morons talk about quantum mechanics that don't know their ass from a pipe wrench. You know, it's all hyperbole. Shout out to McBooger Eater. Just hyperbole, dude. You have to get down to the meat. So they knew this in the 20s. I don't fucking know. Well, you gotta have a medium for a wave. Yeah, but it's not a fucking wave, you moron. That ends that, but nope. Well, I never claimed that light was a wave. The fuck out of here, Fire Sloppy. So this is what he does with Newton. So I have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction, not a scientific prediction, would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. What do we get? A big fat 0. What does that mean? That is the end of Newtonian physics. Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. Quantum Mechanics 2. What is the big... What? That is the end of Newtonian physics. What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. I didn't say that in Swahili, did I? That is the end of Newtonian physics. Not me. Chair of physics at Yale, right here. What the fuck are you going to do with that? You tell me. No? Anyway, am I here talking to myself?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
No.
What kind of
I didn't know
microphone
what
is that you're using?
Again?
kind of mic is that?
I don't know, but it cuts out every once in a while. Flats, he told me, is a fucking train wreck. It's a blue. It's a mini blue Rhino.
Blue Rhino.
Yeah,
Blue
but it's a
waffle.
mini.
Blue Waffle Mini. All right, I got you.
Blue waffle mini.
Listen, man. We got to get all into the specifics, dog.
I think, what do they call it?
Don't start with the blue waffle.
It's not a blue. They're not blueberry waffles, man.
It's a blue.
You haven't
Yeti
heard blue
Mini
waffles?
Fucking blue Yeti waffle microphone.
It's a
fucking Rhino
Yeti.
cock.
A blue. It's a Yeti. That's exactly
Yes,
what it is.
yes.
I knew I was searching. Yep, Yeti. But it's a
I
mini.
just farted
I've
in my
had
microphone.
this.
Can you guys hear it?
I've had this thing for 5 years. And right now, as many times as I've hollered and screamed in this thing and spit all over it, I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole. It's got
that's what's up. Fucking,
it's got
I
chicken
just got mine
wings.
yesterday, so like, I'm feeling pretty fresh. I got a lot of farts I can fart into it.
It's got chicken wings. It's got steak, my precious. It's got eggs, toast, bacon, sausage.
Could you hear that fart when I farted it?
That's disgusting.
Oh, so you could hear it?
No.
God damn it.
Don't fart in your mic, dude.
Bro, I want you guys to taste it with me. Now they'll go.
Do you got a pop filter on that sumbitch?
Yes, I got a pop filter on this milk.
Don't fart in your mic, dude. They're going to ban you.
They can't ban me for fucking farting in my microphone. What kind of fucking bullshit is it?
Yes, they can.
Called respect and mic
Fucking
etiquette.
turn my cam on and suck a mountain dick.
What the hell is going on here? He gets away with that shit, Overlord, and you banned me for 8 months for some horse shit? AI.
We went right from Professor Shankar into farting into microphones.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wish he would quit being fucking narc, bro.
Baltardia, where all the Baltards would rather talk about that kind of degenerate crap than Professor Shankar.
Yeah, he's freaking reprobate, man.
What was that other thing that you said is difficult to understand?
Mythology.
What was that other thing that you said is difficult to understand? Bell problem or something?
Oh, Bell's inequality.
Bell's inequality. I need to check that out.
Yeah, Jesus, dude. It's got a long history. There was a question that wasn't able to be answered, just like the other question that wasn't able to be answered because the technology wasn't here. And it all stemmed from the thought experiment. It's called the EPR paradox. It's by Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen. See, Einstein he had big problems with quantum mechanics. Number one, because it debunked his fairy tale fuckwit theories that weren't scientific theories to begin with. So he had big problems with it. So he and Podolsky and Rosen back in, it was either in 29 or 31, developed this thought experiment. And it brought some questions into the validity of quantum mechanics to your average everyday fuckwit. So it was a deep question. I'd have to go back and research this all the way through. But it was sort of left out there in the ether because they didn't have the technology to solve the problems, right? They had questions, but they just couldn't solve it. And what happened was John Bell. He was Irish. Damn, Brian. He developed what they called the Bell inequality, and and Bell put forward an experiment, but at that time, Bell couldn't perform the experiment, again, because the technology wasn't advanced enough. So what had happened was, in the early 70s, like I was saying, in the early 70s, this kid, what was his name? I know his last name. It's Clauser. Clauser, I think. I think that's his name. Can't remember his first name. I just remember Clauser was he at Berkeley? I can't remember, man. He found Bell's paper and then constructed the experiment, because they did have the technology at that point, and showed that Einstein was a horse's ass. In other words, and then that experiment was repeated a number of times, and then it was officially confirmed by some French guy. What the fuck was his name? I can see his face. I can't remember. I'm terrible with names. Alain Aspect. He got a damn woman's first name. You can't. Alain. It's ALAIN and Aspect. ASPECT, I think. Something like that. Alain Aspect confirmed and validated Clauser's points, and the rest is history. So there you go. That's enough to get you on your research mission. How about that?
Oh yeah, that's plenty for me to go on.
Yeah. That's going to get you on the trail. Yeah. Then the rest is history. Because they were concerned about a topic called non-locality. Non-locality. Write that down.
Yeah, I'm writing everything down.
Yep, non-locality. That was the big thing. That's the game. So there's got to be some type of variable, because what they found was that no matter the distance between particles or polarized light, no matter the distance, if you measure a certain aspect, no pun intended to Alain Aspect, if you measure a certain aspect of the spin directions, and spin has a completely different fucking meaning than rotating, by the way. Like if you measured spin left on this particle here, then immediately, without any connection between the next particle, its twin, its entangled other partner, no matter the distance, no matter how far it is, right, it would always be the other way.
Is that what they called spooky action at a distance?
Yes. That's what Einstein called it, and it's more or less instantaneous action at a distance. That's what Einstein had a big fucking problem with that. And so would everyone, really. Because there's no connection between these two, and it's entangled particles. That's another deep dive that I'm not going down. And this is really, they've really taken this to a new frontier, because especially with internet security or computer security, you can tell if somebody's trying to hack into your system, because if they measure, like this is pretty layman's version, but if somebody cracks into your system, then they measure the particle or whatever that they got as their surrogate, and it'll show up on your end as the other thing. Like if they crack into your system and boom, measurement is right, then on your side it's always left, and then the computer will pick up on that and know that the security of the system is compromised instantaneously. That's a rough layman version. I don't know how we even fucking got there.
That's pretty good.
I don't even know where I was rambling at before that, for fuck's sake. Why doesn't somebody take over and interrupt or some shit? Make a sandwich or something.
I'm barely staying awake trying to reset my clock. Did a 2-week stint of night shifts.
Yeah, that's
going on 30 hours now.
Oh, man. Yeah, but that's why you make the big bucks.
Well, almost. I'm a resident physician still. That's why I'll be applying for faculty.
You know I got a Patreon, right?
I need my own Patreon.
I'm just messing with you, man.
Maybe in a year and a half.
What the fuck were we talking about? So anyway, Einstein was destroyed by quantum. So Einstein, this is the moral of the story. Quantum mechanics took Newton, Maxwell, Einstein to the fucking woodshed, never to be heard from again. But you still hear from them. I don't know why. And then what they did, something was really coy. This is now who they are, I don't fucking know. Then they made quantum field theory. So quantum field theory is a shotgun marriage between special relativity, all of classical mechanics, all of electrodynamics, and general relativity. How the fuck can that be? When quantum mechanics destroyed all of them. So they amalgamated them because, I don't know what it is. They got some type of fucking fetish with pseudoscience, right? And that's quantum field theory. So when you get a newbie coming in, shout out to Witsit, they think quantum field theory is quantum mechanics. It's the furthest thing from the fucking truth. But it has quantum in the word, so that leads, wiki parroting fucking amateur night pretender clowns. Right? But if you look right underneath the surface, just for Micah deep, right underneath the surface, say, what the fuck? Number one, it's not a scientific theory. They don't even know what scientific theories are. I'm sure if you've run into this before, ancient traveler, these fucking people, they don't know what natural science is at all. Zero. All the baltards. Yeah, right. They don't know dick. They science says science that, science says hypothesis says experiment. They don't have. I was out here belly laughing when I first come on here. I said, "Are you fucking kidding me?" They used to make fun of me in 2016. All the baltards. They used to call me Independent Variable John.
That's a good one.
As a pejorative.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I know. I was like, they're saying Independent Variable John. And I'm there, keep talking, motherfucker. Go ahead.
That's a badge of honor.
Exactly. You got, yes, sir. Yep. But they were too stupid to realize it. So I said, just go. Every time you say it, you're exposing yourself, but I know you don't care. Just keep going, because the rest of your idiot crayon munchers followers are just going to say right along with you, but you're a dumbass. You just exposed yourself. They still don't get it. They still don't fucking get. When I say they, I'm saying the baltard community in general wouldn't know what natural science was and the scientific method if it crawled up their collective asses and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. None of them. I challenge them all the time. There's this PhD that's getting under my fucking skin. over in the land of misfit toys. I'm going after his ass. I'm gonna expose his ass. Quick. 15 seconds. 20 with interruptions.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
funny.
you, John. I told you to change your fucking name too, didn't I?
I'm not changing my name. Okay, I'm not changing my name, bro. But
He's
going
not
after a
changing-
PhD and going after a PhD as a pseudo intellectual is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I tear
That's
PhDs.
crazy
You know what I
work.
do with PhDs, dude?
You won't do shit. You won't do shit.
He doesn't
Like-
know me very well, does he?
Nah, I know you.
It's not due.
It's not.
It's not due.
It's not. It's not.
It's not due.
It's not.
It's already did.
It's
And
never
I'll
did.
show you again with this numpty dipshit. I take my PhDs with fava beans and a nice Chianti. You watch. Just watch. You can go on my channel and hear him.
I mean, you're going off like Discord motherfuckers, Discord debaters, but not like
No.
PhDs, bro.
No, these are actual PhDs.
Nah, bro.
Yeah,
haven't
bro.
had-
Yeah,
I
bro.
couldn't get a single MD to tell me what the definition of science is or what the scientific method is, and
Isn't
That's
that
what
You would say no. You would say no.
Shut
As they were
the
trying
fuck
to.
up.
No, you would. Multiple times. I've been
You
here.
would.
No,
You
wait.
would.
Can I speak? See,
You would.
you're proving my point. You're proving my
Shut
point.
the
You're
fuck
proving
up.
my point. You're proving my point. You're
Shut
proving
up.
my point. You're
You
proving
prove
my
my
point.
point. You're a moron.
You're my point. You're a moron.
You don't have a point.
You're stupid.
If I'm stupid, you're Helen Keller.
And if I'm Helen Keller, you're Anne Frank.
There's
If
right
I'm
to
Helen
hand.
Keller, you're Anne Frank.
Look at this dumb fuck.
Look at your pseudo intellectual.
No,
Oh, I know everything, but you know nothing.
What
You
the
know nothing.
Somebody shut this retard up.
Somebody.
Right
Frank,
hand.
who the heck
Shut
do you
the
think Anne
fuck
Frank
up.
was?
What the fuck, dude?
Funny.
You're a retard.
You're a retarded.
Yeah, you.
If
no,
I'm
you're
retarded, if you're retard,
Shut
I'm
the fuck
retarded.
up. Jemsy.
Anne Frank
You
has
shut the fuck
nothing
up.
to do with Helen Keller.
Jemsy.
nah, you're Anne Frank.
Hello, wake up. Mods. Buck.
Anne Frank has nothing to do with Helen
Shut the
Keller,
fuck
okay?
Look at this right to hand moron. I can't. Is he in? I can't believe he's even in here. Mr. Fuckwit of the century convinced Ranty back in the day that the second law of thermodynamics is false because a flat tire didn't spontaneously inflate. I'm not fucking kidding you.
Holy shit.
Yep, this dumb fuck who got his ass whooped by a woman on YouTube. Right here. I'll challenge QE on the scientific method. He's fucking delusional. He thinks I'm actually.
Wait, you have video on the his ass being whooped?
Oh yeah, I don't have it, but it's I've watched it a few times. It's
But
out
the
there.
hand? Yeah, I've seen it.
Yep. But anyway, you dumbass, get your dumb ass in here. Fucking clown. He doesn't even know how to spell hypothesis, for fuck's sake.
What the hand guy? He got like tapped out like how many times? 3?
Something like it.
What? Why is he? Wait a minute. Why is he calling you Anne Frank when you're calling him Helen Keller? I don't get that. Anne Frank had nothing to do with who Helen or what Helen Keller. I don't get it.
Can you sense none? Shut the fuck up, right to hand. Well, I call him left the foot. So left the foot, piss off, you little fucking moron. I'll put my cat's litter box up against you.
Does he actually need a history lesson on who Anne Frank was?
He's all yours, Brandon. You take care of him.
I'm pretty sure you're smarter than I am, so.
Brandon, are you fishing for a compliment right now?
That doesn't sound like a sandwich.
No, I'm not. I was just reacting.
Well, you're about to successfully get one if we're gonna, inquire which one of you is intellectually better.
Intellectually better? What the fuck does that mean?
Sorry, I'm driving.
I figured you were doing something.
Which one of them's? I'm going to a golf simulator place to hang out with
A
some friends.
golf simulator? It's 10:13 at night.
So?
Good point. You trying to learn golf?
No, I'm more of the beverage cart girl type because I was actually
sandwich.
I was a beverage cart girl out on the golf course back in the day.
What were you? What, like Caddyshack?
Yeah, like feeding the golfers out there booze and
Really?
yeah.
What
beer
you
and
wheel
drinks.
your? What do you wheeling half barrels like kegs out onto the golf course?
No, I had a golf cart that I just set up all of my coolers on there. I would have set up for just being able to give them 6-packs or something like that.
No way! Do you have a bunch of drunk people on the golf course?
Absolutely, dude. That's where you go to get drunk. That's where they all go to get drunk and then play golf at the same time.
Would a few of them numpties hit on you?
Yeah, but I handled it so well. Like, they never took anything too far with me. Like I've heard that they've done to others in the past. They liked me out there because I was quite. I mean, I was a lot like I am now. Just I'm a little more tame now, man. And I was a QT. Just saying.
The QT? What the fuck does that mean?
I was real cute when I was in my 20s.
I'm sure you were. What happened?
Well, I don't want to give a bad rep on having children, but I had booger.
I got you.
And I had to have an emergency C-section, so I've got battle scars, man.
I hear you. We all got those. Not that.
I was gonna ask you, had a hysterectomy?
No, she had a C-section. For fuck's sake.
Well,
aren't you an MD? Oh, that's
I don't give. No, that's no. That's not me. I have a cerebral palsy. I'm way below that.
You're fine. You're quick enough.
No, I'm only 33 years old. Why would I have a hysterectomy? Unless I had something like endometriosis or something.
I'm an idiot.
Oh God. We're gonna need an endocrinologist.
AI.
I'm not gonna pretend to be smart here.
No, we're not. That's not being smart. That's just being experienced with terms. That's all. What is smart?
Good question.
You guys have fun and whatnot. So I'm gonna head off.
And whatnot? Who are you? Who the hell are you? Whatnot? Mrs. Whatnot?
She's Southern.
Yeah, I am Southern. He has.
I'm used to it.
Similar vernacular, so
there's a story behind whatnot. I ain't gonna get into it. But okay, you out, Flatsy?
Yeah, you guys have fun.
Hey, we'll see you. Take care.
Bye.
Have a good evening.
Yeah, you too.
Yep. So what the hell am I doing here? Am I like MCing this thing? Is anyone else gonna talk? For fuck's sake.
I was waiting for the video, man.
What video?
Right to hand getting his ass whooped.
He's a half a sissy, man.
No.
Huey's filling in for CB.
For creation, yeah, right. Too funny. Where is that glue sniffer?
Where is that Italian huffer?
Hey, Paraplegic, your mic is roboting more frequently. Just want you to know.
freaking the desert. Just shitty reception. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up.
Is it crappy reception or is it the mic?
Crappy reception.
Yeah, sometimes it's really good, and sometimes it's just crappy.
I heard you over in the Land of Misfit Toys the other day, man.
It's not the mic. Yeah, I go over and listen to them. Some of them I can deal with. Some of them are just, dude. Some of them are just like, I'm not as quick as you guys.
No, but but what I was saying is when I was listening to your mic was a friggin' train wreck. That's the catch.
All right.
So you either got to get the mic squared away or the connection, right?
Yep. One of the two.
We want to hear what you got to say. Right. Yeah. See, like right now, it's horrible.
Let's go. I don't know. All right.
Hey, Spinny Floyd, baby. Hey, how we do shit? Hey, bro, what's all my fan masters here, bro? She
Do we have any moderators in chat?
What you talking about, bro? Talking about the moderators, nigga? I'm moderate these chats, nigga. Hey, bro.
Thank you. Shit, moderators, you got to be in here, dudes. This is high speed stuff in here, man. You got to be quick. Don't fall asleep. Crit. Jemsy, wake the fuck up.
I almost need to wake up.
You got to be in here, dudes. We get you know the routine. We're getting crazies in here and shit, man. You got to be on the top of your game. All right, we got to get some participation in here. I'm not fucking talking the whole evening. You forget that shit. So, we're going down the list. Everyone's going to tell the audience their favorite colors. AJ, what's your favorite color?
And whatnot.
And what not, exactly. Let's go, man.
Yeah, I worked with a girl. Her favorite saying was, and whatnot. And then other people started saying it as well, picking it up off her. And I said, you got to put an end to that right now.
Yeah. I had an old farmer back in the day up in northern Missouri, and he used to always say whatnot. Good. He is a good man. I'll never forget him. I fished on his property, man. He had 2 farm ponds. You're going to get me on these stories again. This one farm pond was about 100 yards from his house, right? And it was killer. Largemouth bass, crappies all over the damn place, huge crappies. And then he said, listen, and whatnot, I got this pond, it's in the pasture. So he had a bunch of cornfields. It was about maybe a mile and a half. He had some serious property. Mile and a half through these cornfields over into the pasture. He said, but you got to be careful. I got a bull out there. But I was a lunatic back then. I didn't really give a shit. So I got around the electrified fence, and I definitely found the pond. I was there by myself in these, I don't know what they were. It was this pond down in a sort of a valley, but it had all this overgrowth. It was up over my head. I'm trying to cast, getting all friggin' discombobulated, catching my line and all the overgrowth. It was a pain in the ass. And then that bull found out where I was. That some bitch was trying to find me. I could hear him rustling through the overgrowth. Right, I could hear him. And I said, "This some bitch, he gets a hold of it's curtains for me, man. It's curtains. I ain't gonna tell you what I did. It's top secret."
Why do you reject curvature, flat tard?
We ain't talking about curvature. We're talking about bowls.
Why do you reject the globe, flat tard?
Globe. I'm not a flat tard, globe tard. Why do I reject? How can I reject something that hasn't been demonstrated? Don't you have?
Think someone who like lives in the jungle will ever learn about the globe?
So, don't you have to
You
have?
put your head in the sand. You live out in the middle of nowhere. You won't learn anything. You retard, flat tard, retard. You're so dumb. You're so dumb.
Me.
I'll overtalk you, little bitch. You little bitch.
Shut your fucking mouth. That's what I'm saying. All these fucking globetards got diarrhea of the mouth. They'll just fucking go on and on and on about nonsense. The fuck is that?
It's their shtick.
Why is that? It's 95 to 99% of them.
Yeah, they got to baffle us with their bullshit.
It's not baffling. They just fucking diarrhea of the mouth you to death. Come up with some non sequiturs too, man. What the fuck? Or you reject curvature. Well, to reject something, you have to have a modicum of proof of that which you reject. So show the modicum of proof of curvature. What are you talking about? Curvature of an apple? Huh? Woman? Cue ball? What? Then show it. Shit.
You never heard of planets, QE?
You can't reject shit. I heard of planets, yeah.
They're all round.
They're all around us, yeah. And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
How's this headset sounds? Is this any better?
No. No, it's worse.
No better. Okay. Yeah, it's the freaking reception. It makes me feel a little bit better. If my good headset's not. They're both.
Is it snowing in space? His satellite's down.
All right, I guess we're going radio silent because I have to take care of something for the next few minutes. Somebody better take over.
See you later, QE.
I'm not leaving. I'll just be gone for another 2-3 minutes. I'll be back. Is that Ancient Traveler? You out of here, man?
Well, pretty soon. Pretty soon. I'm gonna watch the UFC fight. Main event starts soon.
When's it start? We got 10:26, 10:30.
Well, Pacific Standard Time. It already started, but the main event probably won't start for another half hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just give me a couple minutes, man. I'll be back. Let's get into some deep shit, man.
That's what I'm here for.
Some redox reactions and shit.
Leo Gur.
No, I'm just messing with you, man. I'll be back. Couple minutes.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. I just saw it said 24/7 flat Earth. What's that all about?
Just a place people talk about flat Earth.
Y'all believe in that?
Most of us know it. It's probably some people that believe it. You believe the Earth is round?
Let's go.
Good evening, my friends.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Getting ready to watch the UFC fight in a bit.
Oh yeah, who's fighting?
It's going to be Sean Strickland versus Duplessis.
Who do you got?
I don't know. It's really hard to say. I thought Sean Strickland won the last one, but the other guy won with a split decision. So I'd like to see something more definite this time, but we'll see.
Knockout, submission.
It seems like it's going to be a stand-up game.
Yeah, I like Sean. I like Strickland. He's pretty cool.
Yeah. The other guy's from South Africa, and he came to the conference like wearing a pro-Trump shirt.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Castle King, what are you doing in here, man? You got friggin' timed out and then banned earlier. Why? How you get back in here?
Man, I keep trying to tell you, but you won't listen to me. Just like you don't listen to those reports from NASA from outer space.
Outer space, second law of thermodynamics violation, like that.
Come on, man. Hey, now listen, I had a question for you. If the sun and the moon are within our atmosphere close by, how can we
Atmosphere is a paradox.
What? A paradox?
Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Somebody's backfeeding. Must chain. Do we got any moderators in here?
I thought you were a moderator.
No, I'm not. I didn't ban you. I can't ban or mute anyone. I'm not a moderator. Thank you, whoever was. Okay, now let's get back to this. Atmosphere is a paradox because atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, dude.
Yeah, it's just some kind of
so
blob of air.
There is no. There's only atmo. There's only air. So go on. What's your point?
I'm saying, why can't we fly a plane to the moon?
Because,
like Frank Sinatra said.
No, number one, like Frank Sinatra. That threw me. I don't know how to answer that question.
I'm saying if they're close by, we should be able to just fly to it.
I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so? We've got the technology now.
Well, what is the moon and where is it?
The moon is a rock in the middle of space that orbits the Earth.
How do you know it's a rock?
Well, it's not the sun.
If I ask you a question, how you know what a banana is, and you tell me, well, it's not a beach ball. That's what you just said.
What I'm saying, I said it's a rock. You said, how do you know it's a rock? I said it's not the sun.
Yeah, that's still non-sequitur.
Oh, is this like that song? The Big Pizza Pie? When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Like that?
I tell you what, if I was a mod, I'd ban you.
I would just return anyway. I'm like one of those bad guys from Friday the 13th or something, man. I can't be killed. Not forever.
Yeah, go back to nose tackling.
Yeah, listen, those days are over for me. I closed that chapter long ago.
Too funny, man.
Listen, I got to go to work, man. I just stopped by to say hi.
All right.
I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
All right, later. Thank the Lord. So Ancient Traveler, what time? How much time you got? I guess not enough. Damn, I thought this was going to be hopping tonight, man. I'm sitting here by myself. Some bitch.
Does seem quiet for Saturday.
Yeah, they left me in there all by me onesie. I can't even control this room. I'm not a mod. Fucking guys.
What do you guys what do you guys think about measuring distances using triangles?
Using triangles? Yeah. How the hell are you going to have a triangle on a globe tard?
It doesn't necessarily matter because you're doing it on a flat plane regardless if it's a globe or it's a flat earth. Just saying.
You don't have any flat planes on a globe.
Well, you do.
No, you don't. They're antithetical to each other.
Well, whether or not they're actually real like flat planes, you're still going to be on a 2D platform.
They're not going to be on a globe. A sphere has.
I didn't say anything about a fucking globe, dude. I just said, can you,
What?
you? Didn't say anything about a globe. I said, can you measure distances using triangles?
Can well measure this? Yeah, but not on a globe. You can't.
Well, you can on like a flat. You can be a triangle Earth model, and you can still fucking measure
a triangle Earth model. What's a model?
Okay, you want to just like defeat my language and say like what's
no? It's not defeating your language. It's being precise because people throw around model like it's fucking sugar cane.
Okay, so if I took any shape and I said that was the Earth, that would be my model of the shape of the Earth. Given
no, it wouldn't. Yes, like I said. Okay, fair enough.
How not? How not?
How not? What do you mean? Like a runway model, a airplane model, a computer model? What do you mean?
Oh, you want to specify like the type?
Want to be hyper specific? Yes.
Bit disingenuous though, isn't it? Because
it's not disingenuous.
It is.
Listen, dumb fuck. Listen, dumb fuck. Listen.
Stop using ad homs. I haven't even got package.
It's not an ad hom. You're a fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. My God, these people are fucking retarded. And you leave me in here. And I'm not a mod? Ancient Traveler, are you still here? Because when you leave, I'm fucking leaving. I'm not dealing with this shit. Ancient Traveler, you still here?
Yeah, I had it muted on accident. No, I was cracking up. They're not making any sense.
No. And I'm not a mod. I cannot control them. They're out of control. I'm not fucking dealing with it. I'm not. I'll fucking leave.
It sure is entertaining when you do.
Yeah, I'm not putting up with fucking retards, man. I'm not going to do it. I had enough of that. Go back to 2016. I did it for fucking 2.5 years. Buy me onesie. And I'm not, it's getting late in the game for me to be dealing with fucking retards. I'll deal with them for a few seconds to destroy them, but then they have to stop and get fucking booted. Because I'm not dealing with that. Not going to do it.
I mean, all they need to know is an angle is 2 straight lines. That's it. It's so easy. There's nothing to argue.
They'll argue. They're so retarded. It's like beyond clinical level Dunning-Kruger. It's beyond my fucking scope.
Probably a big aspect of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, it's a lot more than that. It's like fucking retard. I'll be getting in contact with you. All right?
Please.
Yeah, I will. I know talent when I hear it. And I don't let it go by the wayside. So, when's your fight starting?
Should be starting now soon.
All right, man.
Downloading it right now.
I'm gonna take off, but just keep a weather ear out. All right?
Oh yeah, definitely. All right. It was
All
a
right,
pleasure.
brother. Yep.
Have a good
mine
night.
too. Yep.
Thank you. Take care.
Quantum's an undercover global, let's be honest.
Good try.
Good night, dude.
Sheesh.
Fuck the triangles have to do with a globe. I don't understand. Just got shat on for saying like triangles outside of a globe model. Crazy.
You can't have a triangle on a
said-
sphere.
I said, I said, what the fuck does it have to do with a globe?
You're talking about navigating? We navigate on a globe or on a flat plane?
No, I said, can we measure distances using triangles on a flat plane, irregardless, use a 2D model to measure a distance? Got nothing to do with a circle or a globe or a sphere.
Yeah, it's triangulation, isn't it?
Fuck does that have to do with a globe?
I don't know. Maybe he just assumed you were someone arguing for a globe.
But that's why I'm not retarded.
It's all right. Don't take it personal.
The ad homs fly quickly in here when you state a case. And I do state a case, I mean say anything. I wasn't having an argument,
Yeah.
so like, I think about this idea. So even if you believed in a globe model, if I was going to take 3 points of elevation and then measure the distance between them because of that you know what a triangle is, you know how angles work, you have to add up to a certain thing to get a certain distance. Irregardless of it being a globe, you're going to use that on a flat model. So if you have a flat Earth, a triangle one, or a circle one, clearly we all know this, right? You use 3 points to determine a distance. You're still going to do that on a flat model. The only way it'd turn into like a globe model is if you're going to take the points of elevation and then measure the distance in the degree of the height between them to differentiate how high these points are. The fuck does that have to do with a globe? It doesn't.
Nothing.
No, not at all. You want to talk about like parallax or something, that's something that's different. There you go. Hope you guys have a good night. It triggered me for no reason because I wasn't talking about a fucking globe.
Talking about a horizontal fucking line. Globes don't exist. Unless they're plastic. Sticker balls that are hollow. What's the densest part of the center of the globe? What's the center of mass on a globe?
So you're asking, what is the center of the resistance to acceleration on a globe?
Where's the North Pole? I want to see that bad boy spinning. They should have the North Pole merry-go-round, where you just sit on the metal thing while it's tilted at 23 degrees, and the Earth is spinning, and the thing just sits there while the Earth spins underneath it. North Pole Coriolis merry-go-round. You know what I'm talking about? Just put some bearings, get
That's
a big,
the one.
big spinner.
That's the one where you sit on it, it's spinning, and you can like vape into the air, and then the cloud just moves with you in a circle, right?
No, this is it's a merry-go-round. Put some ball bearings in the center on the North Pole. You just get on it and ride around. You can vape if you want to.
Yeah,
It's
but
your
then the
party.
interesting is that the vape smoke will move in around with you. It doesn't go behind you. There's no inertial, non-inertial reference frame when you're on that.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't think you're going to go anywhere. You're just going to sit still. So, I mean,
Yeah, no,
in
I was
reality,
going
yeah,
down
in
there.
reality, yeah. We're just looking for it to spin. Yeah, I wish your vape smoke would start spinning.
Yeah, exactly. There's no Coriolis when you're on that merry-go-round.
Well, no, you shouldn't be having the vape. Put a cigarette on the pole. And then while you're sitting on the thing, you watch the pole spin while you're sitting there, and the pole will make a trail of smoke with the cigarette stuck to it. That's what you'd be looking for. You on the merry-go-round would just be sitting there, and the bearings would just ride and just let it freely spin the pole of Earth. You understand what I'm saying? So you would just stay where you're at like a counterbalance, and then the North Pole would spin while you're sitting there, 15 degrees per hour.
That checks out.
What I'm talking about, cuz. Just saying, South Pole too. But that's tilted at 66 degrees. How the hell is 23 degrees one way, 66 degrees the other? What the fuck? That's funny. It should both be like 23. And a matter of fact, a diagonal line. I don't know, man. They can imagine a diagonal line through the center of Earth, but they can't imagine a 15-foot diagonal cord line through the water under the boat, surface to surface. Kind of a tardards are we talking about here?
Yeah.
On an axle.
Bro, did you see the new three blue, one brown video on the globe being around with Terrence Tao? They use the declination of the horizon to measure and demonstrate the curvature and make a prediction about the radius. Those within 1% accuracy. That's pretty cool. And this was hundreds of years ago. Hundreds and hundreds, maybe even over 1,000 of years ago. Very cool. Because the horizon does curve, and you can see it when you're on a mountain. But if it's just easy go. The next solution should involve flat earthers going on a mountain. They should go up on the mountain and they should see if they can reproduce the result of the declination. And if they can, I think they have to become globe earthers.
No, the horizon is completely horizontal, dude.
Not on a mountain, dude. It's not. Terrence Tao says so.
Terrence who?
Terrence Tao is the most famous and eminent mathematician alive today.
Never heard of him. But the horizon's completely horizontal when you're on a mountain or you're at sea level or when you're in an airplane.
No, what Terrence Tao says. You know, Terrence Tao has a Erdos number of 0. What's yours?
No, I don't care. 69.
That's terrible, dude. Even I have a better one.
Well, I don't care. But it's horizontal, right? The horizon? It's not. It doesn't dupe or stoop.
So I think you need to understand there's a difference between horizontal and the horizon. Horizontal is an adjective, meaning to be level, maybe 0 degrees of inclination. The horizon is where the ground meets the sky, and it's not level, it's not straight, it's not 0 degrees, it's curved, especially on mountains. And that's what Terrence Tao says as well. And Terrence Tao is cool.
Okay. So they got a fisheye lens photo from a mountain of the...
No, they literally went on the mountain and used their own 2 eyes, dude. Also, if it were just a fisheye lens, then you could just rotate the camera, and that would reveal the distortion.
But there's no curve from a plane or from 100,000 feet in a, one of those weather balloons.
You've been up there in a weather balloon?
Seen the footage.
You trust that footage? Really?
Yeah, that's fuck.
Yeah,
that
come on,
shit's
dude.
cool.
Come on, dude. You don't trust that.
I don't want your Kenneth dude or whatever his name is, but putting a little.
I the video on Snapchat. You should watch it. Watch it. Terrence Tao is a G, by the way. He's the most famous mathematician alive. Absolute chad.
Math sucks, man. Math's
He's
not
probably
reality,
putting a few $1 billion worth of value. Dude, every single paper he releases where it solves unsolved problems, just revolutions happen. Bro is a walking computer.
Walking computer, okay.
You seen his Wikipedia page? Dude solves unsolvable problems for lunch, and then for dinner he just publishes bombshell papers.
Does he help people who can't walk? Or does he just make computers walk?
I don't think we could have modern AI without the mathematical contributions of Terrence Tao. I think ChatGPT is because of Terrence Tao.
Well,
here's your Wikipedia page. The Chad.
I think it's a bit dodgy. ChatGPT.
No, I want to redo the. No, I love GPT. No, I think it's cool.
You really?
Wait, did he measure Earth curve on a chalkboard?
This is Baruni.
What?
Al-Biruni. The name is Al-Biruni.
Al-Biruni measured Earth curve on a chalkboard.
No. Al-Biruni went to the top of a mountain and he measured the declination.
Oh, yeah. He measured the Earth flat. Yeah.
No, he measured it to be curved, and he used that. And the curvature estimate was within 1%.
Again? How did he get the height of the mountain again?
There was geologic surveying data that was even available back then. It's not that hard. You can just drop a stick, drop a rope.
Yeah, he didn't use a flat line, did he?
a flat line for? I mean, the horizon's not flat. I think you're confused.
No, to get the height of the mountain.
Well, you mean it's well under, so you can just like measure the air pressure, and that's a good estimate.
Yeah, that's not what he did, though, is it?
Well, I mean, his measurements are still there. So, like, even if he measured the wrong height, we could use. No, I mean, he measured a declination. We can use our own geologic data.
Measured it.
Do you think we know how tall mountains are?
Earth. Yeah.
Wait, Tiba, do you think we know how tall mountains are?
Yeah, he measured the height of the mountain using flat Earth. Yeah.
You think he's wrong about the height of the mountain? I thought we could check that. Like, we can just check his estimate of the height of the mountain. Do you think it's
flat
wrong?
Earth. Using flat Earth.
Well, no, it's a round Earth. I mean, he just proved it. He proved it's round.
Oh, so he used flat Earth to measure the Earth round.
No, he used the round Earth to prove the round Earth, because that's how the round Earth works.
Yeah, how did he measure the height of the mountain again?
It was standard geologic surveying data that was validated in the current day.
Bullshit, bro.
What do you mean? You don't think we knew how tall mountains were back in the day?
Survey data.
When do you think the first topological map was released? When do you think the first topological map was released?
Geological survey data that Alberuni posted. The geological survey data that Alberuni used.
Do you think Alberuni used the wrong number?
Go use it. Show it. Put it in the chat.
Do you think Alberuni used the wrong number? T-Dub,
put the geological survey data
do you disagree with anything I just said, T-Dub?
For the height of the mountain.
Do you disagree with anything I just said, T-Dub?
Do it. Do it.
Do you disagree with anything I just said, T-Dub?
Can you? Because
you don't disagree with anything I said, T-Dub. That means you lose.
You are just full of shit. Spitting out garbage bullshit. Making up shit.
Post your data, Roy.
I mean, there's an issue here. Because like either it's the case that Alberuni used the wrong number, in which case we could...
Nah, the issue is quite a simple one. You were asked to post your data, and you're failing to do so. So please post your data. That's it.
I mean, I just trust Terrence Tao. I mean, Terrence Tao's a chat, but I'm sure you could...
I know you just... Yeah,
you don't know who Terrence Tao is, Andy? Of all people?
I watched this video.
And, you did? You're also a fan?
No. He proved that a smart person can be pretty stupid.
Terrence Tao is like the most eminent mathematician in the world, alive today.
Yeah, well, he forgot like some of his mathematics or something.
But you're living.
Okay, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. His eclipse. The Earth. Aristotle showed that the Earth's shadow projects a circle on the moon, and then he showed his little diagram, right? And then they showed a graphic of a light source in a sphere getting projected on a flat surface. Now, a sphere isn't going to cast a round shadow on a curved surface. Now, is it?
I figured out how you calculate the mountain.
Answer my question. Is a sphere going to cast a round shadow on a curved surface?
Round? You define round? You mean like, is there a projection of the? Is there like a 2D projection of the shadow of a sphere on a curved surface that appears with a right angle?
Yeah, so it'll be a circle, right? But if that projection of the circle is passing over a curved surface, it'll get distorted. Just like if you have a shadow of say, a street sign, and it gets projected onto a set of stairs, it isn't going to be a line on the set of stairs. It's going to look like a jagged. It's going to look like zigzagged, right?
The problem here is that the angle of dispersion is about 0 degrees, right? So there's not actually an
angle of dispersion.
Yes. If you think about like the two parallel sun rays, you're
just like making up words now.
No, it's a word. If you think about like
I know
two
it's a
sun
word,
rays,
but it has no application in this context.
No, it does. It has to deal with the angle between two sun rays. If you pick two random sun rays, they're going to be parallel to each other.
Yeah, but we're talking about the shadow, dude.
Right, so it's
the
an
shadow getting projected onto a surface.
Sure, but it's an orthographic projection because of the parallel sun rays. And because of that, we're going to expect a circle, to see a circle.
Yeah, cool, but not onto a curved surface. What if the moon was...
It doesn't matter because it's orthogonal.
What if the moon was a set of stairs? Would it be a circle?
Yes.
Oh, you're a retard.
Because the Earth itself is blocking it, and we're from the angle of the Earth, so it's going to be straight on parallel. Listen, if you put listen, If you put a penny in front of your eye, it's still going to look like a penny.
I must protect my God, even though my God is wrong, dude. Super simple, dude. This is a super simple
your
thing.
flashlight in front of your face.
So if you have the shadow, the red shadow of the moon, right?
Those are
as
basic
that shadow
geometry, dude.
crosses the center line, right? On one side of that center line, the surface is curved in one direction. On the other side, it's curved in the other direction. It can't maintain its form because it's going to form an S because the shadow is going to be going in different directions.
Dude, this is how Plato's cave works. This is how the cave works. When you do like little hand shadows in front of a projector, it preserves them.
Okay. Sorry, dude.
Dude, get a projector, do hand shadows. You'll notice they can still be visible even if you're projecting on a surface.
Kepler wrong. So he needs to go take a history class because he got his rendition of what Kepler did completely wrong. Okay, completely. Historically wrong. Okay, Kepler faked his data. It's well known. It's a published book about it. It was even on the freaking cover of the New York Times. Johannes Kepler faked his data.
Powerful. Anyway, I figured out how to measure the mountaintop. He got 2 points at sea level, and then he measured the distance between those 2 points at sea level, and then he measured the angle between the plane and the top of the mountain for both points, and then he was able to use trigonometry to get the height of the mountain using the tangent function. Then he used the declination on the mountain to compute the radius of the Earth, or rather the curvature he saw. And that curvature is powerful because it shows the Earth isn't flat.
Curvature is powerful, dude. You sound just... Look, dude, we're not buying what you're selling, dude.
Well, anyway, here's the deal. I think the flat earthers should go to the top of Alberuni's mountain and do the measurement themselves.
Yeah, why? And measure to what? The apparent horizon, dude? What would we do that for?
Yeah, they should look at the curvature they see, right? Measure the declination of the horizon.
That they see?
Yes, measure the declination of the horizon on the mountain, and then use the height of the mountain to compute the curvature.
Great, so the horizon's physical again?
The horizon is physical again? What do you mean? The horizon that we see?
Yeah, so yesterday it wasn't physical. Is the horizon,
the horizon is where the ground meets the sky, but where the ground meets the sky depends on where you're looking, depends on your perspective. So from the perspective of a mountain, the ground's curvature is going to be apparent, and you're going to see that by the declination of the horizon. And I think flat earthers should go to the top of the same mountain in Italy and measure the declination and use the established height to compute the curvature. I think they should do that.
Yeah, you can try and sell that, but so when I go do the Black Swan and we do that observation, is the horizon physical there?
Is the horizon... So the horizon is where the ground meets the sky. Does that help you?
Yeah, so is the horizon physical in the Black Swan photos?
So the horizon is a visual phenomenon of the photons hitting your retina. Does that help you?
Yeah. So is it physical? Is that the
photons physical? Like, do they have like
Black Swan?
Does light have mass?
So what if I did the Alberuni thing at the Black Swan? If I measured the horizon dip, would that give me an accurate globe size? Can I measure it from there?
From where?
The Black Swan, 1 foot above sea level. Can I measure the horizon dip from there?
If you had enough like sensitivity and specificity in your measurement, why not? But I think it'd be hard.
Because that would be a ball that's at 300,000 miles in radius, dude.
Well, no, I think it'd be hard because you have to do over many different... It'd be really hard because the effect size is so small.
Is that what Alberuni did?
Well, that's why you went on the top of the mountain, because if you went on the mountain, the effect size is much larger, and therefore there's less measurement error.
No, there'll be more measurement error because there's something called unequal refraction error, right? So you're looking through the gradient of the air at an angle. It's colder.
What you're saying is the Alberuni measurement was
at the ground, right? So you're looking at a 45
the horizon would curve.
Angle. You're going to have. Don't interrupt me. You're going to have more refraction error looking at an angle than looking horizontally.
He's still looking dead on.
Okay, so your line of sight, looking from the mountaintop to the sea, right? That you're going to have the light is going to go through more of a gradient than if you're looking horizontally.
So what you're saying is that the horizon will still have declination, the horizon will still be bent, the horizon's not
that's
flat.
A cool story, bro.
But it's because of
physical.
So but it's still curved, correct?
And there's nothing you can do about it. Sorry.
It's still bent though, right? It's still curved and wonky, right?
As a metric. You can't use the horizon as a spatial metric. I think it moves around.
Well,
it's not physical.
What causes refraction?
What do you mean? What causes it?
Yeah, what causes refraction?
Like light slows down in the medium.
In a medium?
Technically, as the light passes through a medium, it polarizes the medium, which also creates an electric field. So there's a result. There's a induced field, and then there's the field of electromagnetic radiation, and then together they partially cancel each other out and augment each other, and it causes the speed of light to slow down in the medium. Technically, it's related to the permittivity, the magnetic permeability, and electric permeability of the medium, and how polarizable the freaking atoms are. If you really want to know the cause of it, okay, so that's the cause.
Indy, what's an IOR?
Is that not what you wanted to hear? Or you
Indy, what's an IOR?
Density causes flow from reflection.
Indy, what's an IOR?
Not density, dude. So there's
What's
something
an
called
IOR,
optical
Indy?
density, Ree. There's something called optical density, Ree. It's not matter per unit volume. So we figure out the refractive. Hold on. We figure out the refractive index from Maxwell's equations, and in those equations, there's no matter per unit volume.
Yeah, what's an IOR, Indy?
Who fucking gives a shit, dude? What's that guy doing?
Index of refraction. You don't even know the basics, Indy.
Hey, Indy.
Yeah.
I think that this is the smartest group of people on the entire server.
Well, that isn't saying much. The server's pretty low tier. I don't like lurking in the live stream for like hours waiting for someone to say something stupid.
Are you a flat earther, Indy?
Oh, of course. Why?
I'm just curious.
Aren't you?
Yeah, I hate the globetrotters.
I mean, the funny thing about globetrotters is they think they know the Earth is a globe, and they don't. And when pressed, they can't tell us how they know it. They'll tell us how somebody else knows it, but they can't say how they know it.
Is Ray globetrotting?
Yeah, he's a total fucking globetard.
That's very concerning.
I think he's a communications major, son, because he tries to come in here and pitch the globe like a used car salesman every day.
When did he become a flat earther, Indy?
Me? I don't know. 2018, 2017, somewhere in there. I mean, I always was, but like I was like everybody else. I believed the bullshit, right?
Oh, definitely.
I never really thought about it. I just assumed it was true.
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes sense, because it's a story made for children. Literally, a story made for children. But it's funny that children don't believe it until adults tell them repeatedly that you're stupid if you don't believe it.
Wait, can we ask Rhea a question?
Yeah, did he DM you or something? Because you're not a flat earther, so you might as well stop the LARPing.
Wait, I'm not?
You're not.
Well, I had a
It's
question
easy
for
to
Ray.
tell, because I can tell you're freaking mentally defective.
My bad.
You're bad for being mentally defective.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
you don't
my
have to
fault.
apologize for it. Your parents should be apologizing.
Yeah. Wait, but how do you know that I'm not like a flat earther, though?
It's easy to tell.
Easy to tell.
Yeah, see, flat earthers base what they think on what they can prove, empirical knowledge, right? Logic, reason, things like that. Now, there's a certain mindset among Clovers that they, how can I put it? Okay, so they think that the globe is supported by science, reason, logic, common sense, all these things. They think that,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not. No one. I've asked hundreds of Glovers. Okay, if the globe is founded on logic, Give us the logical syllogism that supports the globe.
Oh, that's
Can't do it.
That's a good question. I like that.
Well, they can't even form. They don't even have a starting place.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Like, there's no starting place because there's no. Well, I mean, you don't see the Earth as a globe, right? You don't feel yourself spinning. So where's your starting place?
That is a good point. I gotta be honest, man.
So you automatically have to start with an assumption. You have to assume the Earth is a globe, then affirm the consequent. If the Earth was a globe, if I assume the Earth is a globe, I expect XYZ to happen. XYZ happens, therefore the Earth's a globe. So that's affirming the consequent. Right? We don't have to do that because there's qualities to a flat Earth. You can just go out and observe it. You don't have to assume anything. You can just say, well, you just sense it, right? You just, hey, looks flat. You don't have to even go beyond that. There's other people that come along and say, oh, looks flat. Oh, why do you trust your senses? Why does it, like, how can you just believe it looks flat? Maybe it's not. You should question whether it actually is flat. You should look in the sky and imagine that it's actually a ball. That's literally the arguments we hear.
Do you think that Trump knows that it's flat?
No.
Really? Even the president doesn't know? Okay.
No, most people don't know.
Mm.
The vast. How would they know?
Well, it seems like a pretty important.
Think about it. How would you know? How would you know for 100% the Earth is a globe? What would that primary knowledge be?
What would that primary knowledge be?
Yeah, what would it be? What would it look like? I know the Earth's a globe because I have this primary knowledge.
No, I told you I think the Earth is flat, man. Come on.
No, I'm just talking about for anybody, not you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for anyone?
How would anybody in the world, how would they say, I have this primary knowledge, I know the Earth's a globe?
Oh, they probably couldn't because they're a bunch of idiots. Unlike flat earthers, right?
Well, nobody could.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Saying I saw it on TV, that's not primary knowledge. Saying some scientist figured it out, that's not primary knowledge. Right? None of that stuff. You don't experience it with your senses, so you don't have that primary knowledge. Can't go in a plane, you can't see, like, a plane doesn't go high enough to see curve in the ball. That's not primary. So that's not primary knowledge. You could try to construct a globe from observation of the natural world, but there's always alternative hypothesis from which your interpretation of your data, right? You just say, hey, I see this. I'm going to make this fit into a globe, right? So again, affirming the consequent, which is a mental construct, which isn't knowledge, right? You're just believing something. So the only people that even claim to have primary knowledge, people that say, I know the Earth's a globe because I experienced Earth as a globe, are who? People that claim they went to the moon. That's it.
Do you think that
those people, just those, 27 people.
Are those people lying about the Earth being flat? Or globe, I mean?
Oh, yeah. They're lying about going to the moon. They're lying about all of that shit.
Oh, they didn't go to the moon?
Nobody went to the moon.
Well, how do you know? Like, do you have primary knowledge?
You know, have you ever seen the video of them faking faking like a crescent moon? A crescent Earth, rather?
I don't know, man. It just looks like you don't have primary knowledge on this. Do you have primary knowledge?
They darkened. Okay. Well, I mean, we know for certain that they did this trick, right? It was something funny. It was in a documentary called "Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon." So they accidentally released film, right? Someone FOIA'd film from. I think they wanted film from them doing. What do you call it? Training, like they did like some sort of training, like they were on the moon, like spacesuits.
You mean for Mars?
No. For the moon, they did training, right? So they dressed up in the spacesuits and they waddled around the frickin' Arizona desert, whatever. But within that film, they got a reel that showed them blocking out the window with a piece of paper to make it look like they were far away from the Earth, and they had blacked out the entire interior and backed the camera up so the Earth is filling the entire window. So what they did was, when it's all black, they took a piece of paper and made it look like it was a crescent Earth, and that they were filming it from like far away.
But isn't
and then they take the piece of paper away, turn the lights on, and you can see what they were doing the whole time. Now, this isn't debatable whether they did this. They definitely did it. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Now the question is why they did it. That's the question. Why did they do it?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they even fake anything? But I mean, it's easy to prove the moon landing's fake. It's not even a problem. It's fucking trivial.
Wait, do you have primary knowledge?
Huh?
Do you have primary knowledge?
What'd you say? Primary knowledge of what?
The moon landing being fake?
Well, I have primary knowledge the shit they put out with can't possibly be fucking authentic.
Sounds like you don't have primary knowledge, like buddy. Come on.
Well, I have primary knowledge that the stuff they put out can't possibly be authentic if they went to the moon.
Oh, really?
Okay, so I'll give you an example. It's a picture, it's a photograph of one astronaut taking a picture of the other astronaut, and you can see the astronaut that's taking the picture in the visor, his reflection in the visor of the spacesuit. Okay, that's not the important part. The important part is if you zoom in on the visor, you can see the shadow of one of the legs of the lunar lander go between his legs, out back behind him, out the other side, but the shadow doesn't fall on his body. Now, that's physically impossible. Now, when you show me a picture and you say you took this on the moon and it shows something that's physically impossible, I don't have to believe any other fucking thing you said. But think about this. Go find a street sign, 10-foot street sign, okay? Straddle the shadow so that the shadow goes between your legs and that the shadow goes out up behind your head so that someone in front of you can see the shadow over your head, like go between your legs and over your head, and try to get it not to touch your body. Good luck, dude. You think you can have a shadow go between your legs and not touch your body?
You're making some good points here, man. I feel I'm pretty educated.
Well, I mean, you can go download the snapshot. It's a pretty famous photograph. I mean, people have pointed out other problems with the photographs, that particular photograph, because Neil Armstrong would have had to have been 10 feet fucking tall and shit like that because the cameras were on their were strapped to their chest. They didn't hold them up to their eye. So, the astronauts, his eye level is at the camera's eye level, but if the camera's on the dude's chest, then, that means he's, fucking 10 feet tall, or the other dude's 3 feet tall. I mean, that was just one problem, that photo. But they could be on the slope. You can come up with all sorts of rationalizations on why that happened. There's no way you can explain away or show that it's physically possible that you can have a shadow go between your legs out the other side and not touch your body. It's not possible. Anyway, the point is that 27 people that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, and that's it. Everybody else is a believer. Even if they told the truth, they'd still all be believers. It's not debatable. It's not even disputable. Fucking failed.
So did the other one.
Dude, that Terrence Tao guy, I think he was a child prodigy and shit, and they had him on TV, and he won a youngest person to ever win a Fields medal, and he's in academia and sucks his cock, right? Because he's a brilliant mathematician. So I get the video I get the video in my recommended 3 brown 1 blue. I watch a few of his videos. He does these graphical animations of math concepts. So I start watching this Terrence Tao dude, And he's talking about, even though they didn't put flat Earth in the title, dude is like talking about like the globe and shit, and like proving the globe and how it was Kepler. What Kepler did was brilliant. And I'm watching, I'm like, this dude sounds like a fucking retard globey that we get in the Discord all the time, dude. Like, this is supposed to be a fucking academic genius. And he brought up Eratosthenes. This time it was a well in a stick matrix. So it wasn't 2 sticks, it was a well on a stick. So, you know what I mean? It's like all these guys are the same. They all heard the same stories. It's so silly to me. And Ree's like, Terrence Tao, he must know what he's talking about. Slurp, slurp, slurp. It's like, get off your knees, Ree, dude. He was fucking up left and right.
Yeah, Ree's still got the same methodology. Comes in here, throws a few big words around, and then whilst you're trying to answer the first one, talks through you, puts a few more big words in there. Then when you try to answer the second one, talks through you again, questions why you haven't answered the first one, tries to prove the world is a mathematical construct whilst talking through you again, and then it wonders why it gets muted. That's a pain in the ass. It's just a serial pest.
Yeah. I mean, he's good as like a foil. You know what I mean? Because we can just hoist him up by his petard, smack him around, and show everybody else like, this is one of your teammates, man. Don't be like this guy.
It's like that thing you see on in Facebook every now and then. This is Bill. Bill does this. Don't be like Bill. And there's little stick figure cartoons.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be like Ree, man. This is Ree. Ree comes in here and gets cooked. Don't be like Ree.
But you notice Ree normally does it, tries to catch people off guard, and just drops in on the back end of a conversation, which annoys me.
Well, I mean, it should tell you Ree exposed his own mindset, right? He assumed this authority, Terrence Tao, because Ree kind of puts himself off as he's like some math cultist. So Terrence Tao, I mean, he must be like a frickin' demigod to him because of winning the field, be the youngest person to win a Fields medal. Dude's like a demigod. He's like he's like royalty or something like that. So he automatically believes that what he says is factual just because of who he is. But he's talking about things he don't know nothing about. Just because he can do frickin' equations doesn't mean that he knows like the history of the globe, what was done, you know what I mean? The results of the measurements were. He's just regurgitating the same crap everybody else has read on the internet. You know, Eratosthenes, Aristotle saw the frickin' round shadow on the moon, and blah blah blah. Right? Like just the same crap that we've heard 100 times, 1,000 times.
That's what I asked him. I said,
well, I was just going to say, he thinks it's right because it came out of Terrence Tao's mouth, so it's automatically right, even though it's factually wrong.
Well, he said that. He said, I'm just going to believe Terrence because he's a Chad. That's what he literally fucking said that. Almost verbatim. And that's what I said to him too. I said, Alberuni, did he? Oh no, I said, did your mate there, Terrence? Did he measure the curvature? Because the title is he measures Earth curvature, and it shows the thumbnails of him just drawing on a chalkboard. So I said, did he measure it on a chalkboard? And he's, oh no, that was Alberuni. I'm like, oh okay, what did he do? And then after you and him had a bit, then he went ahead and explained how Alberuni got the height of the mountain, and was describing how he had to use a plane.
Yeah, I know. I forgot about that problem. He didn't assume a curved surface when he measured the height of the mountain.
Now that's a name I've never seen before. Welcome, Gummy Worms.
Hey, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Oh, I'm having a pretty relaxed afternoon. What's your take on the server topic?
Flat Earth. Well, do you want me to be nice, or do you want me to give my wholehearted opinion?
Well, we prefer
We want to have
factual stuff, but
Well, I think it's a little silly. I'm in here to hear takes. I believe in the round earth. But I'm willing to hear, theories and conspiracies.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
How do you know the Earth is a globe? Keyword being no.
Well,
if you only believe it, then that's fine. I mean, like, some people think they know it's a globe, and they don't recognize it as a belief.
People tell me, like the authorities, so I guess I'll just believe them. Scientists.
Okay, at least that's honest. Well, we've talked to those scientists. They say the same thing you do, which surprises a lot of you guys. You guys are like, oh, the magic science guy, he knows that the Earth's a globe, and then we're like, okay, I'll go talk to magic science guy. And then magic science guy tells me, oh, there's some third magic science guy that knows the Earth is a globe. I trust him. And then we go talk to him, and then he don't know anything, and so on and so forth. We were just talking about this before you came in here. So there was another guy in here before you. So there's a guy named Terence Tao. He was a child prodigy. He won the Fields Medal for mathematics at the youngest age. Teaches at universities, professors, like, mathematical genius, whatever. So recently, like yesterday, he did a video, and it wasn't directly about flat Earth, but he goes through all these things about how do we know the Earth is a globe, and he does all these calculations and measurements. Well, calculations, no measurements. And he made a bunch of factual errors. Now, people will go, oh, fucking, what do you know? You're just some internet Discord fucking retard on NVC. No, they're factual errors. They're easily provable factual errors. Said things like Kepler used this data to figure out orbits, which is known that Kepler faked all this data. There's an entire New York front page fucking article about it. I mean, back in the 90s, like in 1991. So Eratosthenes that he measured a stick in a freaking well and measured the shadows on the Earth and figured out the circumference of the Earth. Well, it wasn't a stick in a well. It probably never happened. That's what the historians say. They looked into whether this dude even existed. Like, this guy probably was never. So this guy, he's top echelon, quote unquote, mathematician. When I say top, I'm talking like one of the top 20 in the world as far as mathematicians. And he's sitting there saying all these things. He doesn't know either. That's the point, is that most people, they've accepted it when they were a child. Hey, the Earth's the globe. Okay, I accept that. And that's it. That's where their investigation ends. They never think about it again. Us, on the other hand, we're like, okay, let's check that shit. They said the Earth is a globe. We're going to go check. And it don't check out. It really just don't check out.
Why would they lie? That's like, okay, let's forget the facts and whatnot. Just lie.
But you're not really paying attention. You're not paying attention because I said most people don't know. And if they don't know, they're not lying. They believe it to be true. And
but what about the people who? What about the people who know it's flat?
Which people?
What?
I don't know. I assume you know.
Who would know? Well, that's why I also asked that. Who would know 100%?
That's us. Yeah, that's us. We're not lying.
I mean, the elite, I guess.
Well, think about who claims to have the primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe, right? So that would be the Apollo astronauts. They say they saw the Earth as a globe when they flew to the moon, right? Other than that, there's nobody. So the ISS, even people that claim they went to the ISS, right? That they only see 3% of the Earth from there. So the only people that would know positively, primary knowledge, would be the Apollo astronauts, 27 people. If you believe the moon landing, which is phonier than a fucking $3 bill.
Well, why wouldn't the Soviets say something if America faked the moon land? Why wouldn't the Soviets be like, yo,
they have.
Fuck.
They have, dude. They have. They have. They have, dude. Just like about 2 years ago, the person that's the head of the Soviet space program said that they faked the moon landing, and they had a symposium, and there was they had some scientists talking to Vladimir Putin and said, we had an AI program that goes over photographs and it showed that all the Apollo photographs are fake. So they have said things. Like they don't report it in Western press. You think the Western press is going to go, the Russians say we faked the moon landing. People go, whoa, what? I got to check that out. They're not going to tell us what the Russians say. The Russians denied there was ever a space race. That's like Western media shit. They weren't in the Soviet Union going, there's a space race with America. They don't give a shit about us, dude. And the West are a bunch of narcissists, in case you haven't figured out. When I say the West, I mean, America, Europe, fucking all that, Australia. Sorry, guys, I'm dragging you in here. Australia, New Zealand.
No, I got no problem being the 52nd state of the US. It's great.
But it's like the West, man. You guys are so far not the West. Like, but that's how we designate Western civilization. But you guys ain't West of, like, what are you West of? New Zealand? West of frickin' South America?
West of the old world.
For all those New Zealanders out there, it's just East Bondi.
Oh my God!
Anyway, the only point I'm not trying to convince you. So got me wrong, I'm not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We don't do that here. We don't want to just like run around brainwashing people and just being like the replacement. Oh, the globe brainwashed you. Let's brainwash you better.
Skepticism in government. It's always healthy to be skeptic,
I mean, if you really think about who would have to know, if you think about it like that, like who would have to know and who would have to be lying, it's actually a very small group of people.
Why? Like, if this was true, like, why? I don't get it.
They were wrong, and they don't want to tell. They don't want to admit it. You got to remember, they listen. And there's a guy. He was an artist for NASA, and he actually has a comedy skit, which is pretty good. But he sums it up this way, and this is probably the best argument, that everybody agreed that the Earth was a globe back, during the times of Copernicus. But it took them till 1969 to verify what everybody agreed upon 400 years before. Now imagine if they were wrong. The powers that be been telling everybody Earth's a globe, Earth's a globe, Earth's a globe, Earth's a globe, Earth's a globe. And then they fly up in their little rocket ship and they go, fuck, Earth is not a globe. Think they're going to come back down and tell everybody? Oh shit, we were wrong? Fuck, dude, we've been fucking up for 400 years and we're the guys in charge? Dude, that would not be good. That would not be a good situation. People would hang. People would burn. Dude, it would be freaking pandemonium. Yeah, Neil Armstrong lands and he's like, we thought it was a globe, we were wrong.
So was the moon flat? Like, are other celestial bodies flat? Or do other celestial bodies not exist?
No, they don't have anything to do with the Earth. So, let me explain something. I just said back to Copernicus? So you just brought something up that goes back to Copernicus. It's called, and you have it even though you don't even know you have it. There's something called the Copernican principle, and that states that the Earth is not unique, that it's just like everything else. So when you say, is the moon flat, is the sun flat, you think the Earth is like those things.
Yeah.
You're presupposing it, that all that shit's the same. Earth's just like the planets, just like the moon, just like the stars. It's all the same shit. But that goes back to Copernicus too, that idea. It's called the Copernican principle. We don't think that. We think the Earth is unique. We don't think the sun, moon, planets, stars dictates what the Earth is. Because the Earth seems pretty unique, you'd have to say. It ain't like nothing else. Yeah, well, the whole point is that like this, the idea of the globe. It's so ingrained into people's minds that it like, and that's kind of why we're here, because no one questions it. But it's like the foundation of how they even think about the world in general.
Yeah, it's like a circle.
I mean, it's like a foundational. It's a foundational idea from which every other idea gets bounced against. I mean, I kind of give you the philosophical viewpoint more than like the evidence, because like our viewpoint is not based upon skepticism.
Dude, I wish the Earth was flat. Not gonna lie, I really do. I wish, like,
you don't have
I
to
wish I could believe in something that was bigger than me, but sadly, I don't.
Hey, Gummy.
Well, that's the funny thing is you don't have to believe in it because it's not based upon belief. See, like this is like people get this idea that it's flat globe, that it's just like two equal things, right? That when you just say flat Earth versus globe Earth, it's just like the evidence for one versus the evidence. It's just like an equal thing, where they're actually not equal. So I'll give you an example. No one experienced the Earth as a globe. You don't go outside and go, look at that giant globe. Oh, look at how curvy it is. You also don't feel the Earth in motion, right? So the fundamental ideas of like the solar system and the Earth being a ball, you don't experience those. But if you go outside, the Earth looks flat and it seems motionless, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to believe that. All you have to believe is that's what reality really is, right? Yeah, it's not the Earth is not an optical illusion. It looks flat because it is flat. It doesn't look flat because I imagine I'm on a giant ball. Like it's so our we're not founded in belief, right? We're founded on experience. Like if you go to the ocean, right? The ocean looks flat, right? Like why would you think it wasn't flat? Everybody used to think the Earth was flat for a long, long time. Then some people came along and said, "I got big brains. It's a ball," and like it took hundreds of years, but eventually everybody's like, "Yes, we all agree with the ball guy." But what if ball guy's wrong? Ball guy's wrong, then like And but
So
there's philosophical
Earth
motivation.
is flat. If the Earth is flat, what does that entail? Like the divine? Is that what like you're suggesting? Like Earth is like divinely created by God to be special?
Well, that would probably entail that, yes.
I guess, yeah.
Well, it can't support the materialistic, naturalistic, physical worldview, right?
No, that
Big Bang universe, and all that crap, right? So
yeah,
that can't possibly be it.
I have a question to ask you. I don't know your theories on UFOs. Personally, I believe we're being visited. So let's just say we believe in these UFOs and extraterrestrials. Is it possible that there's stuff beyond the ice wall?
It could be.
Or do you not believe that?
I don't really believe in no ice wall.
You don't believe
as far as other beings, right? So I don't know if this sounds ridiculous. I'm going to talk about me personally. I'm not saying other flat earthers think this.
Yeah.
Me personally, I believe in there's the physical world, the corporal world that we're running around in right now. But there's also an incorporeal world. Some people call it the spirit world. You can call it interdimensional. You can call it whatever. I don't think anybody's from coming outside in this sense, outside the Earth, like far away. They came from a freaking star or another planet. But as far as like people phenomenologically experiencing beings that are non-human, that have seemingly supernatural ability, powers, or exhibit supernatural traits which seem supernatural, I think that actually happens, sure. I just don't think we're from outer space. So have I.
That's pretty interesting.
And I don't think they're coming from outer space. That's like, I don't.
I saw
You
these
say
UFO
another
videos and
astral
whatnot from
plane.
like people talking. Like a lot of people think it may be interdimensional. You see politicians talking about it, and people are like, "Do you think they're aliens?" And you're like, "We don't know." And they even say they could be interdimensional. So, yeah.
Yeah, or like our ideas when like human beings, when we think of interdimensional, I guess we think of it almost like in a mathematical sense, right? The fourth dimension, the fifth dimension, and we think like on graph paper, we're drawing a little fucking line, right? It's like it doesn't have to be like that. So in like the Indians, the Hindus believe in like planes of existence. They're all like kind of like superimposed over each other, and you could call those different dimensions. But it isn't like I'm from the 10th dimension, that like not like that, right? But it is like another dimension, kind of in a way. It's just different conceptually.
They're like on top of each other.
Yeah, they're all happening together at the same time, but like they can't like interact with each other like in a normal way. There needs to be
So,
like some bridge.
do you think like another dimension's kind of like our own, or completely different? Or do you not have a theory on that?
Well, I mean, take this for what it's worth. I've heard that the Earth is actually 5-dimensional. That our plane of existence is 5-dimensional. But we only sense the 3 dimensions. But the other 2 dimensions are present. And that's why people use things like pentagrams, right? They use pentagrams to communicate because the pentagram in the 5th dimension is you would be able to see it. So if I drew a pentagram on a plane and I was a 5th dimensional being, I could see that pentagram. It would look like not a point, but it would look like fucking like a spike or something. I mean, it's hard to like visualize, but like people have made like these 5-dimensional houses, like they call it tesseract. So like we can make things on Earth that would be, if you were a 5-dimensional being, you would be able to see and recognize. But nothing in the 5th dimension, if it passed through our 3 dimensions. So, for instance, if you had a 4-dimensional sphere come through your room right now, what it would look like to you, even though it's moving in its 4-dimensional space, but from your viewpoint as a 3-dimensional being, you would see a dot, and the dot would grow to a sphere, and then it would shrink back down to a dot. In that, it would be moving in 4-dimensional space sideways. But from your point of view, you only see it for a minute. Just like if you were in a 2D person, right? And I took a sphere and stuck it on your 2D world, it would look like a circle, right? So like you're only seeing like a portion of it. You're not seeing its true form. And this is something I got into when I was like 18, 19 years old, is that people that practice witchcraft and like the occult, they're tapping into like this 5th dimension to kind of like make things happen in the natural world. Now, this is all speculation. This is Speculation Sunday, so.
I need to be spiritual or religious. I'd be probably so much more fucking happy. Ugh.
Well, I mean, it's also a dangerous road, man. You have to think about that.
At least religious, go to church, be with a community, you know? Have people.
I mean, that's what you need. Religion's more formalized. I would, like, you know, I make a distinction between being like a theist, believing in God, and like being religious. Religious to me is formal, where you go through like the motions. You know what I mean?
No, I don't believe in God per se, like the Christian God, but I believe in a higher power, and I believe the more good you are, the closer you are to it. Something like that. Just be a good person, and then everything will be fine. That's the way I see it.
What are you, Jesus?
It's his values he taught. He taught good values.
I like the way you described all that, India, because I have this problem with people saying, things come from other dimensions. No, we've got the one reality made up of dimension, right? So it's like, so what you're saying is there's these other dimensional aspects to that single reality that we can't experience, right? So it's not like they're coming from this other world, this other realm. They're coming from this world, this reality. It's just that we don't have the organs to perceive them.
I kind of agree, but I just don't understand. If we don't have like the organs to see them, then couldn't we like feel them at least? Or like, you get what I'm saying? Like, if they're there,
I mean,
couldn't we like
people do. People do though. They've seen ghosts, right? Or they felt a chill, or like people report all sorts of things, and like in the modern world, we just discount them. There's a girl. Fuck, what's her name? She wrote a book about. She went through like the Vatican's reports and records of like that Catholic priests had turned into the Vatican about people seeing demons and ghosts and having experiences. And obviously there's a lot over, hundreds of years. And like almost all the attributes that they like report seeing is like almost identical to what people report as aliens. And this chick wrote a whole book about it. I haven't read the book, but I've seen her interviewed a couple times. So like people do report this stuff, but in the modern world, we just go, you were just hallucinating. You drank too much,
I've had personal experiences. I used to live in a house, and I always had sleep paralysis, but that's really about it. What about you?
Same. I've had sleep paralysis. Yeah.
But it was only in that one house. It was only in that one house. When I moved out, I didn't have anything. So that's what really got me believing in the spiritual.
Yeah, my last experience of that was when I was 13. I fought it. I faced it, told it to fuck off. And a voice told me that it was Satan and it had come to destroy the world. And I was like, what? And then I'm thinking to myself, that must mean there's a God. Right?
Yeah.
And then and this was a voice like not my own head. Like I know my internal dialogue, whatever, like it was different to that. It was like another entity speaking to me. Right? And then and after that it faded away. I regained my ability to move again, and it never happened again after that, which was so
That's
weird.
crazy.
And still after that I still questioned whether there was a God.
Dude, when I lived in that house, my sister's room, apparently she saw like a hand or something and a shadow and like a cape, and her cat used to always hate going in that room alone. So like, I don't know, man. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It's so hard to believe in when the whole world's telling you it's not real. It really just gets you to be like, am I crazy? You know what I mean? Like, is this like, am I just insane?
What are they telling you? They're telling you the world is only material and physical processes, right? That there's a big bang, that we evolved from chemical and physical processes, and like everything that like there's no such thing as the mind. There's the brain, right? The brain just creates the delusion that there's a mind, right? That there's no mind separate from the brain. That the brain is everything. And when I say brain, I mean the physical brain. And that there is no mind that's separate from all of that. Well, you actually can't justify that worldview because there's things that exist outside of that you can't explain with material processes. So, like, I'll give you an example. The laws of logic, where do they exist?
I don't know.
Things like truth, where does truth exist?
I couldn't tell you.
So this idea of truth as a concept, truth, where does it exist? Is it a bunch of chemical processes in the brain? Like if my brain patterns fire the right way, that's truth. It's silly, right? All that shit's silly. So that worldview that there's only biological and or physical processes, physicalism, and that explains the entire everything human beings experience. That's just it's stupid. It's an unsustainable worldview. So, but people, I guess, like that idea that are atheists, right? So that's kind of like the atheist worldview.
Yeah, but they still don't
That
have
everything
a
is just
scientific
mechanistic.
explanation, do they? They don't have a scientific explanation for consciousness.
They don't. They really don't. No one understands that shit. I heard when someone dies, apparently their body loses like weight, and they don't know why. It's something.
I've heard that. I don't know if that's ever been substantiated, though. Though I have heard that before.
Yeah, like could it be like I don't know if conscious could weigh something. I don't think it would weigh anything. I think it would be sort of ethereal, but like yeah, it's food for thought. I swear, for the last 30 minutes in this conversation, I've been playing my game trying to get a good spawn, and I still haven't got it yet. Terrible.
Meanwhile, there's another guy, and you're the character, and you're being played. Like, he's playing the game of you playing a game.
Oh Jesus! Oh, just imagine, like this character I keep just dying with. I use the same character over and over again. Just imagine if he was sentient and he just like keeps getting ripped apart like Groundhog's Day. That would be hell.
It reminds me of like on The Simpsons, and Marge goes to bar. Oh, you want to come for a ride with me on my dual bike, right? On my dual bicycle. And he's like, no, I'm playing a game, Mum. And in the game he's playing is ride a dual bicycle with your mum. That cracked me up, that scene.
These are the end times. There was no hope of survival. This is how you died. You guys ever play Project Zomboid? I highly recommend it.
Check this out, okay, for a speculation, because like you're talking about dimensions, everything. Like, what if the things in the sky, the planets and stars and all that, what if they are actually like entities, right?
Yeah.
You could consider this, whether you believe that you live inside a university, that's a ball, and inside a solar system, all that shit, right? Or whether you don't believe that, and you accept the reality that you experience of being on a flat, motionless, enclosed plane, right? What if those things in the sky are actually beings, right? But they manifest to us in a way that we don't understand, and we just think that they're like these inanimate, like lifeless objects.
I personally believe, like, you look at it and, like, life is everywhere. Like, it's everywhere. And, like, why couldn't planets just be a different form of life? I feel like this is a little different than what you're saying. You're saying they, like, perceive differently. And, I mean, that could be true, but, like planets, they have a magnetic field. They have all these things that flow through them. They have processes and whatnot, just like biological beings do. So, like, who's to say they're not living and we just can't, like, perceive that?
Well, wasn't it, some kind of philosophy, ancient Greek or something, that said that anything that moves must be alive, must have life? Inanimate objects don't move without external force, right? Like they can't move of their own volition.
Here's the thing. The thing that makes...
Bro got muted.
Yeah, because bro dropped in the middle of a conversation, which is somewhat rude. But
that is a little rude.
He'll be unmuted when yourself and T-Dub have finished conversing. That's all right.
What were we talking about? Flat Earth, shit, fucking life and whatnot. I mean, honestly, when you look at it and you go deep down to atoms, like, like an atom kind of looks like life, not too much. Then you go up, up, up. You have cells, multicellular, humans. Then you can get to planets, and you can say a planet's a sort of life. But what I find personally most fascinating is when you look at the human brain, and the human brain in the universe, like the stars and the mega clusters, look exactly the same. So it's like as above is below, or whatever that saying is. So it's like a universal constant, I feel. Like, we might be the tiny microbes in, like, the body of a planet, as in microbes are in our body. Shit like that.
Well, it seems to be that everything has a function or a purpose. I mean, like, you know, like everything gets exploited to some degree, right? Like whether it's alive or not, or whether we consider it to have life in it or not.
I see that. Everything does have function in the universe. Nothing is... God, I'm drunk. Nothing is without a, like, purpose. Everything has a use, which is interesting. Like, this universe is perfectly created for life. And that makes you think, like, is there a creator, or is the only reason why we're alive is because we were born in that universe that could conceive life? God, we got a long way from flat Earth. But I guess the whole idea of flat Earth is like a... fuck, I'm too drunk to talk right now. God, I've been drinking too much.
You're one of the more tolerable drunks we've had in here.
Someone else take over,
way
man.
more. No, hold on. I'm going to bring up one thing. You're playing a third-person game.
Yeah.
So, like, you're viewing the game in third person. So, real life isn't a third-person shooter. So, if I say, what does the Earth look like? A lot of people imagine the Earth looking like the pictures they've seen from outside of the Earth, right? A third-person viewpoint. That's a viewpoint you've never had, that I've never had, that no one you know has ever had, that no one they know has ever had.
No,
we're in a first person shooter, dude. We're not in a third person shooter. And that's flat Earth in a nutshell, dude. Like, what you see is what you get, dude. There's no bells and whistles. You know, it's cool thinking you can go to other planets and, you know, do space coke and, you know, fucking hang out with 3-kitted hookers.
That would be nice.
Yeah, drink at the Mars bar.
Did it?
I wonder what the fuck Elon's thinking about that. I mean, shit. Oh my God,
dude, just think about how ridiculous the media is, right? We're gonna go terraform Mars, but there's global warming. Well, why don't you terraform
that is
Earth
actually
first,
fucking stupid. That I couldn't agree with you more. Like, all right, but by terraforming the Earth, you get the knowledge you need to terraform Mars. You get what I'm saying? Like, Earth is the perfect ground to figure out what do you got to do.
Yeah, because we got food here.
Got everything here, man. This place is amazing. I watch a lot of space videos, and apparently, like 2-3 billion years ago, if you believe it or not, Like Venus and Mars had water and they lost it all, so very special.
Well, think of like how special it really is, right? So
yeah,
we have a tilted orbit, according to them, right? So I'm not saying I believe this shit. I'm just saying, according to the heliocentric model, our orbit is tilted to make seasons, right? Even though it's tilted relative to the orbital plane, and no other planet, I think, except for like Neptune or something, has a tilted orbit. And then the moon is, and this is not true for any other planet, right? The moon is perfectly the size of the sun visually, so that it blocks it out.
That's insane. That's actually insane.
Yeah.
Are you hot miking there, equalizing? Or are you trying to speak?
Yeah, there's a lot of cosmic coincidences.
There is. And it makes you think they're not coincidences. But at the same, I'm so conflicted, man. But it's like, okay, cosmic coincidences, that means there has to be a creator, but at the same time, the only way you'd be alive is if those coincidences did exist. So it's a conundrum.
Yeah, that's what they say. Well, if these coincidences didn't exist, we wouldn't be around here to notice there was coincidences. So
that is true. That is true.
But that's a coincidence itself, right?
So
it's fucking Inception, man. Like,
do you guys believe in that there's like for every grain of sand there's other planets out there?
Say that one more time, please.
They said for every grain of sand on Earth there's like planets. It can be in the outer space.
Are you talking about the Drake
I've heard
equation?
that. Yeah.
Isn't that the Drake something to do like the Drake equation or something?
I think so. Or the Kardashev scale.
No, it's not the Kardashev. The Kardashev is like
not a related system. The Kardashev scale is one.
Well, so check this out. We want to deal with coincidences. So the probability of a single protein forming by chance. So we have amino acids, right? And amino acids will form into proteins. And the probability of a single one, if you had all the amino acids available in a frickin' jar, shook it up, did whatever you want to it. The probability that you get a single one that forms by chance is 10 to the 164th power. So that's a 1 followed by 164 zeros.
I mean, fuck.
Yeah, and then you'd only have one. There's actually a video on the internet that shows that if you believe everything, like how big the universe is, and you had a snail that crawled across the universe at 1 meter per second for it would take the snail like 12 million trips back and forth across the universe before one single protein would form.
Dear God.
Yeah, it's a ridiculously large number. It's 164 zeros, 1 followed by 164 zeros, is a ridiculously large number. Think about how long it would take you just to write that out. It would take you at least 30 seconds.
Yo, can I ask you guys a question? I'm used to the conversation.
Yeah,
Y'all are,
of course.
You guys all believe in flat Earth, right? Like the Earth is flat.
I know some of us, not everybody in here.
Okay. I'm not trying to like talk shit or like start up an argument or something like that.
I believe in the divine, though.
A few months ago, I came on. Yeah.
Just act normal.
You believe in what?
Believe in what? Yeah, I believe in the divine, of course.
Divine?
The divine.
The divine.
The divine. Oh, I thought you said divine.
No.
Anyway, I had an interesting question. If you
guys go ahead. You got a question?
Yeah. So, back a couple months ago, I was talking to some people on the same conversation that said they believe in that the Earth is flat, right? And they told me that, like, how do you explain when you're a really far distance away from an object, or like, say, a building, for instance, right? The closer you get to it, it starts getting from being very small to being very big, right? Right? You guys are catching. I mean, you guys are hearing me so far, right?
Yeah, we're hearing you, of course.
Oh, okay. So my point was that, like, it doesn't just simply go from being very small to being very big. You start seeing it from the top going to the bottom, like going towards the bottom as you get closer to the object, right? Doesn't that prove curvature?
I think so. These
I
other
hope I'm not ruining the conversation, by the way. Curvature. Yeah, that was just my question. Yeah. Yeah, curvature.
You want me to answer it?
Yeah. Go for it.
So if you had streetlights, right, that went way off into the distance, right? You got straight road, flat road, streetlights on it. All the streetlights are 50 feet tall. What would it look like as they get farther away? They'd get smaller and smaller, right? And then your field of view, they'd get lower and lower and lower. And they'd
But as you
eventually
continue to walk further away, wouldn't you also stop seeing the bottom of it?
What do you mean?
Like, as you get
Is this
further
like
away.
some skips over the horizon thing?
What?
Dude, yo, if I'm killing the conversation, I could just leave still.
Dude, you're not. I came in here skeptical. I came in here skeptical too, and they invited me in. So, like, trust me.
Are you talking about shit disappearing bottom up, but you're just using a different example, like a building?
I'm completely open to you guys changing my mentality, but I haven't had the
your
proof yet.
mentality. Yeah. Dude, okay. Anyway, you do have the proof. You just ignore it.
Well, my point was
cool, dude.
the point of
You're
curvature.
just trying to get clarification on what you're talking about when you say that, you know.
Basically.
Like ships going over the horizon, right?
Yeah, because you don't start seeing it. Like, you start seeing it from, like, the very top, and then the closer you
Let me
get,
ask you, have you ever seen that? You?
Yeah, I've been on an airplane.
What? No. What? What do you mean you've been on an airplane? What's that got to do with what we're talking about?
The point was proving curvature, right?
I mean, did you talk about boats before, though? I'm confused.
No, my point was
you can't see curve from a plane, dude. So
I was
just
saying
about that.
what to clarify. Sorry, to clarify was I was saying if you're a very far distance away from something, if you're on a plane going towards a country, you're a very far distance away, right? You see the horizon, all that stuff. And then as you get closer, you start seeing it from the top of the buildings. And as you get closer, you start seeing more and more of the body and then the bottom or the base. If that makes sense.
Okay, I know. We know what you're talking about. That's why I asked you. Have you ever seen that?
You
like
actually
I said,
can't see curvature from a plane. Like, I believe there are.
But he's talking about the horizon is cutting things off bottom up. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, because that's a bigger scale.
I live by the ocean. I live a mile from the ocean. I watch boats sail 30 miles away, never disappearing bottom up, none of that crap. So there's conditions, there are meteorological conditions, which will make things look like they're quote unquote disappearing bottom up. But typically, if you take a photograph of this and you look closely, you'll see a mirrored layer, like an inferior mirage, right between the horizon and whatever object you're seeing. So what you're seeing is an optical effect. It's not Earth curve. It's not anything like that. And the reason we know it's an optical effect because we can replicate it. Hold on. Let me finish, dude. Because we can replicate it. We can take a surface that we know is flat, and we can replicate the visual.
Oh my god!
But we know the surface.
I don't want to be an asshole.
We know the surface. We know the surface of the like. So we go do an experiment, right? We go to a lake that's like 1,000 feet long, right? So it can't be earth curved. It's only 1,000 feet long, right? You can sail a little teeny frickin' RC boat from one side to the other, and that little RC boat will disappear before it reaches the other side. When you should be able to see the whole thing the entire time. The horizon, the dividing line. Pardon me.
Why does it disappear?
Do you want the physical reason? Something called total internal reflection. So you get a layer at the surface from which the light can't escape.
I'm not
It's a known phenomenon. There's peer-reviewed papers on it. It's not my opinion. It's demonstrated experimentally. It's really simple. Is science empirical? Empirical meaning, is it based upon observation?
Have you ever experienced these things that you're saying firsthand?
Experienced what?
Like seeing a boat disappear on the horizon.
No,
kind of thing.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
Yes, so
Not
you
by the ocean.
Okay, no,
I've never seen it.
I don't know. You seem to be talking about some kind of hypothetical.
I just told you. I watched a boat sail 30 miles away from me,
and it disappeared.
No.
That's what you said earlier.
No, it never disappeared. Ever.
Right.
I got bored watching it because I had to watch it for 3.5 hours to make it.
You're lying.
Watch it go.
You literally said
Okay, I'll post a picture of it. I'll post a
You
picture
literally
in the
said
chat.
the opposite.
I'll post a picture in the chat that I took my iPhone.
Sure. Let me see that picture here. On the chat, right?
Yeah, hold on, give me a second. I gotta get it.
Don't worry. Take your time. Hold on.
He's trying to find still. I don't know.
That picture looks like a bundle of nonsense. Yeah, that picture has nothing to do with curvature. Gets real awkward for those who still believe they landed on the moon.
So this was a container ship called that. This was a container ship called the Ever Living, right? And it sailed out of Boston Harbor, which is like 6 miles away, like the entry point, and it sailed out to sea 30 miles. Tracked with the marine. Dude, gummy worm, fucking dude, you're shooting and shit, dude. It's like, hold on a second. Cool. So it sailed out of Boston Harbor to a point 30 miles away, and that's when I stopped watching it. And it's tracked with marine radar to a website called marinetraffic.com. Now, the ship, according to the Globe, should have been 420 feet under the horizon. That's the equivalent of a 42-story building. But I could see it with my naked eye. And the pictures I took with an iPhone 4S at that, which is a shit phone and a shit camera.
I think I'm fucking with the wrong conversation right now, to be honest. Anyway, you guys.
We've shined lasers 30 miles. We got laser tests at 30 miles. We got freaking, you name it.
Easy, bro.
How far do you think? Yeah, bye. He just fucking.
He just realised that this was above his pay grade.
He couldn't handle it. It's all good.
Well, he thought he was going to come in with some weak ass sauce, dude, and that we were going to gobble it up. I don't think so.
I mean, shit, I believe in flat Earth, but I'm not trying to convince you guys. I mean, I believe in circle. Fuck. God, I'm too drunk. Oh, I'm gonna die, guys. I'm gonna restart. Fuck it. Do people just chill in here to hear what other people talk about?
Sometimes.
Some
people just hang about for the meltdowns. Every now and then you get these globers that just cog disc kicks in and they, I don't know whether they're running around their house having a nervous breakdown or what, but it's funny as fuck, man.
It's actually pretty calm compared to normal.
I
don't think there's anybody I can stand more than rolling my boulder, dude. I freaking can't stand that dude. I banned him. They're gonna kick his ass out of here. In case anybody's like objecting.
No, I don't care.
Think about it. Nah.
No, he's a dipshit.
So he's fucking cocked. He fucking talks just gibberish, dude. And talks mad shit. Yeah, he tried to create an alt account and come in the regular server and come in the 24/7, dude. As soon as I seen that dude, I'm like, you're fucking out of here.
Isn't it amazing when you do bouncy, how you'll get all these DMs and all of a sudden he's talking up a big game. And it's like, bro, you're a pissed idiot in texture, in voice. Go away.
Hello. Good night. So next time, can I ban that guy on site?
Oh, I have no problem with it. Please do, dude. I fucking can't stand him, man. There's Cobras I don't like, but he's like on the level of Brenda with me, dude. Like seriously.
He actually gets off on being grilled by grown men. He pretty much as much admitted that to me, and after that, I never wanted to be in a VC with him alone.
You can never trust a man like that because I'm not trying to be disgusting, but you can never know when he just be in his fucking meat listening to you. So it's just like, no, thank you.
Are you talking about Brenda or rolling my boulder?
I'm just talking about anyone that says they like to listen to grown men because it's hot in Discord. You get what I'm
I was
saying?
talking about Roland.
I will say this: politics server's a magnet for degenerates.
Yeah. I love politics, but I promise I'm not a degenerate.
I should go on some of the other channels sometimes just so I can cringe.
The Doge channel right below is pretty fun. I was in there for about an hour. They're going heavy into political discussions, talking about the new Doge thing, cutting fucking funding and shit, USAID and whatnot, 50 million to fucking condoms in Gaza, shit like that.
I mean, they sued the state of New York sued, and there's an order to stop that, right?
Yeah, thank God. That's nice.
Yeah, thank God. Right.
Well, I mean, they said the Secretary of the Treasury can't even look at stuff that's generated at the Treasury. Only the administrators, which is crazy talk, dude. So there's the office of so the Treasury has an office of what's it called? The Fiscal Service, and they're the ones that write all the checks for the United States government. Every check from the United States government goes through that office. Now the Secretary, it's part of the Treasury Department. The judge said the Secretary of the Treasury can't see what's in the Fiscal Service, even though it's part of the Department of the Treasury, and he is a political appointee, confirmed by freaking Congress, right? Confirmed by the Senate and all that shit. It's cabinet seat. So
yeah,
that's crazy, dude. Yeah. When the bureaucrats don't even have, because he's their boss.
I mean,
imagine going to work, dude, and you're just telling your boss you can't see my work. That's pretty crazy, dude. Sorry, that's just crazy.
I just fucking hate Elon Musk. Maybe I'm biased because of it.
Well, I just hate the corruption, dude.
Who doesn't, man?
I don't care who. I don't care who frickin' gets it out. Dude. I don't care who does it. Even if Jeffrey Epstein was doing it, I'd fucking be backing him up. I'll be like, oh, he's a fucking pervert. Let the fucking grift continue. No, the grift needs to stop.
You know, I voted for Kamala Harris, but I am actually pleasantly surprised with how Trump's doing right now. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's still delusional.
Hey, you know what? That's pretty fucking rude. So I'm gonna give you a big fuck you for saying that.
No, the thing with Russia and Ukraine, he's fucking delusional, dude. Dude, he's delusional. Just completely, all of them are completely delusional about the way that shit's gonna end.
I mean,
he's like, we're gonna get a ceasefire. Russians have said repeatedly for 3 years. The only thing we're gonna negotiate is a final thing completely. We're not doing no ceasefire, so you can fucking rearm or retool or do that shit. We already fell for that shit once. So you're like, we're not falling for that shit again. I ain't falling for no banana in the tailpipe. And you're like, fuck that shit. And to keep saying it, right, that we're gonna try to get it isn't gonna happen. That's just delusional bullshit. And that there's gonna be a fucking demilitarized zone, and that like we're gonna fucking station like peacekeepers. None of that shit is ever gonna happen. It's never gonna happen. The Russians already said that shit is never gonna happen.
Oh, I know it's not gonna happen. We're talking about Ukraine now. Do you want my opinion on it?
I mean, if it's educated.
I mean, so okay, wow.
To a degree. Well, I mean, some people talk about shit, but they have no idea about the background and the history or where any of the shit started. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I grew up in the '80s, man. So I grew up during the Soviet Union, so I'm pretty familiar with the sides. Let's call it that.
I just don't like Russia.
Oh God, why?
I don't know, man. It's just they're.
If you don't like Russia, then you must not really like Ukraine, because Ukraine is like corrupt as fuck, bro.
Oh, I mean, they definitely were corrupt before the war. I feel like the war really got them into shape, though. But I mean, of course, they're still corrupt. I mean, like when you know,
dude, they just had to pass a law because they were selling fucking people's body parts. They just passed a law because soldiers that were getting anybody that was basically getting dying, they were harvesting their fucking organs and selling them. They just had to pass a law to make everybody stop doing that.
That's good, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little late.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, and then I thought, I'm so cynical. Do you want to know what I thought? First thing I thought of? Oh, the price must have got too low, right? They have to keep now make it scarce again to jack the price back up.
What would you?
There was too many fucking hearts and livers and fucking shit floating around. So they're like, dude, we got to put a stop to this, man. Make them scarce again, so you can get $50,000 for a fucking. Because we're only getting like $2,000 right now.
Personally, I'm pretty drunk. And not gonna lie, I think Zelensky's pretty fucking hot.
Okay. Well, I think he's your type, so.
Fuck yeah.
No, I mean he like swings your way, dude. He's married, but I don't think that's convenience. I don't think that's like a. He doesn't do that for recreation.
Yeah, shit.
Well,
God,
he did play a piano with his dick. You know about that, right?
No, I don't. Tell me, please. I'm interested.
Well, he was a comedian, so he like used to do like these comedy shows.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
one of his skits, he played a piano with his dick.
I gotta watch that shit.
I don't know if he actually
Poon,
played
man.
with his dick.
Poon's an old ass, ugly ass man. Fucking look at him. Yeah, former KGB. So you just know he's a fucking incel. Fucking Zelensky. It looks like he fucking lifts during the fucking war meetings.
Dude, he's like 3 feet tall, dude. Anyone that's 3 feet tall looks like they lift.
I just ran over someone. Fuck him. He just ran him over.
What? What's the point of this game?
Oh, it's Project Zomboid. I'm playing a week 1 mod, so I'm playing with actual people, but the main base game, you play with zombies. Here, fuck it. I'll play.
Yeah, what's the point?
It's to survive.
What the goal is. Oh,
survive. Okay. Like, the opening... Watch this. I'm going to show you the opening screen. Let me just disable all the mods real quick. Disable all, except... It's going to take a minute. Alright. Let's go, West Point. We'll do survival. J-Schlatt. I like J-Schlatt. I'm gonna pick something just so we can just hurry up. I can show you. These are the end times. There was no hope of survival. This is how you died. It's a pretty hard game, not gonna lie. Alright. I'm ready. What you first want to do is close all your kerns. Look for some better weapons. It's okay. So now we got nothing else to do. Interesting. Oh my god, there's no zombies.
What do you got for a weapon?
It's a... Let's see here. It looks like a kitchen knife. Oh, I got an M9 pistol, but you don't want to use your pistol right away because it'll draw in a lot of zombies, and you... I have my skill in aiming is 0, so I'll miss all my shots.
Yes, you need to buff yourself so you have like experience points.
Yeah, and when you spawn in the game, you can choose some traits. If you get bit, it's a 100% infection. If you get lacerated, that's 25, and a scratch is 7%. And if you get infected, it's over. You can't respawn, nothing. Like, the game's over. You have to restart completely, which I really enjoy. It really makes you focus. Oh, shit.
You playing this with a controller or a mouse?
Mouse and keyboard. You gotta turn on the TV.
That's a lot easier with a controller.
Personally, I actually disagree. I like to watch the
These types of games, dude. These types of games I would play with a freaking joystick.
I'm watching the TV because I want to get up in my cooking skill. Let's see here. The cooking TV show's on. Bam, level 1. But after a week, the TV turns off because the stations aren't playing anymore. And between a week and a month, the power and the water turns off. So then you have to deal with no power, no water, and
dude, how many freaking gameplay hours is this, dude? You freaking a week, man. I ain't got that much time.
One day in the game is 1 hour IRL.
Okay.
I want to go back playing the mod I was playing, so I'm just gonna
go for it, dude.
Yeah, I want to just.
Oh, shitty cool. I might try it.
Yeah, I want to show you the gun real quick. Level 0, man.
Fucking knife was more effective.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Now I'm gonna die. Watch me get eaten alive. Run away!
Brains!
Ah!
Brains! Dinner.
This game, I love this game. Gotta go take a Waz BRB. 5 men. I gotta go make myself a snack. Sorry, I've been gone so long, guys. I feel like everyone's left. I heard everyone leaving. Fuck! Whoever's listening, my pizza rolls, I made a whole batch, and I spilled my fucking lemonade on them. So now I'm making a new fucking batch. I'm going to the winning Doge. Up, they're fucking full.
Everyone asleep. Howdy. Does anyone want to speak? It's not.
And we are live. Holy bro. Where the hell is everybody? What's going on tonight, bro? This is a tiny panel. Where are we on X? Oh, hold on. Let me see if we're on X right now. Are we live on X? Let's see. Wait, what the fuck? Where's the live stream? 24/7. Live stream. Wait, what the hell? Oh, here it is. Damn, bro. What the heck is going on? It's a Saturday night? Nobody here? That's crazy, bro. Holy. Well, what's up, YouTube? Let's just take a quick moment to shout out the YouTubes. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Look, I have no clue where everyone's at right now, but we are here and we are live. Bro, it's dead. What the hell's going on? Honestly, usually when I log in this time of night, you guys are all cooking. There's like 4 people here, dude. It's crazy. Anyway, well, I'll give it just a little bit. T-Dub said he might jump on the mic. Let's wait to see if he pops in for a couple minutes. If not, no worries. We'll just keep it pushing, keep it moving. Not a problem at all, lads. I'm just wondering, where the hell is everybody? What's going on tonight? Everyone trying to get ready for the Super Bowl or something? I didn't know you flat earthers like football like that. The heck? And we are live, guys. Just wanna... Anyone here? Is it just me, bro? That's crazy. Hey, what the hell? I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. My problems have all gone. There's no one to live stream. All right, bro, I'll stop. It's Saturday, bro. UFC was on. Maybe we got some fight nerds in here. Let's see. Holy. But you gotta have friends. Alana. Damn. Oh, and we are live.
Greetings.
Welcome, Crypto Plug.
Hi.
What's happening, dude?
Not much.
You've been here before, right? Welcome back.
Yeah, I like I'm the guy who said the sun is round and goes around.
Oh, here we go.
No, that's all right. I won't talk about that this time.
Sun is round. Bro, When you look at the sun, though, it doesn't even look spherical, though. You ever like really looked at it, or are you just like? Because when I was a glober, I used to look at the sun and be like, "Yeah, that's a sphere for sure." But now, when I actually take the time to observe the sun, it never looks like a sphere. Never.
Looks more like a circle, I suppose. But I mean, that's what it would
Yeah.
look like.
No, I'm not saying what it. I don't know what the sun is. I don't think it's. I have no clue. It's like it could be anything, dude. It's very mysterious the way I understand it, but definitely doesn't appear to be like a spherical, ball of plasma or gas or whatever the hell they're saying it is. And welcome, congratulations on the bottom slot, Spoon, menacing teaspoon.
Wait. But it's always round.
No, well, lots of things are round, dude. You can have things that are round and flat.
But it's like round from every angle, like all the time, from every place you've ever seen it. It's always round.
But spherical. But the thing is, you think it's spherical. Saying it's round don't mean anything because you think it's spherical
round from multiple angles.
No. But you need to just come out and stop saying round and say spherical. That's what you really mean. That's what you really want to say. Because lots of things can be round. No, that's not the appearance of it. It doesn't appear to be spherical.
It appears round.
No, bro, stop saying round. Stop saying round. Because
circular.
Because you think it's spherical and it doesn't appear to be that way ever.
Yeah, I know it appears round, and I think it's spherical.
Okay, well, why do you think it's spherical?
Because it appears round from every single angle I've ever seen.
But things can be round and not spherical.
From every angle?
What do you mean every angle? You seen the backside of the sun? You seen the backside of the moon?
I've seen other sides of the sun, I'm pretty sure.
Have you seen the other side of the moon?
Me, like only me, because it's like other people.
Dude. You don't know what it is, though. That's what I'm saying. You don't even know what it is to say. Well, I've seen all sides of this sphere. You don't know it's a sphere. But what about the moon?
Other sides,
what about the? No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Why? Because there's other people, right? It's not like only one person's gonna.
Dude, but what you're doing is you're taking the sun as it's described in the lore, where you have this spherical object and you can have different people in different sides of the earth, and then they can look at it and say, well, one person seeing one side, but you're imagining that. Has anyone seen the other side of the moon? Can you answer that?
No, but it's the same deal. It always looks round.
No, to answer my question, please.
I don't think so. I think it's like always the same face looking at us.
Okay, well, I think there's... Hold on, but before you move on, because there's a whole the saying the dark side of the moon, right? That wouldn't be a phrase for just no random reason. Now, just before you just give me the lore, we know the lore. You don't need to report the lore, or a lore reporter. It does appear that they seem to have very similar, like they seem to be similar in size, right? The sun and the moon, their appearance seems to be similar in size. There's like a weird relationship between the sun and the moon, but in the same way that we don't see the backside of the moon, whatever the hell that is, we don't see the backside of the sun either. But I don't even know. I don't have any way to conceptualize an unknown phenomena where I can then go say, well, it should have a backside, or it should do this, or should do that. I think the sun, the moon, and the stars are, even the planets, unknown phenomena. We don't know what these things are. But I'll be honest, when I sit and look at the sun, it doesn't look spherical. Sure, round, yeah, but that doesn't say what it is. It also doesn't say it's spherical either.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So that's why I think it's just better to come back down to earth, which is another saying that's probably been around for a good long time. Welcome, Quad, also. Come back down to earth. This is where the answers are. The answers are up in the sky, where I don't even know to say the sun is in the sky. We don't know what it is, how it is, where it is, why it is. So maybe we focus on the Earth and how that behaves. And I think we can get some answers down here. So in terms of the Earth, what kind of where do you think the globe has answers down here on the ground?
Wait, so you don't want to pay attention to what's in the sky?
Well, you don't. Again, they're unknown phenomena. So how do we draw conclusions from unknowns?
We just make calculated guesses. You can't really.
No, you can't. We're not going to sit and guess and then draw hard, concrete conclusions off of guesses of unknown phenomena, bro.
I mean, it's not going to be fully concrete ever, really.
Okay. But that's what we do here. We try to just. This is just a pro tip from me to you as well. Just stick to things that you know to be true. You'll never get yourself in trouble if you're like, yes, I know 2 + 2 is 4. If anyone that challenges you on that, you can back it up easy. But when you start saying things like, oh, well, you start speculating and stuff, and someone's like, well, stand on that. You're like, well, I can't. That's just it's not a good look. So just stick to things that you know to be true. And we can know things about the ground. You can't know things about the sun and the moon and the stars and the planets. So there was a saying that I heard when I was still a Glober. I believed this then, and I believe it even more now. The saying was something like, the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars. I agree. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what these things are. How could you possibly know? Right? If me and you were standing at the beach and we're looking up and we see stars and the moon, and you go, hey, Creation Bear, what is that? I know the story just as well as you do, if not better. But when it comes to actual knowledge, like, how could I sit here and say, oh, yeah, I know what that is? Well, you would turn to me and say, well, how do you know that? Well, I made calculated guesses. Like, that's not enough. That's not knowledge as well. So no one can stand down here on the ground and look up and be like, yeah, I know exactly what that is. Right? So that's why we don't focus on those things. We can't draw hardcore proofs and conclusions about the ground based on these unknown factors in the.
I think most people don't know, right? But they're assuming based on other people apparently knowing and having machines that go into space and stuff like that.
That's a problem. When you assume people have the answers, we would have, okay, who? And well, not me, someone over there. We heard you had the answers from that. But someone over there has the answers. We heard you were the answers. No, actually, fully. Someone else has the answer. This professor over here. They always pass the buck. Well, I don't know. But that's what I call this. We've come up with this called panel experts. There's a panel of experts that have the answers. But like if you were let's say a court case, you have in your story who you're going to bring up as witnesses, what evidence you're going to present, all has to be turned in your story for the judge and the opposing legal team. And so let's say you put in your discovery, well, I've got a panel of experts. Well, you would be able to, as the legal team opposing you, you would be able to call one of your witnesses to the stand. Okay, I'd like to call that expert to the stand. That's what we do here, right? Okay, you say there's a panel of experts. We'd like to call one of them to the stand. So who? And they go, well, we can't give you an exact name. We just know that thousands of years there's scientists that have proven it. They do this all the time. It's phantom expert syndrome. There is no panel of experts because you're imagining them, right? Or you could just tell us who has the answers, and we can go ask them. But as soon as we ask them, they'll say, well, I don't have the answer. Someone else has done all of it for us. This happens. It's just a vicious cycle, a loop, never ending. So don't rely on this imaginary panel of experts, bro. Rely on yourself and just stand on things that you know to be true, and you'll never get yourself in trouble. Just a pro tip from me to you. Sorry, we are cooking tonight. It's a possibility. What? Possibility what?
Because I don't know the guy myself, and I haven't been in the spaceship. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
It just seems legit. I don't know what to do.
Seems legit. That's dangerous. That's a dangerous mindset. Well, it feels good. Like, okay, well, that you might get yourself into trouble by going off of what feels right or feels good. I actually had a girl tonight. She was like, "Can you listen to me, please? I just want to tell you how I feel." And in my head, I'm like, "Bitch, it's reals over feels. How you feel might not be real, right? It's facts over feelings. We don't care how you feel. You want to stick to the facts, right?" I wanted to tell her that's on some raw shit, but she's she's kind of she's a good girl. But like, yeah, she was like, I just need to express my feelings. No, it's what's real. Reals over feels all day long. So don't rely like, well, it feels good to believe in the globe. Go off of what you know to be true, the facts. Facts that you can stand on 100 times over and no wavering. Oh, this guy left. Holy. Maybe he'll rejoin. Maybe just like a slight disconnection issue. This guy can confidently say he knows which is his fear without saying. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one there, Apocryphon. Holy, bro, we were cooking there for a hot second. Wow. Oh, man. Where the hell is it, bro? I need to finish some shit and get out of here. Hope you guys are doing well, chat. I'm kind of busy to look at the YouTube right now, but hopefully the YouTube is hey man, shout out to the YouTube, bro. We fuck with the YouTube over here, dude. Even though YouTube's on some whack shit sometimes. But in terms of like those listening to us on YouTube, shout out to you, bro. Like, let's see. 271. Where's that at? 271. Perfect. You never know who's listening. It's actually one of my like favorite parts of being in the Discord is that bro, we're live all the time. And even though people might not be here, while it's live, they may be able to go back and listen to the recording. That's why, shout out to Flat Lloyd Wright and people like that who keep the stream running. This place would not be the same if we were not live, bro. I wouldn't be as excited to do this if we just spoke into a void. So, glad we're live. And my second point is that, god damn, I need to get the fuck out of here and go to sleep. My second point is that you never know who's listening, right? For example, you can ask yourself, where did you first hear the words or the word globetard? Right? Where did you hear the word globetard? I can almost bet you did not hear that. Okay, maybe you heard it outside of this community, but you can bet your ass it started here with this community, right? For sure it did. For sure. QE, right? We came up with that shit. Globetard. But let's take a look at who's using that fucking word. I mean, you guys might have heard me talk about this before, but you're not going to believe the names, the figures who are using the word globetard. Andrew Tate. I don't care how you feel about Andrew Tate. He's got a fucking massive following. Bro, I have never seen any, I've never whatnot. You can go to YouTube and just click on the live feature and see who's live right now. And the most amount of viewers you'll really see is something like 50,000. 70,000 would be a lot. 100,000 is just crazy numbers. Andrew Tate went live. This motherfucker had fucking 500,000 people watching his shit. Okay. Now I'm talking about Dr. Disrespect and these guys that used to stream on YouTube with crazy numbers. 50,000 people watching you live is a goddamn lot of people, bro. 10x that shit. 10x. Bro. 500,000 people. And actually, I think it went over. I'm pretty sure it was like 650,000. Something crazy. Over 500,000 people watching Andrew Tate. That's a lot. I don't care how you feel about Tate. You can hate him, that's fine. But dude, he's dropping words like globetard on 500,000 fucking people, dude. Come on now. So, that's our word. Just like I'm not like if someone comes in here like, yeah, Waterhill, that's my shit. Not to say that you can't use it. It's just like that's the CV original. That came from here, me. Okay. And now I take pride in the fact that it's being used. I want people to use it. But the same thing would apply to this like globetard thing, right? We came up with that shit. So we're gonna take pride in the fact that Andrew Tate and people like that want to use the word. So that's a huge fucking W, bro. Yeah. God damn it. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna cook for a little bit, guys, and I'm gonna leave. Maybe T-Dub City might join. I gotta finish some shit and get the fuck out of this bitch. Bro, no one's fucking here either. This is brutal torture. And I'm bad at multitasking. I'm trying to talk and work at the same time. It's fucking very hard. Alrighty. On to the next one. Bro. I'm about to just be a fucking savage, bro. 2025, bro. Fuck being nice and shit, dude. Fuck being nice, bro. What does being nice get you? Actually, that's cap. Honestly, being nice can get you a lot of things. So, but yeah. Nobody's here right now, guys. You're gonna sit and let me cook, just like Yappuccino? That's crazy, dude. All right, bro. I'm gonna stop yapping then. I'm gonna go put on some music, guys. Let me know where everyone's at. Maybe I'll rejoin. All right. Peace.
Generalized anxiety disorder is characterized by excessive worry and anxiety that are not difficult to control, cause significant distress and impairment, and occur more days than not for at least 6 months. For instance, flat Earth belief. Generalized anxiety disorder is a relatively common disorder, most often with an adult onset and chronic course. GAG, particularly about flat disorder, can cause significant impairment
If I chopped your limbs in half. No, okay, this sounds weird, but this makes sense, right? I don't know if anyone's listening, but I don't care. This makes actual sense. It sounds crazy, that's why I want to say it, but it makes sense if anyone's actually listening. If I chop, for example, if I were to chop anyone's body, just as an example, if I chopped your body in half, your dick would be measured in cubic centimeters. I could chop it into tiny pieces. And what I
Hello? This thing on? What is this? I had no idea that the walking guy emoji is being applied to individualist thinking. That's nice. That's good. I like that. What is this shit? I've got a just lurking Jordan Peterson. What is this? Apparently the crab is just asleep now. Send me that signal. What is this?
Le Bouquet. What's going on?
Hi. I'm just.
Hey, what's up?
I've never been in this space before.
Ah, welcome.
So what is this?
So it's a space where we discuss the nature of Earth.
Okay.
So if you have an opinion on the nature of Earth, whether it's flat or curved or whatever, even concave, then give us your evidence and we can discuss it. I think I might drop out. I'm getting feedback or something. I might just drop out and come back, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, my mic isn't really good, but I don't understand even the concept of arguing about whether or not the Earth is anything but spherical, right? I don't get it. I've never understood the concept of flat Earth. I have met a guy once that thought that it was but
sorry.
Do you think that the Earth is not round?
Definitely not. It's measured flat. It's observably flat. And it's utilized as flat. Say, surveying, for example.
You said what, for example?
Surveying.
Surveying?
Yeah, so the land's always surveyed flat. It's always navigated flat. Use GPS, right?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned surveying because, I mean, we can make topographical maps, right? Have you ever...
Oh, yeah.
Right? Have you ever, like, visited, like, a mountain and they'll have, like, the little diagrams of, like, you can play with it with your hands as a kid, like, this is how tall it is. And, you know, the funny thing about that is that you can see with a matter of perspective when you look straight forward, like with a ship that's coming towards you from the distance, you can see the top of it. As it comes closer and closer, you can see more of it as it gets closer, and that's how we can tell that the Earth is round. As things are coming.
That works. That works on a flat plane as well. Objects will disappear bottom up over a flat surface. So it's due to perspective and limited view of angle. So you limit your view of angle to the bottom of the boat will always will vanish first. So a lot of the globe arguments are actually hijacking perspective. So they say, look, that ship's over the curve, or look, those flags are lower than the other flags in the foreground, so that must be curvature. Sort of things. So a lot of the arguments on the globe side are actually hijacking of perspective or limitations to your angular view. But we noticed that if you see a boat disappear over the horizon with the naked eye from the shore, which is the argument, but with the zoom camera you can zoom in and the boat will reappear again, which would debunk
in some cases
notion of curvature.
In some cases, unless you have a particular effect taking place, like sinking or something like that, right? And definitely the boat doesn't always like appear to disappear bottom up as it sails out, right? Depends on the weather conditions, right? I mean, if you have a look at that GIF I posted in the side chat there, right? That's a giant boat, right? If you watch that sail out, right, it's just going to reduce in angular size until you can't resolve it anymore, right? Then this person zoomed in and you can see the entire ship again. At no point did it start to disappear bottom up, right? This is what I saw my whole life growing up on the Gold Coast in Australia watching cruise ships go out, right? They get smaller, and they just kind of fade off into the atmosphere depending on the conditions, or they get too small to resolve. I've never seen this so-called sinking behind the horizon, but I have seen videos of it. It does happen in certain conditions. And I've seen videos of people resolving them, right? And I've also seen time lapses where you've seen an anchored ship, right? Like a giant cruise ship, and it's anchored in position, and you watch a time lapse of that ship over the course of the day, right? And in the morning, when you're more likely to get this sinking effect, it looks like the ship's half hidden behind the horizon, right? And then you'll see at around midday, weather conditions have changed, and you can see the entire ship again, even though the ship didn't move. So all I'm saying is there are definitely different factors at play. Sorry, back to you, Daz. I just wanted to say my little piece about the ships.
So that's interesting. So you two both do not think that scientists are that you don't think that you can go and watch ships and see for yourself that you can see the mass.
No, I'm speaking from first-hand experience, right? I grew up on the Gold Coast, Australia, right? Always boating out in the ocean myself, surfing, right? So when we're surfing, we're sitting there, we're waiting for waves. We have a lot of cruise ships in that area. You'd be sitting there watching boats and whatnot not go out, right? You don't see what you're talking about.
No,
It doesn't always happen. I posted a GIF in the side chat showing you that boat's way beyond the view that you can see with your eye, right? You cannot see it when he's zoomed out at all. Okay, and then he zooms in and you can see the entire giant boat again. Right? I can validate.
I can't speak to your experience. I just know from my experience living next to a port, when these, just like this cargo ship right here, I mean, well, that's not maybe a cargo ship, but you'd see plenty of those. And that's, I mean, that's why you've got the crow's nest way. It's part of the reason is that so that you can signal to other ships as it gets closer. That's
because if you go higher, right? If you go higher, it increases the convergence point due to perspective, so you can see further if you go higher.
The convergence point? What is it? Wait, what's the
convergence point? It's a product of perspective. Right? Things converge into what's called a vanishing point, and then a straight line between vanishing points is what they call a horizon. Right, but what I was talking about was certain conditions. We have a known effect called sinking, right? And it's look, this is the definition right here. Right, it says a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Right, we see this over and over again in certain weather conditions. All I'm saying is that it's not necessarily a globe proof when you see that. I'm saying there are other explanations for it. And there are other times when the ship, even though it's a giant ship, like the one I posted in the side chat, right, that's a great example to show you that if you were standing there on that beach where that cameraman is, with your eyes, if you watch that ship go out, it's just going to get smaller and smaller until you can no longer resolve it anymore due to the angular resolution limits of your eyes, right? And then you zoom back in and you can see the entire ship again. It didn't go over the horizon. It just went out of your, basically out of your limitations due to perspective. Your perspective limit, you know, it reached 0.02 degrees or whatever the angular resolution of the human eye is, and you can't see it anymore. You increase that angular size by using a zoom lens and you can bring the whole ship back in again. Right? But sometimes when we have like a sinking effect, right, like what I just read the definition for, you can't zoom in and see the bottom of that boat again, right? Because it's a type of mirage, right? It's a type of inferior mirage called sinking.
It is fun.
That's why I brought up the.
It is fun to use.
That's why I brought up the time lapse, right? Because
it is good to do that.
Sorry, what was that, bro?
No, it's fun to just use jargon to try and confuse people when it's just the easiest basic science. It is fun.
Jargon is being used to confuse you. What words are longer than 2 syllables?
Right. It's not that it's a big word. It's not that it's complicated words. You can make anything sound like post-consumer products. What do you think post-consumer goods are? It's trash. It's garbage. It's recycling is what it is. You can call anything something that sounds like what it's not. You know,
This is repeatable though. This observation is repeatable. So you can do this observation if you like. You can do this observation with the camera if you like. Anyone can do it.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is with the linguistics of what we're doing is more the interesting part than talking about whether or not you really think the Earth is. Because I'm not really going to debate. I can't debate with somebody that thinks that the Earth is flat. But like,
No, you can't. There's no argument against that Earth. There's no argument against it. You have zero. Saying boats go over the horizon, we zoom back in. It's the end of that boats go over the horizon stuff.
I mean, it's just, you know, with the scientific process, right, of doing a study yourself, right? Like,
No
if you
science
can't,
involved. There's no science. Give me an experiment that would tell you the shape of the Earth.
the ship example, if
It's
you
not,
just
that's
can't
not an
understand it,
experiment.
it is. It's you can do it every time.
It's
You
an
can do it
observation.
on this
No, just making.
That's what an
It's not
experiment
science.
is making observation. It's recording of something that you observe. That's exactly what science is.
The problem is that you have guys like McToon and Craig and all the other idiot globers on YouTube that have preached that the shape of the Earth is science. So now these dumb fucks come in here parroting that bullshit. Yet, just like Radwin fucking told him, tell me then. And all he has is, but it is. They're fucking brick, bro. All these dumbasses. They're idiots.
That's not what I said. I said one example, and then you can't simply understand this one very.
This is the thing, Lebowski.
There's a spit test.
I read you out a mainstream definition, right, of a type of mirage that explains exactly what we're seeing in certain cases when it comes to seeing a ship that appears like it's over the horizon. That's not a flat Earth definition. right? I can cite all of this stuff if you want. I'm also showing you practical demonstrations that back
you can
up
cite stuff.
what I'm
What
claiming.
can you cite with any sort of authority? What can you cite? Can you seriously cite something? Let me see it. Let me see a study from a verifiable source. That's hilarious.
No, this is a
You said I
definition.
can cite stuff.
Yeah.
Sure. What's your source for a
Hold on. Wait a second. Before we post sources, what's a reliable source?
Now there you go. Give me something that actually the CIA,
What
the Central
is
Intelligence
a
Agency.
reliable source?
I just told you, I trust the Central Intelligence Agency. I trust the United States government.
Give them the NASA documents that say the Earth is flat.
Exactly.
Yeah, look,
Really?
dude.
We already have them.
All you're showing us is that you don't know the basics of different types of mirages and how they occur and what they do.
No,
that's all you're showing, right? Okay, so here we have the American Meteorological Society. Shut up!
There you go.
Right?
The Meteorological
You asked me to post
Society.
this. Shut up, dude! Don't make me mute you. Shut up. Stop talking. You asked me for a citation, right? I've given you the American Meteorological Society, right? And it explained sinking exactly as I just explained it. Why do you talk over the top of people when they're mid-sentence?
Because you're not posting it. You're saying some bullshit that's not real.
It's not. It's on the screen, you idiot. Want the link to that site as well?
I don't see what you're talking about. I'm looking at the chat. I looked at your screen. I don't
What
see
chat
it.
are you looking at? It's right there. DJ. 45 minutes after the hour. American Meteorological Society. Sinking. Mirage in which an image of distant object is displaced downwards, and it goes on to explain how it happens. Are you blind, or are you just being disingenuous?
This is not saying that the Earth is flat.
It's oh my god. Yes, okay.
He said he was
Dude.
going to cite you the mirages, and you started laughing at him.
Because this does not say that the Earth is flat.
You said mirage is not about.
Listen
flat
here,
Earth.
you.
This literally says that one's perception is that of being on top of an inverted ball.
All right, that's it, bro. Shut the fuck up and listen for a second. You're pissing me off now. Okay, so you're claiming that ships over the horizon are proof of a globe, right? That's your shitty positive claim. I'm showing you that there are other explanations, right, that explain what we're seeing in those situations. Now, you asked me to provide a citation for that claim that I made, and I did. Now you're saying that the claim has to say that the Earth is flat. I wasn't claiming that this is proof the Earth is flat. Okay? You are a fucking moron, dude. Nervous laughter, bro. Nervous laughter.
Dude, that you're breaking down right in front of us, live on YouTube. Who streams?
Oh, am I on now? There we go. So, it says right here,
24/7
one's perception is that of being on top of an inverted bowl. This is your citation. One's perception is that of being on top of an inverted bowl, not a flat fucking ground.
Perception, dummy.
Yeah,
No,
in regards
your
to the light rays.
perspective
In regards to the light rays, you dumb fuck.
is that of being on top of an inverted bowl, not a flat surface.
Oh my god, that isn't in reference to the surface.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
A horizontal surface, such as that of a body of water, desert, or road, appears to bend downward, and one's perception is that of being on top of an inverted bowl.
Yes, because the object is being displaced downward, right, due to the vertical temperature gradient, which creates a specific type of refractive index of different layers due to the temperature, and it's displacing the object, right, so it appears like it's sinking, hence it being called sinking. Right, so once again, we're going to read now from Oxford Reference, sinking. An effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. One more time. Object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Like a ship.
I love that when you Google this shit, you've actually got flat Earth websites that pop up now. This is so good for the world. I'm so glad that people are spewing this disinformation.
Flat Earth website.
This one right here, this is Flat Earth WS.
The Glober website. The Glober
website?
Yeah.
That's so fucking stupid. What?
Oh, they're trolling you. What do you expect?
Yeah, it's your damage control.
Oh, this is a Glober website. You're right. I didn't even click on it.
I think this is our first day doing this.
You really do this every day. You really are convinced that the Earth, that NASA's lying to you.
It's reality. Just go measure it yourself. Go buy a camera.
I told you, I lived next to a port. I've seen this.
You can't buy a camera because you live next to a port? That doesn't make sense.
No, see, I can see this. You're the ones who say you can't. It's okay if you don't see it from my perspective.
You've seen optical phenomenons in the distance. With that being said, what explained what you saw is only the indoctrination that told you this is why you're seeing it. Now, but what Radwin's trying to tell you, as well as DJ and everybody else, is that what you are looking at in those optical phenomena and observations, that it's not what they are telling you it to be, because all of us here have looked into, done ourselves, have proven that these optical phenomena are not what they are telling you.
No, see,
it's not what it is.
Because you read things like a definition for sinking from the glossary of meteorology.
No, it's not about the definition of sinking.
Because you don't understand what these words actually mean.
Listen,
you
buddy.
can't actually process scientific data.
Hey, listen, buddy.
Dude, he's going to just keep talking because his damage is being done to him right now. So it's a
striking his core. Yeah, striking his core.
See, you're the one that's been just rambling for minutes.
It's not about. Okay, bro. It's not about a definition of something. It's about understanding something, logical reasoning, to grasp that the reason why we see these things happening, it's not because of what we've been told it is, because that has been destroyed. If I told you this is why something happens, and then something else happens that negates what I've made a claim about, you can then tell me I'm full of shit because what I told you was wrong. And that's the whole point why we're telling you what you're saying right now is completely wrong, because it's been proven. And then not by a definition, buddy, by observation, by understanding these definitions to begin with. You're lost, dude. You're just a lost case.
I think he's starting to melt down. You can hear him going blah, 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 in the background. He's just fucking losing his mind.
I'm just typing. Post a study. You saying that you can post anything. You can't. You don't have anything though.
What did you need to post now? You just got yourself thinking from American Media.
I've got NASA. No, you misunderstand what the American Meteorological Society says. You don't understand what they're talking about.
You don't understand what the word perceive means.
No, you don't. You clearly don't. You get to have your perception that NASA's lying to you, that every scientist is lying to you. You somehow have created a new form of science And it doesn't make any sense because I can't do any study that you're trying to allude to. But you can't tell me any real steps, right? You can't tell me what to go and do. You just say, go buy a camera.
At the ISS. Why do they shoot it from a studio?
Do you see how they post studies and they tell you every step that they did so that you can do it yourself?
NASA
You can't do that.
shoot the ISS in a studio with green screen. Why are they lying when they do?
The irony is that you just told Radwin that
That's
he
so
has.
funny.
Hold
Just
on, here's the
mention
irony.
green
Hey,
screen
dude,
for
I'm
no
talking, bro.
reason.
Hey, I'm talking,
I just
bro.
asked for stuff.
Listen, bro. Exact. Thank you for muting him. You need to be muted just so you can listen, maybe. The irony is that you told him that he's come up with a new science, when in reality, the irony here is that the world we live in has been created. This model that you believe in was created with a new science, or what we like to call pseudoscience, because at the end of the day, it's not science at all. As he told you a little bit ago, because I was listening in, he said there's no science to the shape of the earth. And then he asked, maybe it wasn't you that he was asking, but maybe you missed that conversation. But he was talking to someone and said, "There's no science there's no science in shapes and math. There's no science to that. Do you understand that at least?"
So he's talking about the scientific method now. Unmute him because he's going to tell us how it works.
Oh, good. Let's go there. Let's show him how he's wrong.
No, you're right. It's all fake science. It's all pseudoscience. Every scientist thinks that they know, and no other scientist gets it right.
What is
And that's why let me finish. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, what is the scientific method that you just posted about?
I'm telling you, so shut the fuck up and let me fucking tell you. When you do a study, you post every single step so that another scientist, hey, shut up, can do it themselves. No, shut up. No, shut up. When you do a study, you can tell everyone else, this is what I did. These are all the steps. This is what I recorded. These are all the variables. And you try to have as few changing variables as possible. Do you understand? So that you can tell what it is exactly that you're measuring. You understand what a controlled variable is? Do you understand what that means?
Scientific method.
No, shut up. This is what it is, so that when you post your study, another scientist can do it. But see, you can't tell me any sort of steps that I can do. You just can tell me, buy a camera. I can tell you the same thing. I can show you, this is the study that you can do with ships, and you can choose to not do it. But I don't give a fuck if you don't want to, because I know I have seen it.
Show us the study. Show us the study.
All the other scientists. Okay.
Show us the study. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Post your study in the side chat.
About ships.
Yep. Post the study and you can be unmuted. Until then, you're not getting unmuted. Or admit, right? Type in the side chat, I don't have a study to present. Post the study, say you don't have a study.
Boats going over a horizon. No such thing.
Yep. Got to go through the scientific method by your standards. Okay?
Another damaged Glober. You hear him, and he's just babbling and incoherently at this point about things.
Yeah, he's probably bright red in the face.
Well, especially since he's now on page 3 of his Google search.
It's funny that he was saying that this sinking definition says that Earth is curved, right? It says right at the start, on the first line, it says, because the displacement increases with distance, a horizontal surface, such as that of a body of water. Line 1.
So he's the one who doesn't understand words. That's what he meant by big words. When you put horizontal, that he doesn't understand what that means.
It's too many letters.
Horizontal
Z.
as in the surface of water yet.
Oh. You're muted because you just made a claim, right? You want to be an arrogant little dickhead, right? And you claimed that you have scientific studies adhere to the scientific method about boats going over the horizon. So you have to post one or say that you don't have one. And then you can be unmuted.
You should have that up on his screen already. He's been trying to Google everything else.
I was just gonna say this dude's been googling the whole time. He still doesn't have an answer. I guess Google didn't have an answer for him.
Only reason I have my keyboard is to copy paste if needed. That's it. Otherwise, I have a 3-button keyboard and a 5-button keyboard I use normally, but it's not wireless and I don't feel like using those right now. Just copy paste. That's it. Copy what they said, screenshot it, all that.
Yeah, he's just another broken Glover.
He was amazed that a Flat Earth website came up first and had to be told it's a Glober website. That's why it came up first. There to trick you. And it worked.
Yep, he's living proof that they are accomplishing what they set out to do, and that's to do exactly what he demonstrated. It's amazing how he doesn't get it.
Dude, I unmuted you for a second since you're not going to post that. Are you going to just tell us that you don't have one?
I didn't say I had anything on hand. Apparently, you guys have all letters sit ready to go.
Yeah, because you act like this is our first rodeo. We've been through thousands of you cartoon characters that like to come in here and talk your dumb shit.
Cartoon, you're definitely
We're into the 100,000s by now between all the servers.
Mike.
Yeah, you're probably right. So many of these morons. It's amazing. Can't grasp the reality that they live on. It's crazy.
It's actually, you're really smart though. You're really good at it. Is the thing. It's really good how good you are at being disorienting. It's funny actually. It is a good troll.
He's confused. EJ,
I'm not confused at all. I'm just looking. It's going to take me a while to find an actual study to pop.
What a compliment!
Yeah, go find what he asked you to find. I know it's going to take you a long
I'm
time.
finding
We've
it.
been
It's
looking
going
for
to take me a
10
second.
years. We've been looking for 10 years. We're waiting for you
Have
to
you?
show it.
You've been looking yourself. You can't find it.
Oh,
Well, I guess we're all tricked then. It
Why
turns
do
out
you
then I
think this
guess
exists?
they
Why
don't
do you
even think that.
Why do you
So
think
everyone
this
just
server
says
still exists,
NASA
bro?
says that. There's got to be a NASA. I'm just because I'm only looking up NASA.
So when NASA tells you that
stupid to
pressure
only look up
that you need a container, so when NASA tells you that you need a container to establish pressure, why don't you listen to that? Since you love
hold
NASA
on,
so much.
hold on. We're going to
Wait,
stay on
what?
an Earth
You need a
curve.
container. We
We're
are
going
in
to
a
stay
container.
on an Earth curve.
The
We're not
Earth
gonna
is a container, though.
You're at NASA looking for what documents? Flat Earth documents?
No, I'm trying to find a study from NASA that shows like this is us showing you that the Earth is round. I don't know that they've ever posted a specific thing like that. NASA definitely does, as a collective, think that the Earth is round, and so
What if I
it's
give you
just
10 documents that say the Earth is flat and stationary?
I asked if you have any scientific
Yeah, just show
organization.
him the NASA document.
Talking about mirages. Stop. Hold on. We were talking about mirages. The citation.
that's
It
not
says
what we're
the
talking
Earth's line horizontal surface.
That's not what it said. It literally says. It literally says
He just fucking babbles. Not listening. Listening if he's talking when I'm talking.
here to get lectured by anybody. So
Just show him the NASA documents that state themselves that it's utilized as flat and stationary. Maybe that'll shut them up for once.
I would love to
Look,
see
what you're looking for. Look, dude, this is what you're looking for right now, right? We're specifically talking about ships over the horizon. Okay, so you need to find your ship's study that goes vigorously through the scientific method, validates that boats are going over a geometric horizon. That's what you have to look for right now. You're not going to find that with NASA. You're not going to find it at all, but you can keep looking.
NASA doesn't even do experiments, I don't think.
NASA definitely does experiments, but
like what?
Launching rockets into space?
We're specifically talking about boats going over the horizon. The study has to be about boats, like you said, right? You kept saying, post your study.
I don't know that I'm going to find that from NASA.
Post your study. You kept saying to us, post your scientific experiment about boats going over the horizon, because apparently you deny definition
I'm not saying
from
that
the American
no
Meteorological
organization
Society.
has posted the study about it. I just don't know.
If someone else is talking, you need to shush. Right? And just while I've got you on mute, first line of the sinking definition that I gave you says the following: a horizontal surface such as that of a body of water. And I'm going to read it a second time because the second word's a long one. A horizontal surface such as that of a body of water. So when you say they're talking about a bowl, right, they're talking about the light rays. They're not talking about the surface. When they're talking about the body of water, they use the word horizontal. Now go get your study, go get your scientific experiment, your boats over the horizon claim, which doesn't exist.
He claims horizontal is a big word.
Yeah. Trying to trick him with big words like horizontal.
I posted in the side chat the 44 documents from CIA, from USSR, U.S. Army, NASA, FAA, U.S. Navy, NGA, USMC, all those documents. Maybe now he will at least appreciate what's been shown. We'll go from there.
Go from here. What is this? This is a
Letters, documents from those agencies that you asked for.
That's what you asked for. That's what you got. Now watch it and shut up.
Wait, you asked specifically for the CIA and NASA.
No. What is this? This is terrible. This is not citing anything. This is screenshots of what? I don't know that any of these documents are even real. Okay, it does have the pages and whatever.
Do your due diligence
you should
yourself.
cite documents. No, you should make it easy.
Hey, dude, you asked.
This is
we
why
provided,
when you
and now
post
you're
something
saying not.
academic,
You
have a
asked.
bibliography.
We provided. Just
you
watch
just
the
make
video.
this whole video a
Go look into it, bro. Look it, dude. Look. It's real easy.
Disinformation because it's not easy.
It's disinformation now. Oh my god. So CIA and NASA documents are disinformation. You're full of shit, dude.
Real
You're stupid, dude.
Dude, you're having a meltdown.
No, you are. No, you just keep rambling. No.
I was not rambling.
Post a link. Make it so I can go to their website. Don't post a fucking screenshot that's not real.
You need their
editing
links.
Yes. That's if you wanted to actually show people the information, you would.
Oh, Jesus. After we show them to you, you're going to say the earth is flat, correct?
What?
Did you hear me? Did you hear me or were you talking while I was talking?
I wasn't even on.
I know, because I could talk then. What did I say?
didn't hear you. I wasn't listening to you because I don't give a shit what you say. I don't care. Yeah, that's funny. That's good. Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
hilarious.
Thank you.
I'm laughing at you, and you can't handle it. And so you go, it makes you
That's how
mad
you
that I
got
laugh
left.
at you.
You're afraid we're just going to give you the
Making
CAA.
me mad.
You're afraid we're going to give you the documents, and then you'll have to admit it. And that's why you don't want them now.
You wouldn't just post these stupid videos. I wish you would cite just a link, just a text document. Make
If
it
I
so
do,
I can just
are you going to
copy
admit
it.
the this flat?
I'll go through all of them. I'll
Answer my question before anybody posts him anything. Are you going to admit the Earth is flat?
laugh how I want in public, and I don't give a fuck what you say. In here.
That's a no. So nobody post anything for him.
Go ahead and post it, and I'll look at it. I'll go to their websites.
You won't answer my
I still need
question.
to find my SIP study. I still need to find my SIP study.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
Yes, you can do it yourself. It's so easy.
If it's so easy, how come NASA didn't do it?
I don't know that they haven't done it. I don't know that they haven't posted anything. It's just finding the specific, like, it's not easy to just pull something up. It's
This
do
guy.
I really want to take the time
Hey,
to
look
show
at
you?
let me give you an example, dude. You're the type of
They
guy.
deal with rocketry, like
Let me give you an example,
because
dude.
they already collect.
Hey, look. Let me give you an example. You're the type of guy that if I was your buddy, said, dude, your chick's cheating on you, and you're like, no, she's not. And then I show you videos and text messages and emails and photos, and you're gonna still be like, no, she's not cheating on me. Dude, you're fucking brick, dude. You don't want to fucking listen to the facts. And then you're just gonna dismiss all of it, like, oh, it's all fake, it's all fake. Well, then, dude, you asked for the truth. We gave you the truth. You're just hand waving it. It's retarded, bro. It's quite telling, dude, that you just hand wave the facts. It's telling on your part.
None of these are facts.
Apocrypha,
None
you
of this
need
is
new
facts.
batteries or get closer to your
Okay, there we
Bluetooth
go.
or talking to your phone.
Okay, yeah, I know what it is.
You're just talking over me. No, none of these are facts. None of this is facts.
My Bluetooth.
Just having a meltdown, guys.
We have dispersion of light in the Earth's atmosphere. This is not saying that the Earth is
on the stress level.
as input to a flat Earth.
Okay, here you go. I'm going to have to click on it after I post it. So give me a second.
Thanks for letting me know, Radwin. When my shit goes dead, it starts going real mute and stuff. So thanks.
But you guys don't even believe this. You're all just trolling. That's all that you're doing.
He's currently on the shock, numbness, and denial section where it starts at
I'm not
loss.
in denial. I'm not denying it.
Emotional outbursts, anger,
You are the
snap.
ones that
Well, he could be at the fear level because he's afraid to look at the documents now. So he's actually all the way through all those right now, doing all those, 6 of them. Oh, and searchings. Now he's searching. Dude, we have you nailed down. That's what this is for.
Searching what? I'm always searching. Or are we not all? Are you not
Read
always
that
searching?
from-
I'm always
read that from left to right, top down. Go ahead, read that, and tell me which stage you're at.
None of
Right?
this says that they admit anything. All of this is just you being disoriented by documents that you don't understand. And you don't even believe any of this to begin with. Is the funniest part. You're just
Dude, you're coping right now, dude. Is there a stage of cope? Hey, Radwin, is there a stage of cope on that?
Well, disorganization and panic.
Yeah, there you go. That's coping right there. Yeah, for sure. He's all messed up.
He's almost at the bottom. He's almost at the bottom. He's ready to make a turn.
He's about to turn, bro. He's about to turn. He's gonna hit.
You haven't scratched the surface. Like you haven't
Are you
done
lonely?
anything.
Are you lonely?
Oh my gosh, is that Radwin?
That is what it is. I'm here because I'm lonely. Now you got it. Now you got me back.
All right, so
Are
we
you
go
here
to the
'cause you're
next stage.
lonely?
Oh, he's lonely.
Next is
Isolation.
depression.
Are you isolated?
That's gotta be why you guys do this, right? It's just because we're all
Next
lonely.
is depression.
So it's fun to just talk about the Earth is flat. It's not depressing. I mean,
No, it's really
isolation
the
is not
globe
a bad thing.
deprogramming
People,
room. We just disguise it with
I'm
triggering
not Ted
words on
Brzezinski
flat
with
Earth.
it. Like, I'm not triggered by anything. Like, are you guys Ted Brzezinski by it? Are you being alone? Can you
Wait till
not
you
just
get
sit
clipped
alone?
and put on Twitter, dude. You're
'Cause
gonna
you
be
might have to go
famous.
do that if that's the problem.
You
It's not bad.
asked for
Spend
you
time
asked for
alone.
the documents. You've been given documents, and now where are we
You're
at?
because see, you're the ones with the problem. You have to get together
Hey,
and say
answer the
stupid
question.
shit with people. That's
Answer
your
the
guys'
question.
problem.
Hey,
Is
look
that
it.
you
Answer the
can't
question.
stand being alone. That's your problem. Is you
Yeah.
can't be alone.
Yeah.
You
So now
can't
you're
sit with your
ignoring
own
the facts.
thoughts.
Okay. So
You
answer the
have to get
question.
together with people and
Okay.
make
So
up stupid shit about that guy's a
okay.
globe.
Thank you for talking. Answer the question now, because you asked for the documents. They've been
And I can
provided.
see why that's fun. It's definitely fun. It is a higher level.
There's the nervous laugh. We're getting closer.
And say that,
Hey,
oh,
hey,
you're a
Mr. Nervous
Glober.
Laugh. Look at the side.
You're not
Look at the
nervous at
chat
all.
at the
You're
side box.
nervous. You're the ones that can't go and talk
I'll
to it.
mute you for a second so I can talk. Look at the stat bot. Look at 24/7 flat Earth. 19,000 hours compared to the rest. We are just killing it in here.
It's awesome. I think it's great because it is fun. I'm having a good time. I can see why people are in here.
Hey, so
It's
when you
not
ask,
stupid.
so
It's
when you
really
ask for documents, and they were provided, why did you then just hand wave them? What happened there? Where's the disconnect?
I tried to click through them, but like I'm not gonna take the time to like look up this government.
So listen, real quick, buddy. Okay, buddy, real quick. Just listen.
You're just not understanding technical.
Okay, buddy, real quick. Just listen, buddy. Oh my God, bro. Listen. Somebody took the time and went through the documents and made a video, a collage of them, so that way when somebody asks for the documents, they're all in one video. Now you can take the time to look through all of them if you want, but that's up
if it
to
was
you.
serious, if it was a serious document that wanted people to really verify shit, it would all be in a text document so that you could just copy and paste it. And I know you
Well,
say,
I asked you if you
want to
wanted
be
the link to
spoon-fed.
the PDFs. Yeah, you're going to keep talking no
This
matter
is
what.
why it's doing.
If you wanted the links to the PDFs, you wouldn't answer. I said, if I give you the link, are you going to admit the Earth is flat? And then you had a meltdown. You're stuck, dude. You're in a loop.
You're the one that's just saying, I'm not melting down. Go ahead, post a PDF. I don't care.
Are you going to admit it?
Save it, and I'll show people. Look at what people fucking.
It's not new, dude. You're not going to surprise anybody.
There's definitely people that haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, so go ahead and post it.
So what is it going to do if we post you links to those PDFs?
That's going to take you to NASA.gov.
Go ahead and post it. I don't care.
That's going to take you to the Army.
Go ahead. I'm dying to see.
He'll
Like, if you
start
don't, I
nervously
will.
giggling again. Probably.
Dude, these
Nervous.
documents are
I'm
from
not
the
nervous.
engineer.
You are.
Listen. These documents are also from like the United States engineers. Okay, like they themselves
Post it.
have those
Then
documents.
post it. I don't care. Then post
He
it.
doesn't need that detail. He only wants it if it's
Post
from
it.
CIA
Just
or
post it.
NASA.
I don't
This
care.
fucker
Like,
won't stop talking. He only wants it if it's from the CIA or NASA. He said he trusts the CIA and he trusts NASA.
Well, there's documents in that video from CIA and from NASA. So there we go.
you guys just keep talking and not posting. You have so much to say.
I have a video here of
Another video.
Yeah, so this is the ex. I forget exactly what role he had. He had a very
You're
high role in
hilarious.
the CIA.
I got another
Hold on,
video.
I'm talking. Yeah, I was just talking, bro.
I'm gonna go smoke some weed.
Yeah, that's about seems like about your level of things to do, bro. So
Yeah,
look,
that's
hold on,
smart.
hold on.
Like,
Just
why
let me
not?
finish my sentence.
Okay. Oh,
why you make me have to mute you, bro? Just let me finish my sentence, right? So this is a video. It's an interview, right, of one of the ex-heads of the CIA
Left.
saying. Oh, I'll just finish what I was saying anyway. Saying that NASA, right? They call NASA at the CIA not a space agency. That guy was a clown.
You could hear he melted down.
Yeah, big time.
We said, "Oh, you want NASA citations, okay?" And then started posting stuff, and he didn't want to see it anymore. He didn't make it over the curve. He got stuck right at the bottom.
He kept shifting his requirements, right? First, he's like, "I'll provide any citations from any credible sources," right? Then a citation from a credible source comes along, and he's like lying about what it says in the citation. And then you guys show him the documents. He's like, "Oh, that has to be in a PDF." You offer to show him the PDF. You know, he starts giggling like a little clown again.
Yeah, it's his incredulity, though. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, most of them are like that. I mean, let's be real. They're most like that.
Unfortunately, yep. Yeah, we got him good, right? He's got to go smoke some weed now to cope with the situation.
It's a safe place where he goes back to his globe, and he's comfortable with that. He embraces the lies, dude. Like no different than a battered woman or a man getting cheated on. They love to embrace the lies because it keeps them safe and nice and warm.
I have the perfect meme, man. This is him in 10 minutes after he smokes his weed.
Nice. Yeah, these goons, man, they come from all over. They get wrecked and then they leave.
Why did Laffy Taffy come back?
going on there? Like the labels that.
Yeah, he's spiraling hard.
Yeah,
I don't know
see
if you
him.
heard. Did you hear him
Oh.
before? He was just couldn't stop giggling anymore.
No, I was just saw the text screen popping up in my feed. I'm like, what's going on?
I had to
they
post
muted.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to post him the deprogramming scale of where he's at and all that because he's lost it when boats didn't go over the horizon anymore.
Yeah, it can be a shock. That's when people start to realize that it's not a globe. You know, they can, it can hurt. It can really throw them, through a loop, especially when they've tied a lot of hope and dreams into this idea that humanity in space suddenly solves all of humanity's problems. I mean, haven't you watched The Expanse? I mean, a lot of these sci-fi nerds and people who love space, go watch that show. Things get exponentially worse the further humans get into space. Exponentially. No spoilers, even. Okay, like.
Here, maybe you want to ask him a question. It's the giggler.
Oh shit, I'm back.
I was hoping there was a sock account of somebody who came. I thought it was a new account, but yeah, it's a brand new person, huh? Dude,
yeah, he
sock account. I don't use Discord, so.
No, I'm just
saying. Boats go over the horizon. We posted pictures of boats. We zoom in on them. They're not over the horizon anymore. He had a meltdown. At that point, it was over. He required CIA documents or NASA documents. We gave him NASA documents, and he said, "Nuh-uh." So you can see where he's at right now.
Yeah. I mean, is everything okay, dude? Like, what is it?
Well, he smoked some weed now. He said he was going to go smoke some weed, right? And he should be more chill. No.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Will you be able to handle disagreement? Can someone disagree with you, and you're okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, how about just write that? Just say flat earthers. You have a box of, hey, people who disagree with you, and just drop it in that box. And are you cool now? Can you go live your life and everything will be okay, or do we need some more crisis intervention?
I guess all he wanted to say was, "Oh, I can talk now."
Maybe he's contemplating it. I mean, weed does slow you down, your thinking process, so he's like trying to get a measured response.
I was looking for an emoji. That was the closest thing to an American flag I could find.
Oh, the football?
Yep.
That looks like a flag to you?
Well,
no, that's just the only thing that came up when I looked up America.
Yeah, so, God bless America. But what you're looking at here, though, is a modern flat earth movement has nothing to do with America. And really, in real terms, American flat earthers have been under constant scrutiny because the average American believes, God bless America, we landed on the moon. So it's really hard to be a flat earther in America, where if you've got England, which is the kind of like ground zero for flat earthers, they don't have that social, emotional, jingoistic identity wrapped into space programs. When people think of America, one of the top things they come up with their heads, oh, NASSholes. The space program, landing on the moon. All this crazy shit that flat earthers are telling it's all, hey, that's fake. This is weapons. This is our weapons program, relabeled as peaceful exploration of space. And most people don't want to hear it. They do not.
Now that's good. I like that. That's true, actually. That I agree with. See, I think that they're right about their science, but it definitely is a weapons program, and it always was. So that's what all aerospace technology is about.
Well, there you go. You're on the right track already. You just needed someone to help you connect the dots.
Well, I already knew that. That's all military-industrial complex. That's just 101. I mean,
damn.
So you nailed it. When I showed you the NASA document that Earth is flat and stationary, and you don't agree with that?
Okay, I see. So you don't trust the government at all for anything because you understand
I do.
that.
I trust them for saying Earth is flat and stationary. Don't you?
No, I don't. But I do think that
You don't trust the government, not me.
Yeah. Well, we both. Okay, depends on what you mean by. Okay, back to this. So you said that this level of thinking is really popular in the UK. Now
You
that's
said you trust the CIA, didn't you?
yeah. I don't trust MI5 though, but it's one and the same, really.
You trust them and you don't trust them.
It's funny how that is. Yeah.
You have cognitive dissonance.
I guess we all do. We all have to. We all.
We all
You don't?
know.
You clearly do because you think that the Earth is flat.
You can't build a plane without it being that way.
Without the Earth being flat?
That's correct. If it was a ball and spinning, you wouldn't be able to land it.
No, you can go back to this up here. It doesn't even affect much when you're talking about planes. The fact that the Earth is a curve. You know, it does affect is launching rockets and satellites into space.
Rockets curve because the Earth is spinning, but planes don't.
Now that's funny. What do you think a satellite is? What do you? So what do flat earthers? How do you explain like satellites around the globe? What do you think about that?
Who said around the globe?
I did. You can see like the network of like Starlink.
it right.
We've got all those in the sky now. We've got a shit ton of Starlink. Yeah, we
don't
do.
have it. So if I show you NASA documents showing that they're hung by balloons, what are you going to say to that?
I don't know. Wait, I was thinking about. I'm trying to say something else of my own, and then I understand that you're trying to tell me something, but we're both kind of clashing here now. So
you jump to satellites, and then I jump to
Yeah.
what if I documents that say they're on balloons and show you video?
all of the satellites are on balloons.
What do you consider a satellite?
Have they built a satellite with a balloon that can traverse space? That's news to me.
Uh-oh, we got help in here. Over help.
I don't know. Just
You won't answer.
how does it traverse a vacuum?
Space is fake.
How does it traverse a vacuum?
Space is fake.
Wait,
Am I
space
supposed
is
to take-
fake?
Are
Is
you an
that-
authority on that? Am I supposed to take you seriously just because you said that?
You know, it's funny. Space is kind of fake.
Okay, you guys going to talk to each other?
Yeah,
No, I'm asking you a question. Why am I supposed to take your word on space being fake seriously?
Hey, dude, this is what we call a conditional or unconditional acceptance. If you're not going to take me seriously in a conversation that you are willingly and able to participate in, then unconditionally, I accept that I will not take you seriously either. This is a two-way
Space is
street.
fake. Space is fake. Space
Well,
is
yeah,
not
same
fake. This is
same
Earth.
space. Same space is fake is a non-starter.
No, like
No,
then
it's
why
not.
are you
It's
here?
completely a starter. It is fake.
Yo,
How is it a
actually.
starter?
Because space is not at all like Earth. You don't understand how space
Yeah, no,
works.
it's not like Earth.
hold
That's
on a
why
second.
I
This is
pointed out.
Gael.
We're going to have to refute you guys.
Yeah, Lee, or Bonette or whatever. Okay, we want you in the channel. Okay, just you need to be able to say when there's someone new, We don't want a spiraling session. Okay, this guy is on the brink. Okay, he's right on the brink of burnout. So I'm trying to get him to say, hey, you clicked on the topic that you want to talk about. Why do you also not want to talk about it? If we can fix that contradiction, he could be the next moderator. He could be who knows? This guy could be the next big guy in flat Earth. But if he, this is a crossroads, and when people are at this crossroad, it's a very important moment. Here's a chance to challenge his own assumptions, or not. So that's why
Why should I take, okay, so explain to me how saying space is fake, not full stop as a starter.
Oh, well, you were supposed to be in shock, not spiral out of control, and then say, how do you get to that?
Yeah, I've asked you how.
Well, is Earth a ball? Yeah, a ball of water and air around it inside a vacuum?
With an atmosphere, yeah.
No, that would be the air, right? Is Earth a ball of water with air around it in a vacuum?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't work in a vacuum, so space is fake.
How doesn't it work in a vacuum?
You have a vacuum chamber. Doesn't work. Once you remove the air, water turns into gas. So you have two problems.
You know, a vacuum chamber is not space, right?
So what is space supposed to be then?
Space is a bunch of emptiness. It's a vacuum. It means there's nothing there. Essentially, there's nothing gaseous in it.
A vacuum chamber isn't like space; it's a vacuum chamber. But space is a vacuum. You just
space is a vacuum, but it's not a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, it sure is.
No, it's not a vacuum chamber at all.
Sure it
So
is.
you're saying it's not a vacuum chamber?
It's like an infinite expanse of nothing.
Oh, so it's
a vacuum chamber is not an expanse of nothing.
So since it's ever expanding, that means pressure is always lowering since the container is getting larger, right?
Wait, what?
Your universe container, the volume of it's getting larger, so the pressure must be getting lower.
And you're basing that off of that's how vacuum chambers work.
Basing it off physics, yeah. Gas laws, all that shit.
But you don't accept gravity, I presume.
Where did gravity come in? You just brought gravity in for no reason.
Well, yeah, that's how the water is sticking to the ball.
Uh-oh. So
and that's how the air is formed in the atmosphere.
Okay, fine. So water's sticking to a ball. I'm holding a cup of water. It's really pulling down because of gravity. So I set it on my table. The water's still there. It's flat and level on top. It's being pulled down by gravity. I put it in my vacuum chamber. I pull the vacuum on and I let the pump run because you said it's an ever-expanding universe, so I can just leave the pump running. And the water bubbles and turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber just like it would in fake space. So I debunked space and your gravity all at the same time. Gravity didn't keep the water down in the cup like you claimed it would.
The one problem there is that you're doing this pouring water on a ball test on Earth.
Didn't pour water on a ball.
Then what are you saying?
You didn't hear anything I said? Or were you trying to figure out?
I did, but if you
said it had water in a cup,
then please say it again.
Yeah. Let's repeat what I did then. And what?
So you have water in a cup and a ball.
Nope. I have water in a cup. It sits on my table. And it's still flat and level. I put the water in the cup in my vacuum chamber and I pull the vacuum. And since I'm pulling the air out, the water turns to gas because there's no, quote, atmosphere above it. So there's nothing holding it down. It's not gravity, that's for sure, because when you remove the air, the water goes away, it turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber too. So when I put the air back in the vacuum chamber, the water doesn't mysteriously just come back in. It's already gone, turned into gas, never to be water again until somewhere down the road, wherever. How do you like that?
So like you've completely separated then the oxygen and hydrogen molecules and shit by putting it in the chamber. I presume you've destroyed those molecules, right?
Your gravity.
Again, the glass of water being plain. Again, you're doing that test on Earth, so yes, of course it's going to be fucking plain. Gravity is pulling shit down. From your perspective.
Oh, I guess it's not. I guess it's
yes,
air
it
pressure.
Is. Since you're standing on Earth, it's pulling it down from your perspective.
You missed the plot, dude. You missed the plot. Yeah, you claimed gravity. So
no, I'm just explaining to you what gravity is.
Isolate my experiment down to gravity. I'm going to remove the air pressure, leaving only gravity and water in the vacuum chamber, okay? Well, the gravity didn't work because when I did that,
because you're doing it on Earth.
Away from the water, it turned into gas. It requires air pressure to be water, liquid.
No.
Yes.
Not really. There's water in space.
100%. You can't debunk me. Nobody's been able to. Going on
well,
a year
of course I can't debunk you. You're completely stupid. Jesus Christ. Goodbye.
And he left.
Yeah, he cracked. Hey, we had a chance. I mean, there was a chance to recover, but
you can laugh at that if you want. It's just
you're back. Okay, hold on.
He came back.
Yeah, dude, take a breath. Okay,
I don't know, that laugh. It's so indicative of how little you guys want to take in from the opposition. What they say.
Do you? How do you oppose flat Earth if you don't even know what it is?
Flat Earth is the false notion that the planet is flat just because what I see in front of me right now is flat in my point of view.
You are incorrect. You have been programmed.
And what is flat Earth?
A description.
If it's not a flat Earth, then what is it?
It's describing the surface of the Earth as flat.
Yeah. So it could be curved. It could be evolved by that estimation.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it then. Because right now, you're thinking that people in here are advocating for a pizza planet in the third pizza planet from the sun. No one here is talking about that. That is programmed.
Well, then you're not talking about flat Earth, are you?
Yes, we are. We're talking about flat Earth.
Okay, so what is flat Earth if it's not a flat Earth?
How do you describe like the solar system?
Hold on a second. Hold on. The other guy just asked us a question. Hold on a second, dude. The other guy just asked a question to Crit.
Yeah, the Earth is a geocentric cosmology, not a heliocentric cosmology. When the humanity took a sharp detour away from observable science, in the 1600s, 1700s, you had the Catholic Church roll out this heliocentric model via a guy called Copernicus. And Copernicus said, hey, the Earth isn't the center of creation, the sun is.
Except Galileo is the one that proposed that, isn't it? Wasn't Galileo the one who proposed that and was literally silenced by the Catholic Church?
No, Galileo had some ideas about the heavenly bodies, and he was told not to talk about it.
By the Catholic Church.
Yeah, because they said if he talks about it, people will associate this dumb shit with the Catholic Church. So don't say anything about it. Keep that information to yourself and keep the people stupid. They wanted, the Catholic Church still to this day, they have secret knowledge that you're not allowed to have. Because they know knowledge is power. So when listen, okay? When the Pope, which at the time and still today is considered the literal word of God on earth, the Pope told Galileo, keep this to yourself. The peasants don't need to know it. It'll be some blowback. It might weaken the Catholic Church because it's so bizarre. It's so out there that people will start saying, hey, maybe there's something wrong with these priests and with this religion. Galileo said, nah, he's going to tell people about it anyway. And his sentence for that crime, for heresy, was to go to his room with dinner. This is at the height of the Inquisition. You maybe want to open
so
up
the height of don't question the Catholic narrative.
People were being burnt to death in by
the Catholic Church.
Yeah, for having a lazy eye. And they would say that person's a heretic, and they would get arrested, they would get tortured, and if they confessed, they would die a clean spirit, would move on to heaven because they let go of their sin. If they did,
are you a Catholic?
No, I'm not Catholic. But
then why are you glazing them right now?
I'm trying to tell you that the Catholic Church love their space myths. They love that. Okay, when you go to any cathedral or whatever, they're all over the place. You can just walk in any direction, you'll bump into one.
Yeah.
Go there and ask them, what do they think about flat earthers? They'll pretty much the same thing you're going to say here today. Your views line up one for one with them.
Do they?
Yeah,
I just happen to not believe in a god. Aside from that big thing.
Yeah, they love space. They think they're the ones who invented it. Big Bang.
Wait. That's funny. They think they invented it because they kind of did. They did. The religions were the ones that were the ones following the stars. They were the ones that were doing that from the start. So it makes sense.
Yeah, Big Bang.
Navigate
George Lamontre, Catholic priest. Like all the spaceship, even today, the largest, most powerful telescope that humans ever made, owned by the Vatican. This is their space.
Which one? The Keppel or the newer one? James Randi?
This doesn't make me think that it's wrong. It's just...
Yeah, I mean, when people need to be realistic here, that all this other space stuff, that's all Catholic. It's all Catholic. None of it. So I would like to see somebody give me a heliocentric model that is secular. Show me this version that doesn't have deeply intertwined God of the Bible in with it. It's so intertwined.
I don't care personally
because religion is intertwined.
Personally,
show me the science without, the Catholic Church.
Personally, it doesn't hurt my pride that the Catholic Church had an involvement in discovering space.
Not involvement. They're the whole story. They're the whole guy. It's like this. No one else is involved. It's virtually the whole
They came
thing.
up with the definitions. Yeah, they started
All
the
of it.
words.
Yeah, all of it. It's not like they had it was like a side hustle, and these other people did it. The Catholic Church contributed 50%.
I don't get what your point is.
100%.
That doesn't mean it's wrong.
The whole
thing. This was wrong.
The whole thing is Catholic Church creation myth.
Just because you guys propose this it doesn't mean space does not exist.
Well, and just because
you realize that, right?
Doesn't mean that they
can
can't
declare something to not exist. But you have to actually prove that.
Yeah, just like with your God, you declare God.
I don't believe in a God.
You don't, not me.
It doesn't matter if you believe in God. You can believe in God and believe in the scientific method.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crit's not claiming this as a flat Earth proof, right? This is just the history of where the globe Earth came from. That's all. Look, what we're talking about, what we have.
Muddy the issue.
Well, hold on. This is where we're coming from, right? Flat. Well, this is what the question started with. What do we mean by flat Earth, right? It's not a disk in space, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
so flat isn't a shape, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. What we've done is we've gone out and we've tested the globe model, which has to have a specific rate of curvature over distance. It has to have a horizon at a particular distance away from the observer, depending on the height of the observer. Right? Mm-hmm. When we're going out and we're testing for these things that are necessary to have a globe of the size that they tell us, we're able to see magnitudes further, right? Then we take it to the next level. We'll pull out high-powered lasers, right? Some of these have been done by teams of field engineers with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over huge distances across the surface of the water to a target, right? There should be hundreds of feet hidden in a lot of these observations that we're taking, right? So it's evidence that anyone can go and repeat themselves. And it's, you know,
Yeah, and
all of this is,
typically-
it's actual evidence. It's not just
Typically these
speculation or faith-based.
Well, it kind of is in a way, because a lot of these flat earthers that have gone out and tried to prove the flat earth have done the opposite. And I know you guys are going to say those people are heretics and not really
No.
actually flat earthers, probably. But
Incorrect.
okay, then.
Well,
how
look, the
do you
only one, when you
explain
guys say that flat earthers, sorry to cut you off, but when you guys say that flat earthers have gone out and done this, you'd be talking about something that you would have seen called Behind the Curve on Netflix, right? Which is just a completely flawed.
No.
What have you seen? What have you seen?
It's people on fucking, like, it's people. It's not organizations
Just
going out and doing this. It's actual people who are like enthusiastically flat earthers going out and doing
Not necessarily, right? That's
A
why I
lot of them
mentioned
are.
a team of field engineers. It doesn't matter if we're going out. Flat earthers are the ones that are actually going out and testing the Earth, right? These are able to be repeated
In really,
by anyone.
really
these
non-specific
tests.
way.
I think a lot. No, this isn't a question of
There are
science.
so,
right?
like, you're just ignoring all
this
the-
is not science, dude.
You're
Okay,
ignoring
if
all
you-
the
if
tests
you
that
think-
you can do that prove a flat Earth, like a round Earth too.
Okay, so that's what we're here asking you for. Do you have a test that proves a round Earth that you would like us to go over? You're more than welcome to present it. We have countless amounts of tests that have
What
been
about 24
very,
hours
very well
sun?
done. That's not the Earth. That's the sun, right? That's speculating about
but,
what
like,
the sun is,
it's
where the
doing a
sun is,
full
and how the
rotation.
sky operates. Right? I'm talking about
the-
practical demonstrations, right, that are measuring the thing that we're talking about, the Earth. Right? Drop over distance, necessity to a globe. Geometric horizon, necessity to a globe. Not looking at the sky and trying to determine what the Earth is based off observing and making assumptions about something in the sky. I'm talking about actual measurements of the ground.
The ground, right?
Yeah,
you can
specifically, specifically
staring
over
at
large
the
bodies of
ground
water.
is so helpful, right?
The surface
because
of the
if-
Earth.
The surface of the Earth that has to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can work out how much drop there should be over a distance, and you can work out where the geometric horizon would have to be. Right? When we go out and test that, it isn't there. There's no curvature.
There is curvature all the time. But, like, you guys like to dismiss a lot of that evidence as, oh, that's a fisheye lens, even though it's most of the time
Dude,
not.
listen for a sec. If the surface is not curved, what is it?
It is curved, though.
Okay, say it's not. Okay,
It's just not curved from your perspective.
Okay, listen, pay attention. Okay, I have an object right here. The surface is not curved. What is it?
It's flat.
Okay.
Wow,
well,
he said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you guys can't even say the word. I think you'll be stick around.
Why are you
You'll be
putting
surprised.
words into my mouth, sir?
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying that
Yes, you are.
sometimes you've got people who can't even say the word flat. The word flat can't come out of their mouth. Like, to them, nothing is flat. There's a whole cult.
Like, why would I have
of-
why would I be apprehensive about saying flat?
You're not, but some people are.
But why
There's
would
some
I be?
People, because there is, I don't know, there's something going on with the worldview of the anti-flat earther. They cannot say the word flat. It really cannot come out of their mouth. I'm impressed that you're able to say the word.
Why?
Because some of
I
them
wasn't
can't.
joking around. That's why I said, "Wow, he said it."
Yeah, I'm impressed. I was sure you were not going to be able to say the word.
Yeah,
Just by the way you're acting.
What does that tell you?
It tells you that, hey, maybe you are here for an honest conversation. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, maybe we can move on now.
Yeah, I know I'm here for an honest conversation. I just don't know that you guys are actually honest about listening to some of the evidence that I know you reject.
Well, see, there's your contradiction again.
Okay.
How do you reject evidence that you haven't presented?
Like, you've seen the evidence I would present, though. You've seen it already. You dismissed it already. Hence why you believe in a flat Earth.
Not a belief. Yeah, I don't believe in flat Earth.
Then
Belief is
why
not
are you a
required.
flat Earther?
Yeah, belief is not required. The Earth is Earth, and your
Yeah, the Earth is Earth. How do we prove its shape?
It's just flat. That's how we
Staring
use
at the ground.
Posted the documents, and the other guy flipped out and quit and came back. He's on his second pass here after
that's
now
him.
he saw the documents from NASA.
Yeah, because I heard you giggle like a little schoolgirl when I left.
Want to fly a plane?
I heard you giggle like a schoolgirl when I left, and I just could not have that. I was like, "Oh my god!"
You're not going to allow that to
Fucking weirdo.
stand. Why we giggle sometimes, or people will giggle?
Well, he
is
giggled because he thought he won.
It's so
That's so
predictable. It's so predictable, like the level of stimulus and triggering over a topic you don't even understand yet. You don't even understand what flat Earth is yet.
Do you guys understand it? Because, like, I feel you don't really.
Yeah, we're definitely
Because we're talking about whether flat Earth is
24/7.
flat or not.
Because just the word, adjective, noun. You'll get people, like, when you started the conversation, you were talking about a noun, a disk in space, a flat object that is Earth.
Okay, so are you guys talking about an infinite flat plane in space?
No, we're talking about flat, adjective, noun. The
And
surface
how?
of Earth.
Okay, so how long does this flat plane go on for?
That would be.
Remember, I took away your space with my vacuum chamber, so we can get rid of saying that from now on.
Yeah, but like again, dumb fuck, you don't know the difference between a vacuum chamber and space, apparently. So,
well, tell us about
even though
it.
that's
How's it different?
blatantly obvious what the difference is. One is a chamber that you're sucking the air out of actively.
And if you put a water
is
ball
pretty
in the middle,
still vacuum. Space is pretty still. So, like, after a while, you would have to turn off that vacuum pump in your scenario. And then, eventually, the water molecules would form back into water.
No, they're
Because that's
already
the
gone.
matter
They don't come back in. They don't come back in.
They don't come back in, but they would reform as water eventually. Unless you're sucking them out of the water, unless you're sucking water from the vacuum.
My universe that I made, my little tiny universe, doesn't care where they went after that.
Like, did you suck the water out of the vacuum chamber?
Yeah, it turned into gas and left.
Yeah. So how is it? How is like a representative model?
Your universe, that's ever expanding vacuum universe. If you had an air ball in it, the air would go everywhere as fast as it possibly can, and the water would also turn into gas instantly too. In that kind of lower,
it would be gas, but it wouldn't like spread everywhere. It's not a vacuum.
There's an example on the screen of space with what air
It's not a
does.
vacuum engine. It's not a vacuum pump. It's a still vacuum.
No, it's ever expanding. You claim so. The volume's getting
it's
larger.
ever expanding. That doesn't mean it's sucking.
Yeah, so the pressure's getting lower. You fucked up by saying ever.
Yeah, so why the fuck would it be flying everywhere?
What happens if you pop? What happens if you put a hole in a car tire? Right. Obviously, the high pressure goes to the low pressure. Right.
Fucking stressed out. That's not the same as space.
It is the same. It's the same concept.
It's not.
Right? It's the high. Yes, because you have an extreme low pressure system adjacent to a high pressure system. So when you have a car tire or a soda can. No, dude, when you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system, the high pressure will fill the available space. I can show you a demonstration right now.
Yeah.
Where they have a vacuum chamber. Listen, I'm almost done. I can show you a quick demonstration right now where they have a vacuum chamber next to a gas pressure system, right? And they have a physical barrier separating the two. As soon as they turn the valve, the high pressure instantly fills the available space.
I know how vacuum works.
So space is claimed to be a vacuum.
Yeah, I know how a vacuum works. Do you know the difference
between what I'm talking about now?
Do you know the difference between space and a vacuum chamber?
Space is said to be a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
A chamber is controlled.
Yeah, show us a vacuum without a chamber, dude. Can you do that?
What?
Show us a vacuum without the chamber. That's what you're claiming. A vacuum without a chamber. So can you demonstrate that, please?
What, like, you guys are...
You are claiming a vacuum without a container. Can you show us that,
I
please?
am.
Yeah, go.
You guys are claiming that everything would, like...
You're claiming
Fuck
vacuum
out.
without a container. Can you show us that? Yes or no?
I don't know what you mean with that. Because
You don't know what your own argument
it seems
is.
like
You say this
you're going, like, literally based off the... Yeah, you don't believe in space.
literally, yeah.
You don't believe in
So
space.
literally,
You're just
literally
gonna...
show us a vacuum next to gas without a container, without the chamber.
Earth.
Earth.
Yeah.
Earth is the thing in question.
Yeah, that beg the question.
It has a gas. It has a layer of gas on it. That's pretty thin compared to like the overall mass of Earth, and it's not all that fucking atmosphere is not getting flung out into space.
You got a problem then.
Like,
Yeah, that's
again,
a function of natural law.
let me make one thing clear. Space is not a vacuum cleaner. It's not sucking. It's still.
What? Okay, so how about explain why they present it that way? Like when you watch a movie
They don't.
Alien, you watch a movie Alien and they rupture.
That's a ship getting a puncture and sucking out all of the air from.
Don't they call Earth spaceship? They call Earth spaceship Earth. We're traveling on this spaceship all
That's a
together.
metaphor used by Carl Sagan.
Yeah, he's trying to educate people like you.
He's trying to explain, like, we're technically traveling through space on a ball, yes. That's a metaphor. It's not literal.
Around it in a vacuum. So you're contradicting your own self.
No, I'm not actually, really.
It's a hard contradiction, homie. A hard, direct contradiction.
No.
Because you're traveling through space in a metaphorically, a spaceship that somehow is in violation of natural law.
How?
How do you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Because there's this thing called attraction of matter attraction that we call gravity. Where a big mass of things has a natural suction towards it because it's so massive. It's pulling things that are smaller and less dense towards it. That's why the layer of gas can stick on the Earth.
Weight isn't pressure.
I'm not...
When it comes to gas.
Okay. You know a gas molecule doesn't weigh that much, right?
Doesn't weigh anything.
Yeah, I know. That's why it can get sucked into the mass, right? That's why it can collect. That's what it has.
There's no weight.
You know, weight has no, like, actual meaning without gravity, right? What is weight?
Good question.
It is density relative to gravity.
No, relative to a medium.
A very dense thing falls really, really fast.
So let's fix you really quick on that. So we're going to fall through air and then into water. We're going to drop an apple. It's going to fall through the air, hit the water, and float. Okay? If I remove that air pressure, the water's going to go away, just like in your vacuum of space. Do you get it yet? Won't have your density.
Except yet again, dumb fuck, you are ignoring the fact that one of those things has a big mass next to it.
You require air pressure. You need to explain, how do you have air pressure around a ball in a vacuum? Go ahead. And Chris asked you, I've asked you.
Because there's a big dense thing sucking molecules of gas towards it and other things that are less dense than it.
Yeah, even if that was
AKA
true,
the Earth.
even if I give you all that, just wave a magic
And I know you
wand,
don't.
You got a magic force called gravity that pulls gas one direction. The
I've
vacuum
explained
of
how gravity
space-
works.
Yeah, the vacuum of space is stronger than that.
It's still though. It's not a sucking force. It's a still vacuum. So, like, do you guys know what a vacuum actually is? It's the absence of anything.
And then what happens to gas when it's exposed to a vacuum?
Nothing. It just
Nothing.
kind of is there. It doesn't fly everywhere. It goes like that in a vacuum chamber because the vacuum chamber is actively sucking out the air.
You got a hard contradiction.
That's why comparing space to a vacuum chamber is meaningless.
Dude,
It does not demonstrate anything.
A hard contradiction.
No. It's actually like perfectly reasonable. You guys just have this hard set orthodoxy where it's like it has to be this because that's what I've seen
Natural science.
personally. I'm done
What you're
here, by the
doing
way.
is you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. You're like, hey, this is a vacuum that's not a vacuum.
He ran away.
We didn't get it. It's too bad Radwin couldn't giggle again.
I like
Bring
that
it
got
right back
destroyed.
in here. Yeah.
Now that I know that triggers people, I don't know what to tell you.
Any other globe earthers want to pick up where he left off?
I want to know
Is
more
your
about the Catholic Church.
Is your vacuum also not a vacuum? Because it's a
What do you
stable
want to know
vacuum.
about
Where
the
the fuck
Catholic
that
Church? From Great, he wants you to tell him about the Catholic Church.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Catholic Church sucks, dude. It's like a vacuum of power.
So you think that the Catholic Church invented the idea of space to control the masses, right?
No,
and
quite
the Catholic
the
Church
opposite.
doesn't believe in.
No, quite the
You think-
opposite. Yeah.
Okay, so what is like the dynamic of power?
Even if
what
even
do
if
you
you
think
were
the
to
Catholic
know,
Church believes?
even let's say the Earth is a globe and space is real, you don't know anything about it. They've already cemented all the knowledge centrally. The little bit of stuff, the little sprinkles of information you think you know about space and Jupiter and the moon, it's not even anything worthwhile. They've given you layers and layers of contradictory disinformation that even if the Earth is the heliocentric, we are in a heliocentric model, your concept of that model is so divorced from what is actually true that it's virtually just a complete myth in your mind.
I don't understand.
They've
It's like-
controlled information for so many centuries at this point.
Do you have a telescope? Because I don't have a telescope.
Yeah, you don't need a telescope for this. This is just basic thinking here.
No,
and if you
like
really
do.
want a
If you're
telescope,
talking about Jupiter, like
yeah,
you could
if you
look
want
at
a
Jupiter with
telescope, the Catholic Church has the best one. You couldn't get any better than their telescope. They got the best ground-based telescope is owned by the Catholic Church.
It doesn't mean it doesn't work the way it's
Yeah, so
supposed
how
to.
are you going to have like your little dime store or one that you could go rent, you could go get at the local library? How are you going to compete with a telescope that costs, it's priceless? The amount of money they put into that thing.
It depends on
one of
what
a
kind of
kind.
science you want to do. I mean, yeah, you can't do the kind of science that any of these organizations can do.
So how are you going to compete with it?
Oh, I mean, you can't. You couldn't be a private. I guess you could. It depends on what.
So do you just believe them? You just believe what they say without any validation?
I don't engage in the scientific method. I'm not a scientist. I let them all
Well,
do
sit
that.
down. Yeah, sit down and just be a pleb and just let them tell you.
But like,
what
I could buy a telescope and like, if I cared to see, like,
But you
they
don't
will
care.
say this is like when you can see Jupiter in the sky. Well, sometimes I'll go out and like look at the blood moon or whatever if it's something that you can just do that day. You know, just normal astrological events or comets or meteor showers. You can see that stuff easily. You don't need a telescope. But like this is all predictable. Like we know it all because with what you're talking about, we have telescopes that we can see it in advance. So.
Oh, I have a telescope. I can't see things into the future with it.
Well, I mean, you've never. I bet people could see meteorites. Maybe if there's certain meteorites.
It happens every year. There's a meteor shower that happens at clockwork every year.
Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, these
events are predictable.
They happen like clockwork. The sky is a clock.
It is, yeah. Well, because it's a solar system, and that's where perception of time.
So the clock.
Wait.
Okay.
Well, that's literally the 24 hours a day.
Dude, everything is moving around in your ever expanding universe, according to the other guy. Is it no longer ever expanding?
No, it is, but it's look, because like these stars patterns that we've based our 12 hours on, that's all. I mean, in relation to us now, but over time it'll look different. Right? But it's gonna stay the same for my lifetime and for a lot of generations. How many generations will it take for that to not look like that? It won't even matter to think about. It is moving, but essentially not. Because it's moving so slowly.
It's moving, but it's not. I got it. Okay.
I mean, it is. It's just, from our perspective, it might as well not be.
You can take the cognitive dissonance from here.
Like, I mean, is a snail moving, right? It is. But you could also look at that and go, like, that's not even doing anything. Like, it's not even moving. That's what we're talking about. It's moving at a snail's pace. So you could say it's static. And it wouldn't be any different to think it is. Except for the fact that, like, planets rotate around us. Well, not us. Well, they do, but they rotate around the sun. I don't understand where the disconnect is, though. Because do we disagree on that model? I'm still confused.
Which model? Can you throw that in text chat? Let's take a look at it.
I don't know.
No, can't. No model.
I'm looking one up. I don't know. Like, here, solar system model from just like the wiki page. I mean, this one's from 1766.
How come that from NASA?
It doesn't have to be from NASA. I mean, this is just.
You require it to be from the CIA or NASA earlier. Now you don't really care where they come from.
Well, no, earlier I did say it's really stupid to say, like, it has to come from NASA. Like, there's plenty of other science sources than just NASA. So. There's one from Benjamin Martin, whoever the fuck that guy is. It's from the Harvard Collection of Historical Scientific Instruments. There you go. It's just like what our solar system would look like. Did you know that, like, NASA put out like a what was it? It was some kind of like time capsule that we sent out to see if like aliens would ever find it or other kind of extraterrestrial life, and we put like a solar map on it.
Anything anywhere. It's a violation of gas laws again.
It is. Space in general.
Yeah, you're not going. There's no outer space to go to.
Now that's interesting. So you don't even think there's a moon. What do you think the moon is?
Whoa. Where did you get that from?
Well, I'm just okay. I don't understand what you mean by there is no outside of, like, because what do we mean? Because, like, there definitely is stuff in the sky that's like distant from us, right? So then, where is it then? If you don't think that it's out in space, it's away from us. I don't know what's in that space, but
yeah, it's in the sky where I can't get to it.
But I guess what you mean by in the sky is just what I mean by space is the same thing.
So when I'm talking about the Earth is flat, it's measured flat, and that's how they build planes. I gave you the documents for it. because that's how it is in reality. What happens in the sky doesn't matter. It does it every year.
You know that like private citizens can go out into space now. Like, there's rich
That's
people that do that.
That's incorrect. Zero-G planes are not going into space.
To find space.
No, I mean Virgin, right? It wasn't it Virgin Galactic is what it's called.
Zero-G, yeah, zero-G plane.
Is that what it is? I don't know. Is that what they call it?
Plane.
I didn't know that. I don't know what like it's even
It
called.
lands on a runway. Lands like it's a plane.
Really? I don't have no idea how it works. Like, but it looks
Then
like
don't
right here.
bring up things that you don't know about.
No, right here it looks like that thing is just like a normal rocket. That's what I assumed. I think that it just takes off like the moon landing did.
Oh. Yeah, they fooled you, see?
I don't know. Well, these all say launches. Oh, see, no, you're right. It's Spaceship One, and that thing's landing like a plane. Huh.
Okay.
So they land like that and then go out into space?
It's
They're
just
still going out into
it's an
space.
amusement park ride, dude. It's an expensive ride. You go up, it comes down 0G, you float around with the plane while it's falling. Whee! And then it goes back into landing and you come back into your seat and buckle in.
Yeah, but they go out into space, right?
Oh, they're falling.
The atmosphere.
Go up high and come back down.
They go above the atmosphere, right?
Oh, they go up high and come back down.
I don't know.
Yeah, they go up to around 300. They go up to around 300,000 feet. Can you hear me?
I don't know.
They go up to around 300 to 350,000 feet, dude. Right? And there was a trained astronaut on board, and she said she was disappointed that they didn't go higher because she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth, right? And even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right, the Globe Earth science guy, right, he came out, he said he did the calculations, and he thinks you wouldn't even be able to see the curve of the Earth from that height, and that it's disingenuous when they claim that that's space.
Huh. I would believe that, actually. I have no idea how high they really go, so... I'm not personally dying to purchase one of those tickets to see that, but I just assumed that they actually did go that high.
Virgin Galactic went up to around 300k foot, and Blue Origin 350k apparently.
Huh. What about that guy did you see that video of the guy for Red Bull that like dropped from high in the atmosphere? Because it seemed like in that you could see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that's just 129,000 feet, right? So it's nowhere near as high as the other ones, but it's just a GoPro lens. You'll see when he's jumping out, right? Even when he lands on the ground, you can see the same amount of curvature than when he's up high. But you'll see when the camera pans around, sometimes it's curving the wrong way. It's all over the place because of the fisheye lens.
It was a GoPro event. It was on their website during that time. That thing was on GoPro's website because it was a GoPro sponsored also, not just Red Bull event.
You know what's interesting? There's actually a different camera just before he jumps out of that cockpit that he's in. There's a camera facing out that's behind him, and you see it's not a fisheye lens, right? And you see a perfectly flat horizon, right? And it's not until he jumps out and it switches to the GoPro.
Do you think that people will eventually go all the way up into above the atmosphere, though, as private citizens? Because if we're not doing that, like, we will do that eventually, right?
No, NASA's been claiming all sorts of crazy stuff like that since the 70s. It never happens. They keep pushing it back, and
You're just saying that they haven't. You don't even think they have.
You can go to Amazon and get on a rocket right now, and they'll take you up to into space.
We just went over that just then. I'm not sure if you heard that, but
no, I didn't hear that. Please.
Okay, so the Blue Origin, 350,000 feet. Trained astronaut on board said she was disappointed that they didn't go higher because she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. She really wanted to see that. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson came out on 2 different interviews after that.
Man.
Yeah. And he said he did the calculations and you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height.
The black guy on TikTok, who's not a scientist,
He's a PhD astrophysicist He has
He's not a
tons and
scientist.
tons
He's
of.
a social media influencer celebrity. He's not in a
Have you seen
lab
his?
doing any
What?
calculations.
You guys.
What are we talking about? Why are we saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a scientist?
Yeah. So just never bring that person up in anything.
No, he
These
is a
guys like to
scientist.
throw
He's not a
Neil.
flat earther either. He's not a
They're
flat
throwing
earther.
under the bus.
He's not saying that the Earth is flat either. There, that's not what he's saying. But
Exactly.
he is a scientist.
Yeah, he's a qualified astrophysicist, right? He's got heaps of degrees and things like that. That's why they have him as a science educator personality, right? Because he's got all of these degrees. And that's why he hosts all of these debates with all of the big scientists, and he runs a big planetarium, or he's a director for it or something like that. But to say he's not qualified, right? He is qualified. It doesn't really matter who says it, right? Because we had someone on the flight, right? A trained astronaut. She did an interview with Fox News, and she said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. I mean, you can do the math yourself as well. Even from the height of the ISS, you would only be able to see 3% of the surface of the Earth.
I do just want to say, I'm looking up Neil deGrasse Tyson right now. This guy attended some of the best schools for that. You gotta. I think it's really sad to say that he's not a scientist. I mean, he's one of like prime definitions of like a scientist for the black community. Actually, it's really sad to say that he's just a social media influencer because he inspires people to think about space.
Yeah, hold on, homie. Do you see the word scientist? Is that science, right? Is that a noun or a verb?
It's an adjective.
Okay, so someone is scientific. So his thinking is scientific? See, look, this is what I'm talking about, how they've warped the meaning of words.
I guess well, I don't know, because like science fiction writers think about science different than maybe like a scientist, quote unquote. Yes, you know what makes Neil deGrasse Tyson a scientist? He's been the editor-in-chief of a physical science journal. When he was in high school, that's what he was doing. He was the editor-in-chief of a science journal. That's what science is. I mean, writing things down, letting other scientists, people who think that they know what's going on, read what you think is going on, and letting them say why they think that you're wrong.
He's a decorated parrot. I mean, that's what he's doing. He's memorizing and regurgitating information very well. That's his job.
No, he conducts his own studies. He has his own thesis.
Yeah, but
on his own.
Yeah, I know, but a lot of his stuff is by definition textbook pseudoscience. Right? It's not science. It's not.
I love that because to you it's pseudoscience, and to him you're pseudoscience. And
No, that's the difference. That's the difference. What I have to present isn't science. It's real world observations that are impossible on a globe. And he's talking about calculations based off assumptions that didn't go through the scientific method. It fits into the definition of pseudoscience, like the actual definition, which I'll read out, right? It's a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
So do you have like specific examples of him posting something writing something that's been published that has been proven to be not verifiable. And just because somebody does that once even doesn't make them not a real scientist. Just because they get something wrong doesn't necessarily mean that they're not a scientist. But I don't know. Like, has he been like definitely wrong about anything?
Yeah, he's wrong about things within his own globe model all the time. That's why a lot of these globe earthers don't like him, because he does say dumb things now and then.
Wait, so
like dumb things in relation to what the globe earth model claims, right?
And what is your flat Earth globe model though? Because I posted the solar system and nobody really said anything.
Yeah, so models need to be able to be run through the scientific method, right? If you're claiming to have a scientific model, it needs to be tested against reality to make sure the model actually matches reality, right? Because you can make a model that works of how Superman flies around the world, right? Doesn't make it reality. So what we're doing mostly is testing the globe model and making sure it actually matches reality. And it turns out it doesn't match reality.
I'm confused because I'm back to the telescope thing, right? Because I know I can get it. If I want to have a telescope, I can see, like, I can look up when this planet going to be in front of me, and then I can see it through the telescope.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And then you've been fed a whole big story on exactly how far away that is, and how big it is, and what medium it's in, and what it's made of. And all of those things you can't validate. It's all based on assumptions. Yeah, all you're doing is magnifying things in the sky, right? Even if I granted you that they were spheres, right? The planets, it still doesn't mean that Earth is also what you're looking at in the sky.
Because it's true that, like, we can't touch Jupiter, right? We can't, but we do have a lot of assumptions when it comes to that.
So Jupiter's supposed to be a gas ball in a vacuum. Do you accept that?
I don't know. Now we're into. I don't know. I'm not an astrophysicist, so it's not really my concern. I'm only really concerned with, like, the timing of when these objects are in the sky, and I don't know what they're made of.
The debates usually.
You said people who aren't astrophysicists are quick to debate? I bet that's true. It seems like the people who pop in here really aren't.
Oh, when we do debate them, they quit.
Real astrophysicists?
We have a lot of people that come through here: physicists, satellite engineers, university professors. Yeah, they come through regularly. They don't do any better than what you're doing, my friend. Right? Actually, a lot of them are more honest in admitting what they do and don't know, right? They'll say that this is just a theory. We don't know it as a fact, right? This is just the mainstream, right? This is what I'm taught to teach. This is how I got my degree. I'm just repeating the information. As far as I know, this is the best explanation.
Now that makes sense, because we're talking about the difference between, like, theories and laws with science, and a lot of it is theory. And we've kind of treated, like, this theory of relativity, for example, is true, but it's still a theory. It's not a law in science. So
yeah, a lot of the problem with things like that, when they are proven wrong, right? They've put so much into it, they can't admit that that they're wrong. So they'll invent things like dark matter and dark energy to fill the gaps in their mathematics, right? So they were 96% off. And then they had to add in dark energy and dark matter. The math wouldn't have worked out. So
they are all hacks. That's the funny thing. They accept the fact that they are hacks. They want to be, though. And it is funny how good they are at being the hacks. It's pretty interesting to hear your perspective on it. Because I'm still confused, like, how your perspective of, like, the solar system differs from mine.
Like Crit said before, it runs in cycles. It's like the sky is a big, amazing clock that runs in cycles, and just logging what happens when over a long period of time, we can work out, when it's going to happen again. Like the eclipses are based off the Saros cycle, which was invented by ancient cultures that were actually flat earthers, right? And NASA still uses the Saros cycle as their guide to predicting when the eclipses will happen. This is just clockwork.
But then, well, see, I'm still heliocentric, and somebody mentioned earlier that that's all a Catholic lie. And I'm confused. Like, what else is it besides the helium? So, do you think that everything revolves around the Earth then?
Geocentric, yeah.
Yeah. So
it's geocentric, revolving around the Earth. So you go all the way back to like pre-1600, saying everything post that is a lie.
I don't know where the lie came into.
Well, you said that the Catholic Church, earlier you were talking about like the Catholic Church is like hiding information from the public.
Are they not doing that?
Well, I don't know. That's just why I said that you're saying that they're lying.
They're open? They're open and honest about it?
I don't know what you're saying. That they are open and honest.
Does the Catholic Church hide information from the public?
Yes.
Okay, so why is that controversial?
Well, that's not controversial. What's controversial is saying that they're like hiding something about the way that the planets are rotating. And I'm still confused, like why you would think that when we can see, like with a telescope, that everything is revolving around the sun.
No, you don't see that with a telescope, dude.
So you have like you think that you have like a geocentric model that is more accurate with like just your common telescope that you could see with the timing of everything than a heliocentric model? I mean, just hit me up when it happens, because I would love to see, and I know it's not.
Accuracy's the same. It's just a coordinate transform.
It's just a coordinate what?
A coordinate transform.
What do you mean by that?
It just reprojects your worldview.
I don't know what you're talking about, but this person, Dad68, posted this thing about Lucifer in the chat, and scientists do like to play these dumb games. I don't like that necessarily that the scientists will do that. They do that, though, and they'll make certain and name things demonic shit just because they think it's a joke. Just because a lot of scientists are
because it's a joke. They do it for a joke. They're trolling you.
Yes, yeah. It's just let's name this shit Lucifer because that's funny.
See, you even know they're trolling you, and you accept it.
Well,
Isn't that
dude,
crazy how that works? Listen, dude, I told you were on the deprogramming schedule, and I think you're around the curve, but I'm not sure. I have to look again.
Just because I think that they're playing a little stupid joke with the name Lucifer doesn't mean that I think that their information is wrong, though.
What it comes down to are these practical demonstrations, right? They're not science experiments. They're actual observations in reality that debunk the necessary things that you need to have a globe Earth, right? If you're 6 foot tall and you're looking out into the ocean, you have to have a horizon at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe. It's not something that's up for debate, right? If they want to claim a radius value of 3,959 miles, you must have a geometric horizon at 3 miles from a 6 foot height, right? If you go down lower to say 1 foot, you have to have a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, right? So when we go out and try to test this geometric horizon, we can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe, consistently and in different locations over and over and over again.
I can't even process what you're telling me. You have to just be throwing jargon and scientific language at me, right? Like,
have a look in the side chat, man. It's maybe easier if I show you an example of one of these demonstrations, right? So this is just a small clip out of a full-length video, high-definition video, on start to finish, right? So what we have here is an observation off the coast of Santa Barbara, California, and we can see a couple of oil platforms. Okay, so this is looking for the geometric horizon on a globe. That's the idea of this test. Okay, so on a globe from an 8-foot observer height, which is the height of this observer, the image, right, you have to have a horizon at 3.46 miles, right? You can do the math. You can check it on any Earth curve calculator. The math for now, because you can double check that afterward. right? So without the oil platforms there, we wouldn't be able to tell how far away that horizon was. People could say, oh yeah, that's the horizon, it's at 3.46 miles. But because we have the oil platforms, we know the distances to them, right? Because we can check the distance on any mapping system. Okay, so the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's 10 miles away, right? So we can confirm that the horizon that we see is beyond 10 miles, right? But on a globe, you must have a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles. So those oil platforms have to be behind the horizon, right? But we see the horizon behind the oil platforms. This person went back and they did different observations on different days, right? He went down to 1 foot and he zoomed out again, and you can still see the horizon behind the oil platforms, right? He tried all different heights, and yeah, we can consistently see much further than you could possibly see on a globe. This is just one of many, many different tests, right? That's what I was saying before. We've had people go out and take it to the next level with really, really expensive equipment, like lasers that cost $20,000, $30,000, and they're setting up the laser instead of the camera, and they're shooting it across the surface of the water to a target on the other side of the water over 20, 30, 40 miles, right? And the laser should never hit the target, because there should be hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B. Right? These are being done over and over and over again.
I feel like the troll that's happening to me right now is that you've given me a document that says how far away is the horizon, and if I could actually understand this document, it would be the exact evidence to understand why the Earth is curved. But you're telling me that this is evidence of why the Earth is flat. Like,
yeah, because this is right. According to the globe, you have to like over 10 miles. You would have to have 66 foot of curvature. It's just basic geometry based on the radius value that they give us for the globe, right? So 10 miles, 66 foot of drop.
I just feel like this is exactly how you can determine that this is why the Earth is curved. It's complete.
Yeah, that's what we're checking for. And when we check for the curvature, we can't find any curvature. So look, then we start looking throughout history from the globe side. It's like, who actually went out and validated this curvature? And as far as we can tell, the globe model it's just a theoretical mathematical construct. It doesn't match reality, right? There's no one's gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth, measured a geometric horizon at the distance it has to be at on a globe. You can look into it. You probably don't believe me, and I don't think you have to believe me. This is something that you should look into. This is information that you probably haven't seen before. I'm not saying believe me. I'm saying have a look at the videos, have a look at the PDF documents that go along with the laser tests, right? The one I'm talking about was done by a team of field engineers, right? And they wrote a 180-page PDF to go along with their 1 hour long video for all of their demonstrations, right? These have been well done.
Well, this is another thing. See, this one from Princeton, you can look at the sun, right? That's obvious, right? Haven't you seen the sunrise? Like, you see...
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you see
of
the
course,
top
man.
Yeah, so you can... And they can measure the curvature of the Earth. They've done that. But I don't...
Yeah, I know, but once you start looking into that, you'll realize that there are other explanations that make perfect sense, and the same phenomena can be replicated on a smaller scale over a flat surface.
I still don't understand what your other model looks like. I can't even conceptualize what you're trying to get me to think that is going on with the sun. Then, however, I understand Crit thinks that everything's going around Earth.
Yeah, because think about how perspective works, right? So if you're standing in a long hallway, for example, everything will converge into a vanishing point, right? Because of perspective, right? It'll look like the ceiling gets lower and lower and lower and meets with the ground at a specific distance. It's not actually doing that. Really, it's the same height the whole way down the hallway, but it's meeting at a convergence point, a vanishing point. And that's a product of perspective. So if you go out of the hallway and you go out into reality, and now all of a sudden you're looking out over the beach, right? And you see the clouds and the water doing the same thing as what you saw in the hallway, right? They're converging due to perspective. Right? I'll post an image showing you how we see in this side chat, right? You'll see the same thing, right? It looks like the clouds are ramping down, and it looks like the water's ramping up, and they meet at a vanishing point. Okay, that's a product of perspective, right? The sun does the same thing, right? But when we're looking out over water, we have the atmosphere, right? And depending on the density of the atmosphere, the humidity and whatnot, we have lensing effects, right? We have atmospheric scattering of light, right? And it can create these type of effects where it looks like something is disappearing bottom up.
But then what do you think is going on? What do you think is happening?
Well, what we would say, we try not to make definitive claims about things that are in the sky that we can't validate 100%, but what we all observe is that the sun moves like in patterns, right, in cycles, and it rises in the east and it sets in the west due to perspective, and the sun's moving away from you. We see the sun moving, right, but if you're on a globe, they tell you that really that sun's not moving, you know, relative to your perspective, right? Really, you're spinning backwards on a ball, and it's just making it appear like the sun's setting. What we're claiming is that the sun is moving away. The sun is moving across the sky.
Right, because you think that the sun orbits the Earth.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the sun does, but it moves. It goes in patterns, right? And we see it, rise in the east and set in the west, and perspective explains that perfectly.
But it all happens in the way that the heliocentric model would work. We've been doing that for hundreds of years, and no one.
Yeah, you're going to find a lot of these things. Like a lot of these things are going to be explained on a globe or a flat Earth.
Did the sun go behind some clouds in this GIF?
Well, the thing is, right? They're telling us that, really the Earth is curved, but we all experience it as flat. But they'll say, oh, it's just too big. You can't see the curve, right? Then they'll say that the Earth is in motion, right? Then they'll say, oh, but we can't feel that motion. It feels like it's not moving because we're too small and the Earth's too big, right? And then they'll tell us that, okay, yes, we see the sun moving across the sky, but really the sun's not moving across the sky. Really, it's the Earth that's spinning away from the sun, and it's just making it appear like it sets. What we're saying is that the Earth isn't moving just as it seems. There is no curvature just as it seems, and the sun's moving across the sky, right? This is all common sense, right? This is like the base reality for everyone. They're telling you the opposite is reality.
No, I know that's what you assume, and but that doesn't. I'm just gonna say again, it's like you can tell anyone anytime, like it's about like this object in the sky is not gonna move in the way that the heliocentric model would work, and people would be able to see that for themselves, just like with a basic telescope that probably costs like $20 or something, and that never happens.
Look, we all see the same thing in the sky, right? Some of us have just, we've all just been fed a story on exactly what's up there. But what we can do is we can check the Earth, right? And that's what I keep going back to, right? It has to have a certain amount of curvature over distance. We have so many debunks of that, right? There isn't curvature over distance. There isn't 66 foot of drop for 10 miles. It can't be detected. Right, it's been repeated over and over and over again. There is no curvature.
But I mean, plenty of academics have calculated the curvature of the Earth. This right here is.
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree with you. But these are when you look into it, you'll find out that these are calculations based off assumptions, right? So if you look up on Google, for example, who measured the curvature of the Earth, it's going to come up with a guy called Eratosthenes, right? And he did what you said, right? He did some calculations and calculated what he thought the circumference of the Earth was. But he didn't actually measure the Earth. All he did was pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, and then he pre-assumed that the sun rays come in parallel, and then he did some spherical trigonometry and worked out the circumference of the Earth, right? He didn't actually measure anything. It's just assumptions and then calculations, no direct measurements whatsoever.
It would be direct measurements if you can just base it on time, how long things take to move across that distance,
But this is what he did, right? But think about this, right? So even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He comes up again here because he made a video saying right to the globe earthers, right, that this isn't something that should be used as evidence of a globe, right? He said because of the assumptions, right? He said if he did the same math but assumed a flat surface, right, and a closer sun with diverging sun rays and not parallel sun rays, right, then the same you would work out the circumference of a flat surface, right? See, that's silly. A flat surface doesn't have a circumference like that, right? So what he did was he measured like two sticks, right? So if you have a light source over one stick, there's no shadow, right? And then you put another stick over on the other side of the room, it's going to have a shadow because it's further away from the light source, right? He just measured the shadow, which was 7.2 degrees, and divided it by 360, right? Assuming that the Earth was a globe, and came up with his calculation. So it doesn't prove a globe, right? So if you did the same experiment in a room in your house and pre-assumed that the light rays were coming in parallel and that the floor was spherical, you could work out the circumference to your floor using the same math that Eratosthenes did. So that's why it's flawed. So there's a lot more to it than that that's flawed.
Yeah, I'm less interested in like the whatever science stuff that you want to get into about it. I'm more interested in like where these ideas you think came from, and like, because you go all the way back to before Galileo, and this story of like Galileo and something with the Catholic Church and the Pope told Galileo like, don't tell the public something. What was Galileo not supposed to tell the public that the Catholic Church apparently knows?
Not sure, man. The mainstream version of history gets very shady once you look into it, right? Even if you look into that guy I was just talking about, Eratosthenes, right? He never even showed up in textbooks until hundreds of years later, right? And some people suggest that it's just a bullshit story, right? And that he didn't even do that test. And you can't find any of his primary writings, right? He didn't document this stuff anywhere. We don't have the scrolls or the books of Eratosthenes, right? It wasn't until a guy hundreds of years later started saying this guy Eratosthenes did this experiment and worked out the circumference of the Earth, and you can't find anything about him really. So it's a lot of the history is bunk, in my opinion.
It's been a long time since I've looked at Aristotle, the scientific method. That's funny. Are you referring to Aristotle right now?
No, Eratosthenes.
Is that the joke though? Like, who's Eratosthenes? Because like people, if you hear Eris something, and you're talking about like science and all of this, it's way more sense to think about.
If you typed in who measured the circumference of the Earth, it'll come up with Eratosthenes.
Who measured the circumference of the Earth? Eratosthenes, yeah. Who the fuck? (276 BC). That's a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I guess he probably still thought that that everything was revolving around the Earth, right?
I'm not exactly sure about what his entire worldview was, to be honest. I just know that they can't confirm that he even existed in the first place.
It says that he made the armillary spirit, or an astrolabe. You know what those are?
No, I don't.
These are really cool. I mean, they're all over the world too, which is what's funny. I mean, we were talking about like religion and its influence on all of this information, but I mean, like, independent of religion, of like the Catholic Church. Like the Chinese knew about this, all of this stuff. They have their own map of the stars and everything. People around the world have been doing this independently of like.
Yeah, if you look deep into it, right? All ancient cultures believed the Earth was flat.
I feel like that's an easy assumption to make, but it's a false one. I feel like you could definitely
it's factual.
navigate life assuming that. And
if you have a look at any of these ancient cultures' depictions of the Earth, it's a flat, stationary Earth within a contained system. You can look it up. It wasn't until a certain time in history, right, that the Greeks started to propose the globe model, right? But it didn't really catch on, and it wasn't really until the Roman Catholic Church, Jesuits, instilled it into the mainstream education system 500 or 600 years ago that it really became the mainstream, quote unquote.
That's completely ignoring all of the scientific method that happened in Asia, man. Like all of that happened independent.
Okay, so that's okay. So once you dig into it, right? So if I challenged you right now, I'd say, okay, so give me one test or experiment that someone did to validate that the Earth is a globe from back then. You're not going to be able to find anything that's not just based on assumptions or whatnot, right?
This armillary sphere in Beijing is from the Ming Dynasty. Like
tell me about it. Tell me how that validates the Earth is a globe.
Well, I'm saying that at that time they thought that. I'm not saying that it validates that it is. I'm just saying that they in Asia had this idea, independent of Catholics or any of that. They didn't care at all about what was going on in Rome. They just knew this is what we see in the sky, and this is the model that they made, and it was a globe.
Yeah. So if you see something spherical in the sky or something that looks spherical in the sky, obviously you're going to start making, things to represent it. That doesn't mean that the Earth is also that.
I mean, if it is what's going on, you're going to model it to be that because that's what's happening, and that is what's happening.
But they're not modeling the Earth to be that, right? They can model that we see what looks like spheres in the sky, right? Like the moon and whatnot. That doesn't mean that they also thought that the Earth was that, or had proof that the Earth was that.
Proof, not that, but they did have these models of what they thought the Earth was. That doesn't prove that it is that, but I mean.
Yeah, but I bet that look into how they came up with these things. Yeah, was it after? Was it before or after the Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church, went around basically the whole world and instilled their belief system, right, into so many different cultures?
No,
was it before or after that?
Let's read this right here. It's exactly what you're talking about. Ecliptical mountings of this sort were found on the armillary instruments of Zhu Kong and Xu Yizhan in 1050, as well as Shen Kuo's armillary sphere of the later 11th century. But after that point, they were no longer employed on Chinese armillary instruments until the arrival of the European Jesuits. There you go. I mean, they were there, but then they didn't use them, I guess. And then the Jesuits came up around, like you're saying, and they thought that, and then they started doing it again. Because, I mean, the Jesuits were right.
The Jesuits were right.
I mean,
I don't know about that.
That's just how it works. I mean, you can see it.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Like once I ask you to back up that they're right? You claim they're right. If I asked you to back that up with something, that's where you're going to fall short.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to convince you. I'm not trying.
No, it's not about convincing me. It's just about analyzing the evidence.
It is
going over it and being honest, intellectually honest. Both of us being intellectually honest about what empirical evidence is there to present that they are correct.
Yeah. I mean, it's super cool though that you brought up Jesuits and it was right there in front of me. That does have something to do with all of this, and I don't think about that. Important that was to Jesuits, and they definitely influenced the entire world with that information, didn't they? So.
Yeah.
And I mean, it kind of makes sense because they were navigating the world with that information. And I mean, like, Christopher Columbus could come over to the Americas and then tell Native Americans, like, hey, this astrological event is going to happen at this time, and then it would, and they would treat him like a god because they didn't understand that that's how that happens. and it happens like a clock, like clockwork, and that's literally what clockwork is.
Yep. It's interesting, man. Anyway, I do have to go get some work done, but it was good talking to you. Glad we had a better chat now than earlier.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Yeah, I'll still be listening in or whatever. I'll probably chime in, but yeah, I'm just gonna get some work done on the computer, so I'll talk to you soon.